Two desserts. Margaret Carr Flynn brought me a sandwich, and I tell you it was welcome. Okay, the table is fairly busy here now. As always, we have Brendan Byrne, Director of Elections for Fianna Fáil so many times, John Gerard Campbell, 16 years doing the same thing for Fine Gael, and not a grey hair in sight, and Nicholas Crossan, the Cahirlock of Donegal County Council, has joined us, as has candidate Peter Casey, who's sitting here in beside me. Right, we're going to go to you first, Brendan, right. And basically what we're trying to figure out is the transfers from Pearse Doherty, bearing in mind we're all sort of doing a requiem for Thomas Pringle, but apparently there's something afoot.
Well, the first thing is that Pearse Doherty has 7,000 papers that had to be distributed. That's a massive chunk of votes. And we did some precursory look there right across the board. They're currently doing the count proper office, 20,909 votes. And leading the chance of transfers is Thomas Pringle. He is getting probably the largest share, followed closely by Pat the Cope, who's getting the next second share. And then you have the third share is going non-transferable, which is a tradition really in the Sinn Féin party, to be fair. And then the other candidates are getting pro rata. But the point here, even at this early stage, whilst Thomas Pringle is getting a larger share than the others, he's not getting sufficient to bring him back into play, because he is 2,000 votes behind Pat the Cope Gallagher, and he's 2,500 votes behind Charlie McConnell-Logue. And in order to catch either of those candidates, he would need to be getting a straight down the middle 50% share of the transfers, and that's not happening.
Well, keep it simple for me, and at the risk of me making you cross yet again, 3, 4 and 5, what does that mean? Because we know the first two are sorted.
Well, this is the first two seats.
Yeah.
Yes, so the first seat's gone. Pearse Doherty's second one is Padraig McLaughlin's. The third seat, this morning we said is Pat the Cope. It may still be Pat the Cope's seat.
Okay.
Because, as John and I said earlier on,
and that's not what your Fianna Fáil head on, you know.
No, it's not. You're going to see a lot will depend on the votes of John O'Donnell when he's eliminated. But Pat the Cope has a stronger possibility now of taking the third seat, because he's holding his own in relation to Pearse's transfers, and because he's 2,000 votes ahead of Thomas Pringle. He certainly will edge ahead of Joe McHugh on the Sinn Féin transfers. Now, the other thing that's becoming obvious here, John and you and I talked about, is there is a situation here that Fine Gael, as they are now, do not have a quota between them, and they're 3% short of a quota. That's a significant chunk of votes.
Okay, let's keep it simple. Third seat's Pat the Cope, 4 and 5.
The 4 and 5 is very simple. It's 3 people for 2 seats.
Okay.
And they are Joe McHugh, Charlie McConnell-Logue and Thomas Pringle.
What's your gut telling you?
My gut tells me that on the principle that there's enough Fine Gael people from Mallinhead to Mallinbeg, you would think, even though it's not here on paper, that they should take the the 4th seat, and the 5th seat would go to Charlie McConnell-Logue.
Okay. Nicholas, I was listening to a little video where you have already said elsewhere that you think Thomas Pringle is going to lose his seat. Has anything Brendan Byrne said there made you change your mind?
No, I do think that the change will be that Padraig McLaughlin will change with Thomas Pringle, and that's your 5 people left. Although Thomas Pringle is getting significant transfers from Pearse Doherty, I don't see him catching Pat the Cope.
I know it's a bit unfair because you weren't taking notes, but you were watching those transfers, and it was you that came to me and said that. How significant?
It's very difficult, obviously, if you're just. I know. On a couple of hundred votes, I would say that Thomas is probably transferring about 20 to 25% of them. There's a lot of non-transferables. That's the last elections, and then go by 37% of the Sinn Féin vote did not transfer, and it'll probably be around about 25 to 30% of it will not transfer this time either.
Okay.
So when you take those out of the surplus that Pearse Doherty is going to have, it's going to cut down the vote. So it's still that Pat the Cope's cushion ahead of Thomas Pringle.
Okay, John Gerard.
I think there's a point here that when we're looking at the Pearse Doherty surplus and that, Patrick McLaughlin's not going to need it. So we're starting to go out to look at 3s and 4s and 5s. So that's going to reduce, like you've been saying, that's going to reduce this significantly. The fact that obviously the Sinn Féin vote that would just have gone party 1 Doherty to McLaughlin. So we're taking that out. There's normally a fair chunk of the Sinn Féin vote that's non-transferable. This is going to increase it. The fact that there is no, effectively, unless there's a 3 on it, it's a dead vote. So I think this is reducing the figure all the time.
Okay, Peter,
Can I just counter a point there just as well? There's also 7 candidates that are north of the gap. And geographically speaking, I think that it takes it away from Thomas Pringle as well.
There's one other thing I was just going to...
Brendan, this man's under pressure, and I want to get him before he goes. Peter, you're in big demand. 300,000 plus votes in the presidential election. Not long after that, you said you were going to run, was Fianna Fáil, and then on your own and whatever. Your wish came through. Your name is in 2 constituencies. Obviously, this is the one I think you're more serious about for obvious reasons. It hasn't gone well, 1,142 according to the tallies. You must be disappointed.
Yeah, I would obviously like to have done better. I think it's obviously the people have spoken. Obviously, I think they're going to return pretty much the same people that were there before, which I think is disappointing because I would have liked to have seen fresh blood in there, So, but it is what it is. So, I think it'll. If I was to take a punt on it, I would say it's probably obviously Sinn Féin have got 2. I think Pat the Cope, I think Charlie, and then I think it'll be a close call between Thomas and Joe McHugh. Yeah.
In terms of the campaign, looking at it, it's not easy. We don't even have a first count here yet. But where do you go from here?
Well,
in the political sense.
In the political sense, I was going to say I'm going to Iceland on Tuesday.
I just had a feeling that was coming, so I got my retaliation.
I'm very passionate about Donegal, and I love living in Donegal. We employ people in Donegal, so the political system here is fairly enshrined and ingrained, and it's very hard to change people. The one thing that surprised me is. Looking at the opinion polls and the exit polls, they said that 1% of the people were interested in Brexit, which I find just bizarre, because we've got a situation coming down the road where when Boris Johnson implements the quota system, all of the people, 250,000 last year who went to the UK, the only place that they can come is Ireland. So, and people didn't seem to even register.
I accept that, but it is what it is. If people want to, their agenda is homelessness or their agenda is
the big one should have been health. I think
locally health was a big issue.
The Children's Hospital really impacted the ability to fund the stroke unit in Letterkenny Hospital because we wasted $1.5 billion in the Children's Hospital, and nobody seems to have taken Fine Gael into account for that. So that is what really surprised me.
Locally, you could argue, that Dr. Mulpeter and other people, there was a very sizable protest in Letterkenny. I know it was kind of late in the day, but I do think that people locally were very animated about what was going on with the stroke unit in Letterkenny. But I think that was the big
minister at the cabinet who couldn't get approval for 7 people to staff. For 4 years, Joe has been at cabinet. And so that was why I was particularly strong against. What's the point of having somebody in the cabinet if we can't get 7 people approved for Letterkenny Hospital?
I don't disagree with you, but the point I'm making is that you might wish, as Leo Varadkar did, that the Brexit issue was a big talking point because Brexit went well for Simon Comedy and Leo Varadkar. But the reality was here in Donegal, particularly health, and in some cases pensions really seem to get people kind of very interested in the
pensions. If you look at pensions, people are talking about giving millions and hundreds of millions and billions here and there. At the end of the day, all it costs to fund the pension to keep it at 65 is 500 million, which is, relatively, that's a third of the Children's Hospital money that was wasted. It's a 30th of the money that was stolen from the pension funds by paying the German bondholders 100 cents. If you put it in perspective, the bigger picture, we were screwed over by the pension fund when they stole the money from the pension funds, you know. But
I'll go back to, I suppose, the remark I made in relation to the 1,142 votes. Okay, it's a figure, it's 1.48%, but my sense is that, for want of a better expression, people have fallen out of love with you. People have gone off you.
Well, that's, you know, that happens all the time. They come in and go out of my life. But look, it's obviously not meant to be. So I'm obviously not going to lose any sleep over it. Tomorrow morning, I'll get up and I'll go for a long bike ride and get on with life, you know.
Do you think the idea of running in Leo Varadkar's constituency backfired?
Not at all. People, I think you're underestimating the intelligence of the people at Donegal to the extent that
I'm only asking a question.
I mean, all I did was put in €500 to get registered in his constituency and to point out to the people of Dublin West the 10 reasons why they shouldn't vote for him. And a lot of those reasons, those screw-ups that Varadkar has been overseeing are the reasons why we haven't been able to come up with a financial resolution to make it, because he wasted so much money with the National Broadband Plan and again with the Children's Hospital. So, you know, that's why I think Fianna Fáil have sort of come unstuck.
One last question, and it might seem a little convoluted, but you ran for Europe and that didn't happen. Marion Harkin stepped out of Europe and she's now looking odds on to get elected in Sligo Leitrim. Does that bother you? Do you think that's strange?
No, I think she's a very hardworking servant of the people, and I think it's good that she's got back in again. And I think she'll do a very good job for the people down in Sligo Leitrim, you know. So. And
my last question: do you think Fianna Fáil and others will do business with Sinn Féin? Do you think they should?
I've absolutely no doubt that Fianna Fáil will do a deal, but I mean, I think Sinn Féin do not want to do a deal with anybody. They realise that they've miscalculated big time, and they will like to see another election very soon because then they'll put up the right number of candidates this time. So I think if they sit and wait too long, what will happen is they might lose their bounce. So if I were...
So are you saying to me that Sinn Féin didn't want to be this good?
No, they obviously they wanted to be this good. They just didn't understand how good they were going to do. So had they realized how well they were going to do, they would have put up a lot more candidates. For that reason, I don't think you'll see any appetite for them to partner with any other party because they'll want to go back to the people ASAP and this time put up another 30 or 40 candidates. So I don't think you'll see any partnership between Sinn Féin.
I'm slow on the uptake of times. I want to be clear about this. You're saying that Sinn Féin, no matter what else happens, will not actually do a deal with anybody.
I think they'd be crazy if they did, because if they do, they might lose their ability to get an extra 20 or 30 seats.
And the logic that follows from that is that we'll be back here in 3 or 4 months?
I think so, yeah. I think, I mean, it's been so cold, so wet, so miserable. People don't like people knocking on doors in the dark, you know, and I think that the weather was bad, the timing was bad, nobody was really prepared for it. I certainly wasn't prepared for it. And so I think you'll see people back to the polls within 3 or 4 months.
So I think you said you were going to Iceland, but you're not really going into cold storage in terms of politics.
We'll just take time out and think about things, you know. Thank you very much.
Thanks for talking to us. All right, you're in big demand. We'll let you go. All right, there are the views of Peter Casey, who, as I said, picked up 1,142 votes. That's 1.48% of the overall, according to the tally figures. So, Brendan, Sinn Féin won't really do anything to actually go into government. They'll play games. That's what Peter Casey is sort of saying.
Well, the two main parties, be it Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, need to take them on at that, if that is the intention, as Peter Casey says. Now,
do you believe him? Do you believe Peter Casey?
It's going to be very difficult for Sinn Féin, having fought the change agenda and having garnered as many votes as they had for change, to sit idly by. The only reason to sit idly by any further is if the two parties continue to make the mistakes which they have done throughout the course of this election and not engage with Sinn Féin.
Right.
And that is why very early on today I said Fianna Fáil need to respect the mandate, need to sit down with Sinn Féin and need to have a serious discussion about forming a government. If they fail to do that, they're letting Sinn Féin off the hook, and they can walk away and cause another general election that will cost us 50 million in 6 months' time.
Same question to you. Do you think Peter Casey's right? Do you think Sinn Féin are kind of, for want of a better expression, going to play games and not go into government with anybody? Niamh?
I don't think so. I think they want the opportunity to prove a point. I think that they're at this now for quite a long time. They seem to have their budgets done, whether you agree with them or not. And a lot of people obviously don't.
Yeah.
But I think that they really want to drive that fact home, that they want to take some form of control, and the people are looking for change. And I think it's no longer a two-tier, two-party. It's three now. We're talking about three main parties now and not two. So we've got to remember that now as well.
What do you make of that, Nicholas? You would know Peter Casey probably better than us, the Inishowen connection. And do you make a lot or a little of what he's saying?
Well, I told him at the election, Brexit's not even an issue.
Yeah.
But I say that Micheál Martin...
And that's not to say it's not important.
It's very, very important. But it's not an issue at this present moment in time.
Oh, no, I agree with you on
and
that.
I say what's really important is, to borrow a phrase from Tip O'Neill, all politics is local, and that's what it's about.
Yeah.
But Micheál Martin has said that he will talk to Sinn Féin for the better of the country. And I did say that beforehand, that Sinn Féin took a pound in the presidential, the European, the local elections and Northern Ireland elections. And I think it's time that Sinn Féin step up to the mark and will go into government. And I do believe they should go into government.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah, I think, Michael, as well.
John Jerry,
when you look at it, I think in a strange way, the two bigger parties are on the back foot here because both leaders handled the run-up, the debates on television.
They just got it completely wrong.
Completely wrong. Saying, no, we won't do business with Sinn Féin, irrespective of what the results is. And I think the two big parties, Michael Martin and Niamh Varadkar, are both now on the back foot because that was a shocking mistake tactically for them. The electorate basically said, yeah, we're supporting this. We're not really worried what your opinion is. This is how it is, and this is what we want you to do. So I think that Sinn Féin hold a very strong hand here, irrespective of what Peter Casey is saying, and that the two big parties are a lot weaker when it comes now to doing a deal with Sinn Féin, because they can't continue saying, no, we won't talk. I think if Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael were to continue that road, it would be absolute wipeout for them if there was another election in 6 months.
Brendan, back to you. No votes from Brexit as an issue on the doorsteps.
It doesn't surprise me. We've been talking about Brexit for the last 4 years. And yet the whole negotiating of Brexit is a matter for the EU. We're only a part, 1% to be factual, of that discussion and debate. It probably impacts more on us than any other country, but that is immaterial. It's the collective of the EU that's going to do the negotiating, and that's going to be ongoing for the next 10 months. And I think, in fairness, Leo Varadkar and Simon Coveney played such a hand, saying that you can't change the team halfway through and so on and so forth. Only 1% of the electorate were motivated by Brexit. At the same time, health and homelessness wasn't being discussed.
I'm thinking, Nicholas, in terms of Peter Casey. I mean, I asked him the question 3 different ways, but it's a dead duck now, politics for him. I think I can't see there being much point. This is a third go.
Yeah.
Do you agree with me?
Fourth. He ran for the Shannon.
Excuse me, he did. Yeah.
And I did actually say to him, I did say that I would get him elected president of Ireland before I get him into the Shannon, but that's neither here nor there. We almost pulled that off. But I don't think, I think Peter will get the message today that he's sticky, but he's business, and in as nice as possible way, that he said that he wasn't going to canvass, and I says, look, Peter, you've got to have to canvass people, you've got to ask people for their votes. But I do think I don't think he'll run for politics again.
Yeah, look, I'm sure he has a lot of ideas and all the rest of it, but it was almost the point that Pierce Doherty and Pat the Cope made to me here in this Con Centre when he did well in the presidential election. They said over the course of a local or a general election where there would be much more inspection, he would be found out. And it wasn't so much that he was found out, because he's a very eloquent speaker.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But really what it came down to in the end was there was nothing there that really ignited the interest of the public. And I suppose he also had the difficulty in that, I mean, he was up against seriously big hitters in his own in terms of Patrick and indeed Charlie McConlogue and even when you look at Michael White and the kind of votes that they have picked up, they're serious votes. So it was never going to happen for him this time. And I do think he disagreed with me that for whatever reason, running against in Leo Varadkar's constituency, it sent out the wrong message to people here.
Yeah.
Because some people who wouldn't have had enough information, I think, would have said, so what happens if this guy gets elected in Dublin?
Correct, yeah.
He doesn't care about us. And that, maybe that's the way it was spun.
No, you're 100%.
So
I would agree 100% what you're saying in that particular one.
So, Nicholas, you're generally in agreement with us. The only thing is you're fairly certain that Thomas Pringle won't retain his seat. Other than that, I think we're all on the one page. And I'm beginning to come around to the analysis offered by Brendan, despite the fact that he has picked up a lot of transfers.
Yeah.
It's just his core vote's just not big enough.
I think that's where it is. If you're not in the percentages after the first count, it's very, very difficult to make ground on it. And I know that he will get a huge transfer from Pierce Doherty, but I don't think there's enough there for him.
And yet 5,459 first preference votes, if these tally figures are right, it was a reasonable first go in a very crowded field. Niamh, what happens in terms of locally Killybegs if he doesn't get elected? Because I know you're so involved in the community council, you're a councillor yourself, and I know you can row your own canoe, but at the same time, it must have been a huge advantage to have a TD on the doorstep, literally.
Well, a lot of people would have felt that and certainly used his office, quite regularly. I suppose I'm glad I have an office open, and I'm sure people are as well. And I can imagine that it can only get very, very busy if we don't have a TD in the area. But in saying that, look, let's not close the door on him yet. Let's keep some glimmer going to see how we can get on.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night. 5:45, we're going for an ad break. We'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you. in relation to his belief that Sinn Féin will play a phony war, so to speak, in terms of pretending to want to go into government, and that we'll be back here again in. For different reasons, different people have said that to me. Not using that logic about Sinn Féin. This is so tight that we could be in that situation, John Jarrett, that we could well be back here, whether it's in 3 months or 2 months.
It's well, we're kind of in uncharted waters.
Yeah.
Where we have 3 parties on the same thing, and there's a lot of speculation. Where it goes from here, it's going to be very interesting. As I said earlier, I don't think any party can be the ones who would be seen to be causing the next, because they would absolutely face a slaughter. Now, when we look at the combinations, so we get very interesting. You have obviously the 3 big parties. When we factor in the Greens, Labour looks like they're very, very, very small. There is no realistic alternative that I can certainly get the numbers.
Yeah.
I think that's out the window. So I think what we're looking at then.
Did you hear the piece I picked up from, it was actually Irish Independent, where Mary Lou was saying she was talking to everybody but Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael at the minute.
Again, that's almost doomed to come to nothing when you think about it, because if you take it that whatever, let's say 40-ish, whatever is going to be Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are 39-40, like that's 80 votes against effectively. So I think that's going to be a false war. I think there's going to be a case here that Leo Varadkar, Michael Martin, Mary Lou McDonald are going to have to sit down and see how far they can progress the thing. Now, I think that's where it's going to get very, very interesting, because at that stage, we've got to find out who's going to.
Yeah, Michael White. No, keep talking. Michael White from the Green Party is joining us.
Who's going to be the party that, said, as I was saying earlier, goes for the good of the country speech, and who's going to be the party that's seen to have brought the whole house down. And as I said, there is no party, Sinn Féin, Fianna Fáil, etc., can appear to be that party that says no, absolutely not. These are the numbers. We're not prepared to sit and talk with the other party, irrespective of where it is. So it's going to be very interesting, Michael, it's a tricky one, but they're going to have to resolve it.
Okay, we've just been joined by another one of the candidates. I'm delighted to say hello and welcome to Green Party candidate Michael White. Michael, just because I'm very conscious of this being a very big county, but that is John Jarrett Campbell, who's a former director of elections for Fine Gael for 16 years. He's on our panel. We may be joined by Brendan Byrne, who for Fianna Fáil does the same thing. And I would suspect you know Nia very well, the last Cahirlock Council and a councillor in her own right. Michael, 1646, I think, now forgive me for putting words in mind, I think that's a pretty good result for the Green Party. I would suspect, obviously you're not going to get elected with that, but you must be very pleased.
I am pleased. I mean, in the last election, we ran a candidate that had 400 votes, so it's an improvement on that. And we're really pleased because we started, I've said this a few times, 3 years ago when I joined the party, you could have held a party meeting in a telephone booth. There's about 2 other people would join me. So we've got to the point now where we've got the guts of 30 members, 12 of whom were actively canvassing with me in Letterkenny a few weeks back. We have a baseline vote. When the campaign kicked off, we were really kicking off from a base of 0. So I'm very pleased that we've got a score on the scoreboard that we can build out from now.
Well, I'm looking at tally figures, and I'm sure you've seen these, and these kind of bear out what you're saying. In Inishowen, 463, Letterkenny 472, Milford 180, in Donegal 163, Glenties 213, and Stranorlar 145. Now, bearing in mind pro rata, some of those electoral areas have obviously less voters. There would be some pretty standout figures in terms of, I suppose, and I'm not terribly surprised about the first 2, as you said, 2 and Inishowen 463. I suppose it's a silly question, but let's say there hadn't been this huge Sinn Féin wave, and like it's spectacular. They have,
it's amazing what they've done.
They have taken over half of the entire votes, if these figures are correct.
That's incredible. Yeah,
I mean, I've never seen the like of it in a very long time. So when you juxtapose that with where you were at and the base you're coming from, clearly but the more than your party leader said, there is a green agenda, and there are people, not huge numbers, but that is a very respectable figure. And I think more and more that's going to kick in.
Well, people would not have been aware of basically the party existing in Donegal as recently as, say, November, December. Now, they certainly wouldn't have been aware of me because I was only nominated as a candidate at the end of November. I'm confident we could easily double or triple the numbers we have in Inishowen, just because that's where I'm from. We could easily increase the numbers in Letterkenny. I think we could be a contender. The next election, we can really give this a shot. We'll have a base there. We'll have 200 posters, which we didn't have this time 3 weeks ago. So we're kind of getting our act together, and we could really do something.
And I know you were involved in a lot of the debates. Some I heard, some I didn't. But does climate change, talking about climate change in Donegal, get votes? Because we've already concluded here that talking about Brexit doesn't get votes. People weren't into it.
Well, there's a few things. First of all, we were the only ones to talk about climate in Donegal, and the point I've been making a few times: climate change isn't just going to affect you if you're living in Dublin 4 or Ranelagh, and people are becoming increasingly aware of it. Because we haven't been communicating that in Donegal, it's not surprising that it's only beginning to occur to people. That should be a factor for voting in an election in Donegal. So that's our job. We've got to go out there and evangelise for this being an issue that will affect you in Creeslaw or Buncrana. So that's our job. And in terms of what people were concerned about, I think everybody has a level of concern in the background, but they tend to focus more on the more urgent issues around housing and health and education, which is understandable. But what we're saying is that this background issue that they think it's important, but maybe not urgent. Our job is to try and convince people that it's actually really urgent. We need to get this sorted out because it's going to affect everything else you're worried about. Will be impacted by this underlying crisis. It's going to grow and grow over the next 10 years.
So you're there for the long haul because, you're not going to have a Greta Thunberg sort of popping up in Creeslaw or wherever else. It is very tricky, and it's very hard to get that message when you're trying to balance the budget, when maybe there's an issue and you have to get people in or out of hospital. And if you're in that sort of dreaded middle income group who don't have medical cards and are getting nailed for everything, there's a whole sea of things that basically I used to call cash in pocket.
Yeah.
That that are far more relevant to so many people, and particularly the charts that we don't want to top in terms of income and poverty ratings and all that. We want to be on top of those, so it can be kind of almost a luxury to be green.
Yeah, and I can understand why that's a perception. So there's a couple of points here. One would be, I mentioned this before about the 2017 flooding, which knocked out roads in Inishowen, some of which still haven't been repaired, and that's cost millions. So what we're saying is that those type of events are much more likely to happen and will have a negative impact, which will cost us money, and that money will be taken out of other budgets you might have. But the second thing that you touched on is really important. Donegal has socioeconomically, it's got a lot of challenges. It's got the highest rate of medical card owners. There's a lot of people that are broke, and we need to be really, and part of the reason the Donegal Green Party will feed into the main Green Party to try and tell them, for example, you can't simply just increase a fuel tax without providing a viable alternative. So that there are things we need to, being a rural element of the Green Party, we will take that information and gather it up.
I'm paraphrasing Eamon Ryan here, but isn't there a difficulty though for the that, some of what you would be advocating just would be very difficult for farmers in Donegal and elsewhere to swallow.
Well, just on,
you're on easy bedfellows. Is that?
No, that I wouldn't. I'd say
Well, it's just a few.
No. I met with the IFA last week, and what was interesting was it was kind of a nice, respectful meeting, and I think they weren't quite sure where I was coming from, and I wasn't quite sure. I mean, I was. Okay. I left the hotel in one piece.
Metaphorically
speaking. But it turned. What I was saying, I think what we agreed on is that there's a huge, like a Venn diagram where you've got two circles that overlap. There's a huge area of overlap between what we want to do and what the IFA primarily in Donegal wants to make sure that family farms are protected, that there's an increase in income, that they're not being victimized by what's almost effectively a cartel in the beef industry. All of the things that they want overlap very closely with what we want. There will be some areas that we do disagree on, but what I was suggesting last week with the IFA is that we park those for the moment and just concentrate on the bits that we say that these are common areas and common objectives that we'd like to work on.
I think what you say is very interesting, Michael. I think what I see is sort of quite strange that where you've come from a standing start at 60 is a very, very respectable, but absolutely. Now, I think the strange thing I noticed is that I think the small farmers through the city who really should probably be the natural allies of the Green Party. There's maybe a fear, maybe it's some of the rhetoric that's put out there or other things, but surely one of the first things for it to succeed is maybe more communication between you and they see you as a threat where, to be realistic, there's more in common with a little farmer out in the west of the county who's fighting tons of crazy European
well, that was the
legislation.
Point. Again, there's a few points you touch on. We talked with Professor John Sweeney, who's based in Maynooth. So he's a specialist in climate change. His big point was that farming as it's conducted in the northwest is not a threat in any way. It's not the intensive agriculture that the Green Party tended to focus on down south. So the farmers here generate a lot of their payments from Pillar 2 payments, which are a payment you get for being a good steward of the land. Yeah. So there'd be a suspicion possibly of what the Green Party's agenda had been in the past, but that's partly because there wasn't a Green Party representative here as well. So we're building up a party, and our intention would be to engage as closely as we can, because we do have for our overall objectives in terms of how to address climate change and emissions, etc. 67% of the land surface of the island is run by farmers, and we have to. You can't coerce farmers into helping us. We need to collaborate and cooperate with them, and that can only be done where we agree together that these are good things we can achieve together. So we'll be trying to get that. And also, there's a two-way process. When I was talking to the IFA last week, we had talked about this idea of, say, large-scale tree planting across the county, and their representative explained to us, well, the reason we plant Sitka spruce is because the financial return comes back relatively, within 20 years. If we do what you want to do, it could take 40, 50 years. My kids might see it. That's not going to financially work for us. So that's a good example of something I need to take back and have a chat with it back at Party HQ and say, what's the answer to get what we want, which is more deciduous trees, and what the farmer needs, which is dosh. He needs to get an income for his family.
Yeah. Well, the other area, Niamh, this will be close to your heart, and I have to admit here, I'm pleading ignorance. I was aware of the farmers being sort of a little bit suspicious, shall we say, for want of a better phrase. But how do you sit with the fishermen and the people who are fishing in Killybegs? Because I'd imagine there that might be a cool meeting.
Well, as I was saying at the Ocean FM debate, I'm probably the only one that stood on the deck to earn money. So I used to salmon fish off Malin Heads for 3 seasons. Yeah. Like back in the bad old days when you actually threw a net out by hand and pulled it in by hand and you got wet and cold. And I still have family involved in the fishing industry in Greencastle. So I've gone through the marine policy the Green Party has is just fairly generic, and there's definitely room for more input from the Irish Fishermen's Organisation. What I actually saying, a nephew of mine is a skipper. I was saying to him, there's kind of an open door there for us to refine that policy. The only thing the only red lines the Green Party would have is to try and make sure that whatever's done is sustainable. And that's just a common sense thing, that we try not to overfish particular stocks, which is already the case now. But I think that the Fishermen's Organisation and get a more detail around. Okay. It's not as detailed as it could be.
I'm going to give your brain a bit of a break now, because you've been doing this tough, I'd say, over the last 3-4 weeks. But just talk to me about what's it like coming from, say, a party that wouldn't have huge resources, as you said, initially could meet in a telephone box and now could meet in a large room. I mean, like, what kind of mileage, what kind of time spent, where did the money come from? Because I imagine there's nobody there saying, there you go, there's X number of €100 maybe to put up something here or to go on Facebook or wherever the case may be. What was it like? Because I'd say yours was a lonely road.
It's been a bit of crack. We were kind of caught on the hop. The election happened about 4 weeks earlier than we expected. And we literally didn't have a bank account. Yeah, by the standards and public office rules, you have to have a bank account to put money into. So we neither had an account or money. But within about 10 days, within about 24 hours, we'd raised £1,000.
Wow.
But our budget's been pretty small by most standards. We've probably have spent around £3.5-4 grand. Somebody like Pierce may have spent 20 grand in this election.
I don't know. I don't have figures.
Well, sorry, that's from a previous election. I don't want to pick on him actually. No. The bigger guys will be in around the 18 to 25 mark. But what we lacked in resources, we made up for in other ways. It's a beautiful county to be campaigning in, and there's been breathtaking moments where I went and visited a little school in Kilmany where there's snow in the hills up behind. It's a beautiful place in any case, and you're there with little kids. And
tell me, where do you think the Green Party and Sinn Féin would sit together?
I've been versed in this by headquarters, so we've set no. So there's a message went to all candidates yesterday about what to say and not to say. So the standard line is that we've set no preconditions about who we'd go into government with. We have a manifesto that we want to implement.
Okay.
So that's.
Well, I'm coming at this from a different way, where I've seen Mary Lou McDonald making it known to reporters that she's very keen at the moment to speak to every party bar Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. We'll see how that goes.
Well, the Green Party said they'll speak to everybody.
Yeah. Okay, have you any final thoughts, and are there any final questions? And I really appreciate you coming. Yeah, Niamh.
Question for them. Your vote has come, 1,600 has come from all over the county. Where would your instinct be that your number twos, when you reach the elimination stage, where do you believe that they're likely to go with the other, in relation to the other candidates?
Where they come to us from, or
I know where they'll go to. What's your
in terms of
theory on number twos?
so,
where will they?
I'd say they'd probably be proportional to whatever the traditional voting pattern is in Donegal. Like, I'd imagine they'll go to Fianna Fáil, to Sinn Féin, to Fine Gael.
Right, yeah.
It's and actually what's useful for the first time, we'll have a baseline of information that we're going to take that spreadsheet that shows you the votes and where they came from, and we can have a look at it for the first time, because prior to this I didn't really have a clue where the votes might come from.
Well, the reason we're asking the question obviously is, and we're being a bit cruel here, but obviously we're very interested in, say, where the transfers from people like yourself to 1,600 votes, where they might end up in terms of saving Thomas Pringle or somebody else.
I suspect some of them will go to Thomas Pringle. You'd also imagine, because so much politics in Donegal's local, some of them may go to other Inishowen candidates.
Yeah, because
so Pádraig McLaughlin might get some, maybe Charlie McConnell.
Very strong in Letterkenny and very strong in Inishowen, but Inishowen would be seen as home for you personally.
Yeah, but although my children go to Clashjallia in Letterkenny and I work in Letterkenny, so there's a good balance there.
Yeah.
But we just didn't do an awful lot of canvassing, and that's why I'm so confident we could double or triple the votes.
Yeah, okay. I'm surprised. I think the posters issue. I mean, I think I would be one of those people that don't like posters either, and I know a lot of people don't. But yet, no, we do realise that we have to put them up at times to get the face recognition and all that out there. But I was quite surprised at the Green Party for actually putting up posters. And,
but it makes a big difference, Niamh. The people that even work in the same place in Letterkenny came up the day after the posters went up. They said, "I didn't realise you're running for the election." It's an essential part of it. It'd be nice to have nicer ways to do this.
It would be.
But sorry, just turn this off.
No, it's okay. It definitely confirms that we're live. One of the other people coming over and says, "Well, I turned my phone off." And I says, "Well, probably the producer will tell you to turn it off, but no, it kind of makes it real." That's an interesting point about the posters. The sad reality is, if you don't have posters up, you will hear that line, "I didn't know you were running."
Yeah.
And it's as basic as that.
So much of the elections is to do with name recognition and just a repetition.
Yeah.
So it's just, and this is our first time out of the traps. Yeah. We'll get better at that, and we'll make sure that people hear about it.
Well, in fairness to you, Niamh, I love the fact that I have seen the same posters on at least 3 or 4 occasions. Michael, you need to go. And listen, thanks a million for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's the Green Party candidate, and that's a very, very good figure of 1646. And thanks to Niamh for getting him. But that is true. In the various local elections, you've been recycling like there's no tomorrow, and using posters that might have an odd bruise on them, but they still get the message through.
Haggard looking at this stage.
Well, I'm glad you said that. I wouldn't dream to say something like that. My God, you get me in trouble. Margaret Carr Flynn's have to give me a look.
It's strange you say that, Michael. I've always believed that posters are probably more important from your own supporters than neutral supporters, because they generate a momentum. Your own party supporters generally tend to be the first people who will go to complain if they're not posters. So I know when I was director of elections, my sole aim for using them was to try and generate a momentum inside the party. And I think that's from a director of elections perspective what you'll do with them.
No, I agree with you, but from my personal point of view, would love to see, and I think to do it in France and other countries, is to pick designated areas you can put up X number of posters from all of the candidates, and that's monitored and controlled. And it's not, they're not putting them in the back of Beyonds. They will put maybe 16 posters on an Autobahn or wherever in Germany, and and that is the face recognition.
Yeah.
I'm only saying that I have to say, I think going into a town and you see these posters on every lamppost, and then you see the white cable ties, in some cases, not all, after the election. I just think that's not good.
I think if there's one billboard, even if they say at every post in each town or somewhere like that you have a headshot of each of the candidates, and have it, just whip it away, and that's it. Yeah, make more sense.
Okay, Margaret, you've been kind of out and about and chatting people.
I have, yeah. Well, Joe McHugh is currently in the building, and he's making his way to us at some stage, getting all the interviews done. Thomas Pringle has also arrived here at the Ora Centre. Thomas just wanted a word with his family and his supporters, and he should be over to us shortly as well to have a chat. But I think for some reason.
Far too civilized.
Yeah, it was very like, yeah.
I know.
Well, maybe that's it.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting when we were interested in Peter Casey, and because there's a kind of a national agenda with him, there was almost a different atmosphere for those couple of minutes, and there was a tension there, almost because every word is weighted now for him, and like I know he handles it well and the rest of it, but basically, you couldn't. Bear in mind what I do for a living. You couldn't be unaware of the fact that his responses were being noted.
Yeah.
And that's a kind of a different game for him. And the same would apply to Pierce. But I think getting half an hour with Pierce Doherty this morning was a bit of a coup. Because, like, I think as time moves on, you will see his time. Because with Mary Lou and the others, they really have a huge job now. They nearly won't get time to enjoy this victory because it really is. I kind of can't get over it. It's just, it's remarkable in its own way that they have basically ring-fenced 30,000+ votes off the quota. I think it's quite incredible. Total electorate 77192.
I think it's very interesting, Michael, that when Pierce was there, that he just struck. The thought came across my mind that there is no doubt if there's a coalition, you were looking at a very, very, very senior ministry for Pierce Doherty. One of the top 2 or 3.
His choice is Minister for Finance.
I heard that. But what I think there's no doubt in the world, if a coalition is put together, you're going to have Pierce Doherty as one of the top 3-4 ministers,
which would be good for us,
which would be good for the county.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, it'd be huge. Yeah, and possibly at a better time than when Mary Coughlan was tarnished. And the one thing I always say, and others said it to her as well, she got the second best job in politics at the completely the wrong time. It was terrible timing because basically we were in free fall, and it turned out really to be very, very difficult. Margaret, in terms of talking to, I know Joe McHugh is coming. You probably didn't get a chance to talk to him that much, but is there any sense from him that he feels he's a spot of bother?
Well, I didn't get talking to him yet. It's only to his people to sort of line him up for the interview.
Your because people, he's people.
Yes, exactly. So it's sort of, as soon as he came into the room, there was a swarm of people around him and various different TV looking for him to do interviews, which he has done. So he started doing the radio stations now. So unfortunately, until he comes up to us, we don't really know how he's feeling. I was talking briefly to Thomas Pringle, and I suppose he just said that he wants to talk to his family and to his supporters for a few minutes just to get settled in. And
I'm not being smart about this, but it's not an unfamiliar position for Thomas, and Ulton alluded to that as well, his son, in that he's always been kind of in a tight corner. So the only thing is kind of the mood music, when you step away from Ulton, from everybody else, is kind of pointing towards it not working out this time for him. So it's not an easy place for him to go or to be at this stage. Niamh, I go back to something I said to you earlier on today. A bit of a disaster if Thomas doesn't get elected in terms of our part of Donegal, the franchise area really for 105 Ocean FM, Signal, where they'll be listening. It's not a good day.
No. It's absolutely not. And and I was just looking here, just going through some of the Kilcara, Carrick and Glen boxes here now to see that he did very, very well in there.
Run through that, because I'm mindful that people might be station hopping on as well.
Yeah,
maybe at the match and coming in now. And maybe just let people get a flavour of that.
It's funny, between me and Eric, Kilcara, Carrick and Glen, Pat the Cope got 265 and Joe McHugh equally 265. But Pringle got 654. So those posters that he had up, keep your local TD, were certainly working in there and in that area. Not so much maybe Duncanelli, which we've discussed earlier, which is strange. But that's strange, isn't it?
That's a real poster, to be honest.
Give me that again.
Strange. In comparison to the likes of Duncanelli, where his vote had gone down, which Brendan was speaking about earlier on today, he was quite strong in Kilcara, Carrick and Glen in comparison to the minister, who would have spent a lot of time in Kilcara, Carrick and Glen.
And a fair bit of money.
Exactly, which is unusual now. Cope, I wasn't surprised that he was getting 265, but I certainly was very surprised that Joe McHugh, his vote was equal to Pat's there, because I would have thought it would have been a lot higher.
In Glen Columkill,
Yeah, Kilcar, Carrick and Glen, all those boxes. Meenanary, like Pringle got 63 in Meenanary, and Joe McHugh got 15. That Coke got 29.
Michael, if you look back at that area, just taking the Kilcar area alone, a number of years ago when Jim Height and Denny McGinley ran, there was over 400 votes in the Kilcar booths alone for Fine Gael.
Yeah.
So you can certainly see the sea changes. There was almost 1,000 votes in the entire area. So now you're looking at 265, probably one Glen, three, 2/3 of it has gone.
Help me out here. Would have been a Fine Gael candidate, John McNulty. Had things gone differently for him, he would have capitalised on that. There was a growing Fine Gael support there, and he was in on that. And then, as you know, the way things basically panned out for him in terms of the appointment to that arts committee that didn't work out, and then things kind of just, the sands moved and he lost out. But I always got the sense that he was in a good place if there was a chance for him to run at that time.
Well, I suppose, at that time, maybe at that time.
Oh, and at that time,
moves very, very fast.
Very much so.
Like there's a window open. If things they either work out for you or they don't work out for you, for him at that time, circumstances they took a hand. He was out, and that's sort of history. I'm just saying that when you look at the traditional vote in that area, it is surprising when you see how the Fine Gael vote has dropped in that area. And I mean, it's an area I know well.
I was just going to say that
upside down, inside out.
You couldn't be happy with that. Like that's not good.
Well, I think the director of elections there shouldn't be happy with it. Like if I were director of elections there, then I'd be looking for somebody's an explanation. But that's mildly. I don't want to put you off air.
The first sentence sounded very interesting. That was a very good edit by you there, Judge. But I hear you. So there will be a conversation.
I think the
within Fine Gael.
The Pierce Doherty vote in Kilcar and non-area, and we look at it like it's for somebody to go from 53 votes to 167 in Kilcar, like that's what 45 miles away from him, and in a not traditional Sinn Féin area. I understand that's a massive achievement, and he actually took votes smack down the middle from Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael doing that, and from Thomas, and I think that's what actually would impress me about the thing, that he was able to go there into the Kilcar, Glen, Carrick area and just lift votes from for want of a better word, the bigger parties.
Yeah.
And I think that puts it into context. I think that's
big time.
That shows you the massive the turnaround it was. That as I say, Kilcar is 40 odd miles from Pierce Doherty, and yet he trebles his vote in it, which
incredible. We're just talking about the performance of Sinn Féin in through, for want of a better phrase. Sorry, I should introduce you first because I forget we're in radio land. Minister Joe McHugh has sat down at the table here. Joe, thanks for joining us. Right, actually, we'll come back to that.
Yeah. Where you mentioned "in through" there, but was that just a phrase, or you weren't talking about "in through," Michael? No?
Oh no, I was.
Oh, you were talking about "in through."
You were. Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
We can take this opportunity to thank the people of "in through" for their support again in this election, and I'm very, very grateful.
I know we were looking at your figures. You should be thanking them.
Oh, I'm delighted. There.
You're a long way from Carrigart there.
But it's my second home, though, Michael.
Okay.
I've made it my second home, and since I came in there in 2014, they've welcomed me. And I'm gonna continue to stay in touch with them because they're a great people.
Okay, listen, we'll cut to the chase here. Where are you at? Are you going to get elected?
Obviously, the belief that they will get elected, and confident that that'll happen. But there's a lot of things to play out before that. I see Thomas smiling over at me here now, and we'll have to see how these surpluses work out.
And just again to remind listeners or to tell them that Thomas Pringle has sat down beside us as well. So. An embarrassment of riches now. We have two TDs around the table. Thomas, you're welcome, and thank you for coming in. The first thing I would say to you, I don't know whether you heard it or not, But the piece that your son put up on Facebook a couple of days before the election I read it out, and it was a magnificent piece where Ulton talked about, Ulton's 21 now, about 20 of his 21 years, all he could remember was daddy coming home from his job in the county council, grabbing a bite to eat and out the door to a meeting. And we were kind of making that point, and I was actually made a point in absence about Alwyn, your wife, who kind of gave up, for want of a better expression, a very good career in politics, and I would have known her through my Offaly connections, and has spent her time in Milford. I'm not saying she's not active in politics, you know what I mean here. People have made huge sacrifices, and it's only when you read something like that Ulton wrote, and then Kieran Kennedy, the son of the late Peter Kennedy, county councillor, gave us the same thing. We sometimes, and I'd be guilty of this, and I try not to do that, but when you're as long time at this, what I do for a living, there is a danger sometimes that you get that behind these figures, there's a whole trauma, and there's a whole family, and there's a whole, in the broadest sense, a huge family of people, whether they're in Carrigart or whether they're in Killybegs, willing and wishing and wanting things to work out. So I say that from that point of view. But and I'll come to you in a second, Thomas. So you think you're okay-ish?
Well, one thing, the word we never use or we hate is, and we don't know, like obviously we're expecting
it's really tricky, isn't it?
A 50% transfer for Martin. I want to acknowledge Martin and the people around him. Like we put in a massive campaign. It's a tough campaign, but these surpluses are going to be very interesting. I know Thomas is going to be looking in that direction as well, and we have to see how that turns out.
Okay, Thomas, thanks for coming in.
No bother,
do you see yourself in a battle with Pat the Cope, or is it a broader battle for the last seat?
Well, it's shaping up probably that it'll be a battle with Pat Cope. Probably Joe might be in the mix there too.
Yeah, oh no.
And and reality is, I mean, based on the first count tallies, I'd be up against it anyway. And so we have to see how the transfers are going to distribute. We're looking at that at the moment. We'll see how that goes.
Have your people seen a lot of those transfers?
Yeah, they've been looking at them. And
others have told us that they tell a good enough story for you?
Yeah, I think the story is looking fairly good, but we just don't know yet, and we haven't seen all the transfers, and it depends. Obviously, it depends how well Pat Cope does and Joe does as well off those transfers. How where it's going to be. So it's a squeaky bottom time, as they say. So I just have to wait and see what happens.
Ultimate joke that you always say in the house: I'll get the third seat. And I think at this stage it's a bit of a private joke in your house. I mean, and I don't say this glibly, but you're used to being in a corner and 184 votes on the 13 count last time. And a lot of people had written your political obituary.
Well, hopefully.
So I'm very reluctant to do that.
A bit premature this time as well, but we'll just have to wait and see. Look, I mean, yes, it would be nice to be coming into account and not having to worry and saying that it's going away and coming back tomorrow for the acceptance speech. That hasn't happened, so we'll just have to wait and see. I think there'll be a lot of permutations yet before it's all over. But
we anecdotally picked up and heard that, and there's nothing wrong with this, they're quite entitled to it, but that Sinn Féin sort of spent a lot of shoe leather in your back door, and that they really went after Killybegs and other areas in a very strong way. Again, nothing wrong with that.
So did Joe, and so did Pat Cope, and so did nobody has a...
I accept that, but what we heard was, and it may be wrong, and Pierce Doherty said no, and Patrick McLaughlin didn't agree with that either, that they focused particularly on your vote in terms of trying to pick votes off you. Now, maybe it's for different reasons, but when you look at the Keelogs box and you look at places like Pierce Doherty's vote is very strong.
You always hear rumours through council, through elections and stuff like that there, and so is doing this and so is doing that. And
I say they're well entitled to do it. I'm just...
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's what election comes down to. Like, I mean, my own personal opinion would be that in reality, I think I was a thorn in Sinn Féin side and being here in Donegal, because I was, they weren't the sole opposition when I was here. So everybody will gain if I lose out, and I'll gain if somebody else loses out, and that's the reality of the situation. So
John Campbell, your election agent, ticked me off for going back into history and saying that, in another life 20 plus years ago, that you would have been in the Sinn Féin pool. And the only reason I brought that up was that might do you no harm. There might be a couple more transfers in that, or do you think that too much water's under the bridge and you're very much your own?
I'm very much my own person, and that's why I'm not in the Sinn Féin pool as well.
I know.
Like, you know, and in reality, like I'm 21 years involved in politics. This year, I've 2.5 years involved in Sinn Féin, but it seems to be the only thing that yourself and other media like to talk about, which is a sad reflection too, I think, you know. And I'm not blaming you entirely for that, but it's all the media, like, you know.
I suppose the reason I'm raising it is that I'm wondering if you need transfers, that there might be a few that come from that, from people who have voted. And the other thing, actually, the other thing I wanted to ask you about, because I know I asked you this last time, not having votes from places like Ballantrae and Ballyshannon, has that hurt you a bit more this time? I thought the last time it might hurt.
Probably a wee bit more this time. I don't know. I mean, it's all we can say. It hurt me, like, and I can say, yeah, if I lose my seat, that. I know, and that's the reality of the situation. But who knows, really? And when the votes are all counted here, we'll see how it splits out. And I think we canvass very hard in Snorler, Letterkenny, and Joan as well to try and boost the numbers there. That didn't come to pass, you know. And the Donegal elected, I feel we could have done a bit better, but you know, and that didn't come to pass well. So all those things come together and make a result in the end.
I'll come back to you, but. Going back to you, Joe McHugh, did John O'Donnell give you a limp in your backyard?
Yeah, look, he's in my backyard and it becomes competitive.
Serious number of votes in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when you have somebody right up on top of you like that, there's going to be a competition around votes. So one of the things that we did in this campaign, it was a conscious decision, was to stay on the doorsteps. And one of the big sort of takeaways from this campaign is that engagement on the doorstep, those conversations around the pressure that people are on, the different ways that they're looking for support down the line, and obviously in the present tense as well. But they also pointed to our delivery, and I stood in this election on my delivery, my track record, whether it's education projects getting across the line, whether it's the new Gael Skull in Donegal Town, whether it's the new €2.1 million library in Donegal Town, whether it's Nilemore School and the extension there. We pointed to our track record, but when the wind of change is there, it's like it just goes through everything. And one of the things in the last week that we wanted to ensure that we did was to consolidate, to hold what we have. And I'm just so delighted that people did come out to give us the number ones, to acknowledge us for the work we've done, the work we've started, and also being honest with them that we still have a lot more to do.
Tell me this, Pat the Cope Collar, and I know at least 8 or 9 Fianna Fáil TDs who have gone on record as saying they're happy to deal with Sinn Féin. You're up here in Donegal, you're meeting the Sinn Féin people every day of the week. Are you with Leo Varadkar? Do you want to do business with Sinn Féin? Do you feel that if that party has 32 or 33 seats, that the electorate are telling you, talk to them?
No, we're clear, Michael. No equivocation. The whole way through this campaign, we've said we wouldn't be going into government with Sinn Féin. That hasn't changed. It won't change. We will not be going in with Sinn Féin. And that was the message, and we're being consistent in our message. We got votes on the basis of that message, and we're not going to deviate from that.
Let's say worst case scenario, things don't work out for you. I mean, sometimes is being a minister not a great thing when you're out in the hustings trying to get votes, because you probably spend some of your time in Cork and Kerry, elsewhere, opening schools, doing X, Y, and Z. Funny kind of a question to ask you, but can it work against you?
It can. Like, all politics is local, and people like that attention, that one-to-one engagement all the time. But one of the things, having a second job, and it is a second job being a minister, because your first job and your most important job is Seach the Dali, messenger of the people. So that has to be the priority. So what I ensured that I did with 4,000 schools in the country, I made sure that the attention that was needed in my own constituency was given, and on the doorsteps I got that acknowledgement, and I'm still here. We're waiting tonight, tomorrow to see if I get elected or not, but I'm confident that there is an appreciation and acknowledgement for that work.
I'll ask you a straight question. I thought Thomas would be in a battle for the last seat. Did you expect to be in a tight corner as well? I didn't.
Politics is politics, and my son last night was asking me would I top the poll. I says, we have to wait till the boxes are open. He says, well, sure, the worst case scenario, you might come third. I says, that may not happen either. But look, a fifth seat, as Thomas found out the last time, a seat's a seat. And whether it's 1 point from a 0-0 away draw in football, a seat's a seat. And I'd be happy to take a seat no matter what.
Galway are going home tonight, winning by a point. Thomas, the Sinn Féin love me or don't love me. Where are you and all that on the national stage? I read somewhere Mary Lou MacDonald said at the minute she wants to be Taoiseach and she wants to talk to everybody, bar Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. Just as a political observer, what do you make of all of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, we have to see when the count's finished and all the seats are decided. I think you'll see a lot of changes taking place then. And you know, Fine Gael are very adamant now, but when it comes to a point, who knows what's going to happen? I think my preference has always been that there was an opportunity there for a left coalition to be formed in this country, which would be groundbreaking and would mean that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael both would be in opposition, and I think that I still would be my preference. I don't know if that's feasible, and the reality is, if it's not feasible, I think what the next best option would be for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael to be forced together, because in reality that's what's going to change Irish politics. And I know Joe's sitting here and not there, but in reality, if Fine Gael are in a government and Fianna Fáil are in opposition, or vice versa, we're going to have the same thing that we've had for the last 80 years, and that's not going to be any change.
I'm going to be very selfish here. I live in Ballyshannon. My voting options were people from Roscommon and various parts of Sligo and Leitrim, who some of them, notwithstanding what I do for a living, if they came into the room, I may not know them. And these were the people I had to vote for. I'm now in a situation where if Thomas Pringle loses seat, my nearest TD will be in either Gidor or Carrigart, or if I want to go south, in somewhere in Sligo. And that doesn't sit very well with me. Not as somebody asking you questions, but just as somebody who wants to wear the Donegal jersey. There's something wrong there, Joe.
Yeah, you're not on your own, as you know. I've spoken to Fine Gael people in Ballantrae, Ballyshannon, Bundoran. They're very annoyed about it, very upset about it. They want Donegal to be united. I'm with them on that, and I know Councillor Barry Sweeney was very anxious to get his motion into the council. So with 37 councillors that are behind this, there will be another opportunity when the commission gets together, the electoral commission, to ensure we bring it together, because there was a big call the last time from Leitrim to unite Leitrim. And then Donegal lost out. It was
well,
based on numbers.
Tell me this: how did the bean counters work it out that Cavan got back into Cavan?
Well, look, they do it on numbers, and
I know they do.
Obviously, there was a decrease in population.
So we're not that important if you live in Bundoran, if you live south of the Lahi line.
But Bundoran people are very important, Michael. As
I
you
know.
I'm being Shannon people, and
I'm being a bit disingenuous. But people are very sore about it, Joe.
Oh no, I know that. I have friends in Ballyshannon. I've spoken to them, and I think we can collectively look at that, and I'd be confident that the population is going in the right direction as well, maybe to make that happen.
And now I'm speaking to convert it to you, Thomas, because your posters had it on stay local, keep a TD locally. It's a bad day if you live in South Donegal. We've lost 18 town councillors over a period of time. We may or may not lose our local TD from Killybegs. That's not good. Yeah, I know you have to go, Joe. Just bear with me 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, but in reality, as far as I understand it, to bring Ballyshannon and Bundoran and Ballantrae back into Donegal, it would require a constitutional referendum.
Yeah.
It would also require growing the number of TDs in the country across the board, because you would impact on Donegal, but it would also impact right across the country because of our representational system. If people would be willing to accept it, I think that should be more than acceptable. But the reality is, whether people will accept that, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll let Joe go. I want to let you go. Just last question to you. We knew Sinn Féin were going to do well. Yeah. You could see from, as I call it, John McAteer's poll in the Tyrconnell Tribune. Yeah. You could see it from the TG Cahir one.
Yeah.
But seriously, is this not a massive sort of you got it wrong in Fine Gael, and to an extent you got it wrong in Fianna Fáil? Picked on the wrong issues and you picked on the wrong people. And Mary Lou should have been in the first debate because she won it by not being there. Were there not an awful lot of mistakes made at national level?
No, not at all, because we're in government 9 years. We've had money for 2 years. There's a lot of weaknesses, a lot of money that needs to go into public services. We were very honest and articulate at that point. But what will happen now in the future, the people that voted for Sinn Féin and the big wand of change, they're going to be looking at their insurance premiums in a few weeks' time, a few months' time, or by Christmas, and they're going to be thinking, is this insurance premium coming down? There's also going to be public sector pay talks coming up now after the formation of this government, and with no money set aside by Sinn Féin, we had 2 billion set aside. Where's the equality of pay for teachers? I'm going to be looking at that space very, very closely.
Okay, listen, you're a busy man, much in demand. Thanks for your time. Okay, that's Joe McHugh. Thomas, what happens now? You'll watch those figures, and there's probably more light at the end of the tunnel, maybe, than some people were saying, in terms of picking up from the likes of Pierce Doherty. I'm not so sure with 1,000 votes that Pádraig McLaughlin's going to be much good to you.
Well, we're actually doing very well from the transfers from them as well, by looking by the figures we've looked at the moment. So it's all. I think it's all to play for. We'll have to see how it works out. Really and truly, we won't know until after both these surpluses are distributed. Then we'll have a clear picture then, and whether what happens from that point on.
I was looking at the Sweeney, White, and Casey behind you. There's 5,500 votes there to be distributed. Would you be confident of getting a fair number to some of those from those candidates, because it would be maybe like-minded to you, or would there be others over? Not them all.
No, definitely not them all.
Not them all. Sorry,
That's an interesting gene pool he just put in.
But what I'm saying, that's a sizable amount of votes to have as a cushion for anybody, and there has to be a reasonable vote in there. A transfer for you,
I think in terms of Michael White's vote, I think I should be in the lion's share of them anyway, transfers. So especially when you look at he's in his own base, he's going to transfer to Pádraig McLaughlin, and then go on from that there. So Pádraig McLaughlin will be already elected. Casey will go out eventually, so they'll come back as well. So I think it would do all right from them.
Probably as well, because there's almost a third of his votes are from this process. That's right, down to Ardahi, down to the bridge.
Yeah, so that vote should benefit me as well, and also it'll benefit Joe McHugh, but it should benefit me more so than Pat the Cope anyway as well. And that's the key, will be where I'll benefit more so than Pat the Cope, would be and close that gap of it.
What's the campaign been like, Thomas? Tough?
It's been tough. It's been very good. We set out to knock on as many doors as possible. I think we've done that.
I noticed you spent a fair bit of time in Inishowen and places like that. Like, you really stretched the net.
We didn't really, actually.
Maybe the
perception maybe that we did, but basically this election.
I saw a couple of posts on Facebook, and there you go.
Well, it's funny.
I got caught.
It's funny how Facebook works that way. But no, I mean, basically, I spent about 2 hours in Inishowen and over the whole campaign. But there were people out canvassing in Inishowen the whole time. There was people canvassing from Letterkenny, canvassing Letterkenny. There was people from Sonora elected area canvassing Sonora elected area, and which was the first time we've had that in any election. So that's been very positive. I hopefully when it comes down to it that'll stand to us as well. You
have a long night ahead of you?
I'd say so, and probably a long day tomorrow too.
You think we'll go into a second day?
Well, I just heard that they were talking here that the first count will be all to do today. And I don't know, is that true or not? Yourself, you'll hear more rumors going around here.
Yes. Okay. All right. Listen, thanks for your time. Talk to you later on.
No bother at all.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thanks. All right. That's Thomas Pringle battling the battle, hoping to retain his seat. Looks to be in a bit of a dogfight for the fifth and final seat, possibly with Joe McHugh. We feel more likely with Pat the Cope Gallagher, but he's certainly not giving up the ghost. And indeed, why should he? Because as I said when we were talking to him, 184 votes he got in on the 13th count last time. Off the top of my head, I presume he didn't reach the quote. I can't remember. Niamh, what do you make of that? He hasn't given up, or?
No, either of them have, but both of them, you can feel the wind is a bit out of their sails, can't you? You just get that impression out by both, which is, it's sad, I have to say, when you're sitting in the middle of it.
I'm not a mind reader, but I think Joe is more surprised to be in that position than Thomas. And possibly Joe is a bit safer, but who knows?
Well, who knows? It really is going to be...
Proportional representation is a strange beast. Okay, we're going to take a wee break here. It's 20 to 6. We're going for a commercial break. Back very shortly. 27. We got it. That's great. Okay. I'm enjoying myself so much here that I thought it was only 6 o'clock and I give everybody a heart attack. We're heading for just past 7:15. Just I'll paint a picture here. We're inside the Aura Letterkenny Leisure Centre. It's a huge, big building. There are council officials and tellers basically sifting through the votes of Pierce Doherty.
The adjudication of the doubtful votes ballots is still going on across the way there.
I see a table of people, arguing over those.
That's been going on since she called that 5:15, and it's now 7:15. So it's been going on for quite a while now. So
that's amazing. Yeah. Okay.
So there must be a lot of dodgy or kind of just doubtful or maybe spoiled, or we don't know yet.
I suppose if you're one of the four looking. Yeah. Martin. Great. All right. Well, thank you, Shane. Now, hello, Mary. Hello, Mary. How are you? My name is Michael Daly. How are you doing?
Nice to meet you.
And that's the voice of Mary T. Sweeney from Into, who, according to the tally figures, has 2373. That's really good going. That's a serious figure. And we were congratulating the Greens on picking up 1646. But you may be disappointed with it. I don't know, but that's quite a strong showing.
Well, I have to say I'm delighted that we've surpassed the 2% to get funding for the party. It's a huge achievement to do that. And can I thank all the people along the road that have voted for us and that have supported us. And what I would say that we're a new party, we're a fledgling party that's grassroots. In 1 year, we have fought 4 elections with money that's been donated from the public without political funding, That's a huge achievement, and anybody's a big ask. And I'm very proud of what we've done in 1 year.
Where's your background coming from in terms of politics? Always interested in it, but never actively involved?
I was actively involved as a young girl in Fianna Fáil.
And then a break and back
and then
in.
a break and then back in with a party of principle and integrity, and I'm very proud to be associated with Into.
I'm just looking at your figures and I'm breaking them down, these tally figures, say, for the likes of, well, we'll start with the really strong figure of 756 in Letterkenny, which I wouldn't have been hugely surprised with.
A bit disappointing for me, but you have to remember the other pro-life candidates that are standing.
Yeah.
John O'Donnell was very vocal on being pro-life, and the other young guy, Niall, was pro-life. So I have competition, and even, believe it or not, Pierce Doherty was saying he was pro-life in the last days prior to the election.
Funny, several people said that to me. I wasn't aware of that. Yeah. And then in shown, again, the figure I'm just looking for, 421.
Yeah. Again, being honest, when you see the division that people, like when you have even Sinn Féin now trying to be pro-life as well at the last minute, you have to wonder how many people voted with conscience to think, well, it's okay to still sit with Sinn Féin. And that's where I think really the protest is out there, and it's a protest vote. The surge is a protest to the government.
And 410 in Glenties. They're really strong figures.
Yeah, they're strong, but again, in 3.5 weeks, I suppose they are strong, but I would have liked them higher.
Yeah. So I wasn't sure when you sat down how you would be. I kind of knew that the Green Party candidate would be happy, but and I don't mean this, I'm not saying you're right not to be ecstatic about it, but you feel there was more.
Oh, there's 100% more, and they're coming out and they're building. And believe you me, we'll be getting more the next time we're out.
And the next time you're out, if you're to listen to some people, not all, may not be that long away.
I would think not. So at least now
why
do
you
funding.
think that?
Because to get consensus now among the two parties, but the looks the way I understand it is possibly going to be trying to get Sinn Féin and Fianna Fáil together in coalition.
Yeah.
And it really, there's a lot of personalities there, and it may not be that easy.
Talk to me about the doorsteps. We're talking to Peter Casey and different people, and he seemed to be unhappy that Brexit wasn't a big issue. But for the life of me, I couldn't see Brexit being I'm not saying it's not important, but being an issue. What were people asking you about? What was big?
The first statement made on the doors was, as long as you're not Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. There was no distinction made. There was no clarification made.
Yeah.
That was the big statement that was obviously made on the door.
People see them as the one gene pool.
They very much saw them as the one gene pool. The next issue was there were, because of the new party Into, they said, who are you? We don't know you.
Yeah.
So a lot of people do not yet know who Into are. And we are a grassroots, we're a party founded by Pater Devine on the principles of life, unity and economic justice for all. Yeah. So please get to know the name Into, because we will be back and we'll be going from strength to strength.
And I assume you're totally at odds based on policy with Sinn Féin?
I'm not on odds with anybody's policy. I'm trying to build a party of principle and integrity and trust that we can have confidence in a political party in this country. There's not very much confidence in any political party in this country at the moment. People are very disillusioned, and that came out up on the doors time and time again.
Yeah, I noticed as well that apart from, say, what I would call the into issues, and I don't mean to be generalizing too much, but I noticed that you very much, as the election day got closer, maybe you did this beforehand, but I saw it kind of maybe later in the day, you were focusing in on Letterkenny issues as well, which I completely understand. I can't remember what they were, but one of them may have been traffic and things like that, because obviously that was something that people were asking you about.
But traffic's you have so many commuting into Letterkenny as a central hub, and the reality, it's a sad reflection that Letterkenny, the size that it is, over 20,000 people, that we don't have I think that the traffic management, the poor planning, is all reflected by the lack of a local TD.
And again, it sounds like the absence of a second bridge.
Well, this is contentious in my book, because an epitaph to any architect is not what I want. I want something to deal with the real problems in the middle of the town and the town flow, to manage traffic in the centre of town where there's a real issue.
Huge. And I suppose some people as well kind of they take the view that if it's going to take 25 minutes to get from the Dry Arch to A, B, C or D, let's say St. Eunan's Cathedral, I mean, that just doesn't work for me. I don't know about you.
These are basic commuters. These are people trying to come in and drop children off at creche in the morning, or coming in trying to go to their work, that have an extra hour and 15 minutes on their daily commute, because or at the different roads and over Carnamugga, the roads into Letterkenny. It's not good enough. It's a small town, and if we were better managed, this wouldn't be happening.
I know you've talked a lot about Aintu, but I suppose I'm going to generalise and broaden the thing out. Politically, you said you were involved in Fianna Fáil many years ago. Where do you see us maybe in 2 weeks' time?
Where do I see it? I think it's a $1 million question at this stage. That the Sinn Féin camp here today is obviously sitting on the crest of a wave here. They're on a big high. The reality of real politics is a very different issue, and dealing with budgets and finances and contentious issues. And I think they hit on two key issues: the pension age, rightly so, and they hit on the insurance, which I highlighted over a year ago in the local issues. That there are issues there that we could, for insurance for young people. Rural communities need an access to transport when there is no public transport, and there's no reason we can't have telematic devices on cars for young people to get cheaper insurance and reward good driving and punish bad driving.
Did you think, and maybe I'm talking nationally as much as locally, did you think that maybe Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil were out of touch in terms of the way they wanted to drive the issues on the election, because it didn't seem to resonate with people, particularly for Fine Gael?
I don't know. I personally believe that there is a certain arrogance among the mainstream parties, and I do believe that they feel that the voters will just go where they want. I think the pension issue was a huge issue, and I think your core voter, your seasoned voter, when I asked, was it young people out? It wasn't. It was a cross-section were out, the elderly were out, and they were voting. They're the voters, and I think the pension age is a big issue. When you talk to people that are working in a tough job for 30, 40 years, and you say, oh no, you're not, you have to work longer now. I'm not on about the civil servant workers. I'm on about the people that graft hard work. And you're saying you're going to have to work maybe another 2 years, maybe 3 years before you get your pension.
Okay.
Not a good move.
I'm going to defend civil servants and say some of them work very hard.
They may work very hard, but not physically. Mentally, yes, but not physically. You may say that.
Okay.
I'm on about the people out there in construction and industries and factories that are working really grafting hard.
Yeah, journalists who work 80-hour weeks.
They do work hard too. That's all mental pressure, which is often harder.
Yeah,
I agree. The mental pressure can be very tough.
Okay, so listen, what's next? Assuming that Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil, Sinn Féin fall in love with each other and we have a government, let's say that happens, what are you going to be doing? Obviously, you seem to me somebody who's, going to be back again and building with Aintu.
Well, I'm hoping to build up with Aintu, and I'm hoping that we're going to bring more and more young people. We have a lot of young people coming on board who are fresh and inspiring, and they're eager. And the reality is, I think we need to draw on those young people and to bring them forward to build this party to have success.
Okay, listen, thank you so much for joining us. That's the voice of Aintu's Mary T. Sweeney.
Thank
We're
you very much.
We're 2 minutes away from our 7 o'clock ad break and news. Just to tell you that the Count Centre is getting a little bit busier, but not hugely so. I think a lot of people are telling me that they expect real information. At this stage, John Jared,
He has information, haven't you, John Jared? I don't know if you want to hear it.
They're talking about.
I think there's two bits of information circulating here. We'll have to get it confirmed. One is that there's strong rumours going around over there that after the first count or the distribution of the votes, it's going to be called for tomorrow.
That's what Tom Spring.
And the feeling certainly is that would be around 9 o'clock, 9:30.
Okay.
That would stop and
your second.
Everybody know that's
okay.
Back
That's
tomorrow morning for
red,
everybody's
right.
and bushy tailed.
There you go. Okay, I think we're going to take an ad break and then the news at 7. Come back to us after that, and we will be out and about picking up information and waiting eagerly for that first count, which we'll try and confirm that the case is that they're going to give us a first count and then maybe come back in the morning. Okay, welcome back to the Ora Leisure Centre. And John Gerard Campbell and Thomas Pringle, who said it before him, the word to the wise is we'll have a first count, and we're getting various times. Colleagues on radio in the Celtic, they were saying to me 8 o'clock, which they don't agree with. Others have said 10, others said 9, and somebody said 9:30. And I can't be. I have a sense, Margaret, that it'll be somewhere between 9 and 9:30 for a first count, and then pack the bags and come back in the morning. The logic of that, as John Gerard said, they have to go right through those transfers of Pierce Doherty, and they are so big and so many that it's almost like doing the whole election count again. Now, talking about Pierce Doherty, a lot of people have actually been texting and emailing in that they want to hear some of the clips of that. And there was an interesting in that interview we did around 12:30 where he talked about the days of 2.5 parties are gone, and he was obviously talking about Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil and Labour, who at one time were sort of a half player, shall we say, in the big game. He says the political landscape has really changed now, and they're very much part of the playing scene.
Yeah, and look, and that's what we wanted. The 2.5 system party is gone, and not only is the 2.5 system party gone, but you've seen in this election Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil losing ground. They have, they didn't have great elections in the last election, even though for Fianna Fáil it was up on their 2011, but from a historic low, and now they're slipping back again in terms of first preference votes. So it's not a good election for them. I think Leo and Michael got it completely wrong in terms of Sinn Féin. They were, throwing everything at us, including some of the people you mentioned, the likes of Michael McDowell and Paolo Tobin and all the rest, and they missed exactly what was going on in the community. They didn't get it. They didn't understand what people were talking about. They thought that this Sinn Féin bashing was having some type of currency, where Mary Lou got it. Mary Lou understood where ordinary people were at. We stayed positive with our message. We got the message across, and that's why we're seeing the support that's coming out today. Our job, and we've said this, the best outcome in this election is a government without Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael. The worst position is we go back to where we were in the last 4 years, which is Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil carving up government. So today, Mary Lou has started to reach out to the other political parties, and there is an we need to now do what we said before the election, to talk to the other parties to see if we can form a government, and can there be a government formed without Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, and that's what will only become clear as the votes are counted and TDs start to become elected.
Okay, that was the voice of Pierce Doherty talking to us earlier on today. I suppose one of the things that struck me listening to the various people commentating and the interviews that they gave, I think from very early on, it was fairly obvious that Pierce Doherty was going to do extremely well. Didn't really see Padraig McLaughlin exceeding the quota. Quota was 12,866, and of course, I'm sure as people know at this stage that the tally figure puts him at 13,804. I would say, Margaret, that it's really the election now is just down to wondering if it's Thomas Pringle. Might it be Pat the Cope Galler losing out, or I cannot see Fine Gael not returning one TD. So my hunch is that final seat, McConnell will get the third seat, is that you're down to figures and how it might go this way. My gut is telling me that the great survivor of 16 elections, I think Pat the Cope will get that last seat. And I suppose I am partly basing that on some of the figures I've seen. We haven't seen Pat the Cope in here.
No, he's not here yet. No, I know some of his team are here, and I noticed them over there. But no, he hasn't appeared yet. And then someone said earlier on the day that he was going to the match, and then
they told me he's going to the game. Yeah,
it was you that said it.
Yeah,
and he'd come in later. But as of yet, he hasn't appeared, unless of course he has found out that maybe there's going to be a wrap up, but we're not 100% confirmed yet. Around 9:30 tonight, maybe,
and maybe tomorrow's the day to be here. Just for those of you who might be joining us late, the final tally figures, I'll just run through them for Donegal. Peter Casey, Independent, 1142. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 20,909. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 7,523. Martin Harley, Fine Gael, 3,034. Padraig McLaughlin of Sinn Féin, 13,804.59. and Mary T. Sweeney, who was with us a very short time ago, for 6, and very, very happy Green Party with their performance. As he said, they could have met in a phone box. Mind you, it'd be hard to find a phone box anymore, but anyway, they could have met in a phone box, but now they're up to a room. Overall, I suppose, for those of you who like percentages, excuse me, Sinn Féin, a total of 34,713. That's 45%. That's some figure. Followed in then by Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil on 15,845, and that's 21%. Both on 14%, but the figure's slightly different. Fine Gael 10,647, and Independents and others on 10,528. But when you do your sums, that adds up at 14%. And finally, Thomas Pringle with 7%, and that's 5,459. And for Fianna Fáil, the variation between 2016 and 2020 in numbers of votes, and these are tallies, it's a variation of down 6,807. For Fine Gael, it's only down 508. For Sinn Féin, it's up 14,600. For Thomas Pringle, it's down 711. And for the Independents, it's down 2,422. And also bear in mind that you have to factor in there that there are 3 less candidates that time. Niamh, I was over, took a wee break there, and I was talking to people in various political parties. And going away from Sinn Féin, when you talk to the others, especially when they're off mic, people are saying to me, they actually find it hard to believe the extent of the Sinn Féin win here in Donegal. They knew it was coming, they knew it was a wave, but I suppose to follow the metaphor, it's a tsunami. It's huge, isn't it?
It is. It's absolutely massive. It's incredible. And I'm sure it's the same most of the country. But here it's just created such an upheaval in this county. I mean, I don't think anybody knows where the next 3 seats are really going to come from, where they're really going to go. Anybody you're speaking to, one person saying, oh, Cope's fine and Conlogue's under threat. If you go around the corner then, oh, your man's not safe at all. And so the whole thing is just up in the air, and everybody is on tender hooks. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, and I suppose the reason why people are listening to us is that maybe we can offer them a little bit more guidance. And that, I think it's fair to say, based on the narrative that has come off this table from various people, I think it's generally accepted that McConlogue will be okay. Then, tricky.
Yeah, there's just chatting to somebody there from the Fianna Fáil party and thought, no, Charlie's in trouble.
Really?
Yeah.
I know his vote has rapidly fallen in terms of Finish Home, but then again, you know, if you don't top the poll, he topped the poll the last time, it was inevitable, and clearly the numbers for McLaughlin, who basically has 2 to 1.
Yeah.
Inevitably his vote is going to fall. So does that leave the door open for Pat the Cope to be safe and Charlie McConlogue to be?
Seems to be. Yeah, that's the talk now.
I think that's amazing.
Yeah, and there's a nice bit of confidence now coming from the Pringle group.
I picked that up. Yeah. Funny, I was talking to them again, and there were a lot more smiles on faces.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you don't know.
It's body language.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of that. John Judd, Niamh has been on the round, shall we say, and again, it's maybe a straws in the wind, but she's picking up a sense from various people, many of them in Fianna Fáil, that they're not so sure about Charlie McConlogue.
Yeah, I suppose a lot will depend on where Charlie's number 2s are going to come from.
Yeah.
And I suppose if you look into that and see where Casey's vote came from, there's only a portion of it from the Inishowen area. He probably is one of the candidates that would be dependent on votes from Casey, the others, and O'Donnell to an extent. But it's very, very hard. You know, you go around here and you talk to different people, and it's strange. You go from one group to the other. Confidence is up when you're going around one way, and when you're coming back round the other way, the confidence has gone through the floor. Somebody else has visited in the meantime. I think, though, the general feeling is here, we're not going to get too much further down the road tonight with this count. It's going to be a very
We'll get a first count.
We'll get a first count definitely at 9 o'clock, and there's, the feeling is that there's certainly the likelihood is that they were trying to distribute the surplus, but I mean that's a massive operation because that means checking every single vote again. Now I know they're in
21,
bundles and
they're
all
in
that.
bundles now,
They're
yeah.
bundles, which makes it a bit easier. But if you look at that realistically, we're just talking there. There's 5 or 6 eliminations to come after that. So
yeah,
and they're not small. There's 1 or 2 small, but they're all in the thousands.
Yeah, sometimes when candidates don't do well, they can wrap that up very, very quickly. But that's not the case here, I suppose. When you're looking at even Mary T. Sweeney's 2,000 plus the Greens as well, so they're going to take time. And I think the message that I was getting was, yeah, we could stay here till maybe 2-3 in the morning, but by the time we get through those transfers, after we do a first count, we still have a whole body of work to do then in breaking
That's right.
down. So in other words, they basically come to the conclusion that they could be here till 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And I think for welfare issues and all sorts of things, if there was a chance maybe that you might get finished at 2:30, 3, and I'm not just talking about us, I'm talking about everybody. People would live with that. But it seems to me that the sense is that were they to continue to an undefined point, that point could be 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And at that stage, you could trip.
Yeah.
And I mean that metaphorically, and you could find yourself, back at base again, going up the mountain.
The other problem, I think, is that we're all agreed that the last seats are going to be very, very tight here.
Yeah.
So they're 150 votes. He most certainly is going to look for a recount.
Well, look at how long the scrutiny's going on over there.
Yeah.
I mean, that tells you how tight this is. I mean, and they're still looking at votes.
Yeah.
And that's gone on now for
that's because
they're
they're all
for 2.5
counting here.
hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but that's the level of scrutiny that there's going to be. And I kind of must remember I'm a radio here. I'm pointing across at a table where basically there are representatives of all the candidates, and what's going on is any kind of questionable vote, be that where maybe somebody has ticked twice, but to correct marks, that sort of stuff. There are different ways of interpreting a 1 and a 2 for that. So everything has been fought for.
That's where all the horse trading goes on and votes say, I won't block yours if you don't.
You've been there?
Been there.
Yeah.
Been there.
Okay.
It's interesting because, it's difficult. Like you can have 4 or 5 representatives of candidates comfortable with someone, and yet you can go and say, absolutely. And who's thinking a bit longer term, thinking, well, we could be down to a tight finish, and then the presiding officer, or they have personals to come in and make a call on it. You're not going to keep everybody happy on it. So, as I say, there's a bit of horse trading. You saying to somebody from another party, listen, I'll go easy on yours if you go easy on.
I'm just going to go back here, and he's not here at the minute. He's over at the Tally area, Brendan Byrne, and has said it elsewhere. He's the Fianna Fáil Director of Elections. And Brendan Byrne, that the party have to have an internal debate about going into government with Sinn Féin. We're talking to Sinn Féin, and he's made that very clear. And he's the Director of Elections for Pat the Cope. And Pat the Cope has said that ad infinitum throughout this campaign that he's quite happy to work with and talk with Sinn Féin. But Brendan said that the party must listen to what the public is telling them, i.e. Sinn Féin have got 30,000 votes here between 2 candidates, and that they have an obligation in Fianna Fáil to make every effort to put together a government, including considering Sinn Féin. The public, he says, don't want another election. Is he right about that?
I think they don't, but by the same token, I think let's talk about Sinn Féin and Fianna Fáil going together or putting a manifesto together. It's going to be very, very interesting because there's a lot of historic baggage there. It's going to come under pressures that I don't think maybe other coalitions or supply and demand, or call it whatever you word, came under. I think I talked to a number of people up there, and it was the interesting people, political people, their take on it was, there may be a deal put together, but this was different political party people. They cannot see it staying together for any length of time because there's just...
Certainly not 5 years.
No, well, what most people are saying up there max a year, 18 months, if there's agreed program between Sinn Féin and Fianna Fáil put together, that there's just too many ideological differences to put the thing together. And you're going to have Fine Gael, the independents, there doing their utmost to tear it apart, to highlight differences on many, many things. And I think it's very interesting that even at this stage, people are saying, well, it may go together, but it's going to be a very short marriage. You know, and that, as I say, that's different. That's political chatter from around here, from groups of Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, all independent people. Nobody can actually see anything long-term coming out of this, and I think that's kind of intriguing.
Arthur McGuinness, the independent from Inishowen, there's a great quote from him doing the rounds where he was asked about the broader picture, and he talked about Sinn Féin and Fianna Fáil, and he said, I can see there being a row every day or maybe twice a day. And that's just in negotiations, whatever might happen thereafter.
It would certainly be an interesting job being the press officer for that government.
Nice job for you, maybe.
So with the money they're getting there, I take it, I chance it.
Yeah, well, look, I don't know. The sense I have at this stage is that when the dust settles, there will be a government formed, because, you know, regardless of the politics of it, I'm pretty certain that people do not want to do this again, and they certainly don't want to do it in the next month to 6 weeks. And I think it could work very well for Sinn Féin if they are forced back out to contest another election, because I would imagine they will put more candidates into the field, because clearly they haven't done enough this time, and you could get a very emphatic change.
Well, I think the ideal scenario for Sinn Féin would be if there was something in 6-8 months that they could field more candidates, and it was one of the bigger parties, the election. I think they couldn't possibly want to see, it wouldn't work if they were seen to be the party who caused the election. But the ideal scenario for Sinn Féin would be to say, well, look, we're prepared to compromise, we're prepared to do this, we're prepared to do that. And the other parties, for one reason or another, are saying, no, we're stopping it, or they're being unreasonable. That would be the ideal scenario if you were a Sinn Féin strategist, to go out to the voter and say, look, the only option here is to give us a stronger voice.
I see where the outgoing Minister for Tourism, Shane Ross, has been excluded on the 5th count. He's lost his seat. That was flagged up earlier. I get a sense that won't come as a huge surprise to a lot of people, that he hasn't got elected.
People involved in tourism and sport, it won't come as a big surprise, Michael.
And I'm also just looking, I'm having a look around here. I see that Michael Lowry has been re-elected in Tipperary with a surplus of 1,170. So that's a very interesting one for him. All politics is local.
All politics is local, and I mean, the Michael Lowry story, when you trace it this last time, like he's been in court, High Court.
I'm just reading
court,
here.
Not many courts.
Yeah.
But look at
elected on the 1st count. He topped the polls. 14,802 first preference
and
vote.
It's been savaged by the Dublin media, Michael. Like we talked about the cases earlier on. The best thing can happen any politician is have the Dublin media totally against you if you're in the country.
Yeah.
You're guaranteed to see.
Another win for Sinn Féin here. Darren O'Rourke has been elected on the 2nd count in Meath East. And Intu's Emer Tobin has been eliminated on the 2nd count. And her votes and Mr. O'Rourke's surplus will now be distributed. That's in Meath East. So these kind of bigger names, I'm not talking about Emer, but some of the other names like the ministers, and we're tinkering with the idea of Joe McHugh. There does appear to be a lot of high profile damage for the Fine Gael party, which is kind of goes along with the narrative that basically they got it wrong. Leo Varadkar should have gone to the polls in November, and I suspect, amongst many other things, the RIC Black and Hands debacle really did.
a general election on the back of it was absolutely, in my view, incredible judgment, bad judgment. But I think the bigger problem Fine Gael has had for a while is the perception. You know, one of the grouping of people that Fine Gael seem to have lost traditionally was the farming vote in Munster, Leinster, Connaught, whatever. Traditionally, they were the backbone of Fine Gael, a deeply conservative group of people, very, very loyal to the party. And I thought one of the biggest mistakes was being made at the latter part of last year. There was no serious effort made to resolve the issues on the beef farmers, etc. That was a mistake. And I think it added to the perception that the party's view of rural Ireland was jaundiced, wasn't sympathetic. And I think that's been a huge issue. And I know from some Gael people I talked to, there was certainly raised eyebrows amongst a lot of people that were strategists in the party at the fact that very few of the rural ministers, bar Simon Coveney, featured in the media in relation to Fine Gael. I think that was, it was effectively nearly all Dublin, the Taoiseach, the Minister for Finance, the Minister of Health, the Minister for Housing to a lesser extent, because obviously
we didn't see as much of the Minister for Health. I did see a fair bit on Murphy, but I'm just looking here, just the way I'm kind of flicking around to get some other tidbits. Peter Casey eliminated after the second count in Dublin West, and the RTE have a tweet here: presidential election 342,727 votes, 23.3 share. General election 495, first preference votes 1.1%. So that's a fairly,
actually got 2,000, less than 2,000 votes between the two constituencies.
Yeah, 495 as you say there in Dublin West, and
1147
and 1147.
So 1,600. Yeah,
that's well, let's call a spade a spade. That's a fair smack in the face.
It is.
Yeah, it really is. So, well, I can't remember now because there's so much that's kind of gone on. I asked him the question about where to now, and other than telling me he was going to Iceland, I don't think he answered the question. On holidays. So,
is there a general election on this?
Well, I don't want to be. Let's not be disrespectful, but he didn't answer the question.
No, he didn't, and
and talking to Nicholas Crossan and others, that's 4 goals at it between the Senate and everything else. So maybe the gig is up.
Yeah, maybe so.
So.
This might be emblematic news for us, is it?
Brendan Byrne is back. Peter Casey eliminated on the second count in Dublin West with 595 votes. So
that's a very good vote for Dublin West, actually.
Between Donegal and Dublin, less than 2,000 votes in both. The Dublin West thing was a bit of a charade, really, wasn't it?
It was, really. I think it actually harmed him here in Donegal.
Well, I don't know whether I said it on air, but I said it off air. I think it annoyed people.
It did, and a lot of people, when we were canvassing, would have said, is he taking the mick altogether?
Yeah.
And of course it's allowed. You can stand in multiple constituencies. More famous people than him, Eamon de Valera, actually stood in 2 constituencies in the 1920s, got elected in both, actually, but they were abstentionists at the time, so it didn't matter.
I'm sure you're aware at this stage that you're making headlines everywhere.
Thank you.
Fianna Fáil Director of Elections in Donegal says party must consider government with Sinn Féin.
Where is that?
It's everywhere.
I can't help it, can I?
And he's saying, it's more than what you said it here first, that the party must listen to what the public is telling them, and they have an obligation to make every effort to put together a government, including considering Sinn Féin, and that the public doesn't want another election. Now, on Will Nuachtagut, have you news for us?
Well, I've been snooping around and I've been talking to other tallymen, and as you do, the Sinn Féin transfers are. There is a slight lead for Thomas Pringle there. There's considerable enough vote there for Pat the Cope. Very insignificant vote for Fine Gael. It's going to be very small. And then big chunk of non-transferable. That's pretty much along the lines of what I said earlier. The only difference is those that are tallying for the Pringle camp are saying that they're taking 50%. Those that are not tallying for the Pringle camp. Others are saying he's taken 30, with 14 to 18% going to the Cope, depending on how you look at it. So obviously, if he's taken 50, it brings him back into the race to a certain degree. It narrows the gap. It doesn't give him a clear pathway to retaining the seat. But I don't think, and I'd be interested to know what John Campbell says here, if a 50% transfer on a surplus distribution is possible. I didn't see any signs of it, and I did quite a bit of tallying randomly because it was 20,000 papers, so no one tallied at all.
Yeah.
And you have to be very careful when you're tallying for a surplus distribution, because unless you get an entire picture or bits of the various papers as they are tallied across the board, it's very hard to get a trend short of doing the entire thing, and no one has done the entire thing. So I think what we're all agreed on is that he's getting a larger share, but not a significantly enough share to make the clawback.
So that's Thomas. And Pat the Cope?
Pat the Cope is bumping along nicely. He's a 2,000 lead over Thomas Pringle currently. He's 100 behind the government minister, Joe McHugh. He'll overtake him on the Sinn Féin transfer. And then he has the next significant movement between the Cope and Joe McHugh will be the distribution of Harley surplus. Again, as tallymen do, there's a discussion between what the Fine Gael figure is. They claim they're getting 50% of Martin or Harley's distribution. I don't believe that they are. I would be more inclined to believe they'll probably get 30 to 35%, which is a good transfer. But then significantly, Pat the Cope is getting a chunk of it. And here, the tallymen are agreeing that the amount of votes that Pat the Cope gets from Martin Harley is greater than the amount of votes that Thomas Pringle is getting. So that stretches the lead back again.
Well, if that's correct, Sinead,
I would be very surprised if Joe McHugh were getting that transfer from Martin. And the reason is, if you look for Martin's, the 700, almost 800 of Martin's votes are in the Donegal area.
That's right.
So I would be very surprised. Yes, there's a party vote in there, but I can see something there for Thomas Pringle, and I can also see from the area Kim, I can see seconds for Pat the Cope. So that leaves it down to about 2,300. And, I think if we look at that inside of the vote, there's a personal Harley vote. I think Martin himself has said 35%, and I think that's a realistic one. I think 50% of a transfer at this stage is
possible.
It's a big ask for it.
Yeah, I think as Joe thought that it would be around 50%, and Martin, he did, and
well,
Martin thought about 30.
Sinking ship, you'll cast 20 straw.
And do you think Joe's on a sinking ship?
Well, maybe we overly focused on Thomas there, because Thomas suffered a heavy hit on his local vote to Sinn Féin. We highlighted that right along the way. But in the interest of fairness, we should just look at Joe McHugh here for a second. He's on 7,600 odd first preference votes. We're kind of agreed that he'll take a 30% transfer from Martin Harley, which is 900 votes, brings him up to 8.5. After that, he's solely and completely dependent upon John O'Donnell to bring him over the line. Whereas if you do the same for Thomas Pringle, admittedly, Thomas Pringle is that 2,000 behind him, but Thomas is very much in line to get 2,000 of the Sinn Féin surplus.
Because Pearse's vote is so big.
It's so big. He's certainly going to get 2,000. Don't rule out he could get 2,200. So the gap narrows then, and then what's left to Thomas is a reasonable vote from Martin Harley, because Martin Harley, remember, got 123 votes in Frosses. A big chunk of them were going back to Thomas. I noticed in Martin Harley's papers right throughout the gap, there's about 1,600 of them, as far as I know, 1,658, that the percentage of the vote that Martin Harley got right throughout Stranorlar into Castlefin, all that area, it wasn't a traditional Fine Gael vote. It was a vote because he's Martin Harley and he's a local guy and he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
The percentage of that was hardcore Fine Gael could be as low as 10-15%, because there certainly was a strange vote management, because in the same area, Joe McHugh took 601 number ones. So I would say there was a last-minute panic, last-minute rear-guard action by the hound dogs in Fine Gael. Look at the hound dogs in my own party too. They saw Joe going down the toilet. They started phoning in the gap. I know they phoned in Kilcar, and they phoned in Carrick, and they phoned in Glen, because from Martin Harley, which is Martin Harley's area.
Sorry, Brendan. What does the phrase phoned in mean in this case?
Well, it means you get your mother, your sister, and your wife to phone the Fine Gael boys and say, poor Joe is in trouble.
Right.
And switch your vote from Harley.
I kind of knew that, but I'm not sure if people listening would be.
I think another thing that happened in this election too, that probably could come back to haunt some people. I think there was a lot of cherry picking being done by parties, and that's quite silly, because you're attracting your vote all the time when you're doing that. And I'm certain, I know from talking to a lot of people that, and party people and different parties indeed, there was a lot of cherry picking. If you're cherry picking, you're leaving huge ways at the mercy of who knows what.
Yeah.
But I do know that that's something that was kind of rampant, and certainly amongst some candidates here. And it's not clever. It's short-term gain in your number ones. It almost certainly means that you've lost the number twos.
And that you're aware of that?
That happened. That was happening amongst a number of candidates.
Well, what tense happens or happened? Happens, and it did happen here.
Yes.
All right, that went on.
That went on. It always goes on. Let's not be naive
Mm.
here. It does go on, but it's not a good practice, because you're assuming that you know where all your votes are, and that in itself is a very dangerous strategy, because you can bypass a house with the 7 votes and think, there's nothing there for me, and half of them could be voting for you anyway for some reason.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's something. I think it's a lazy way to do politics for a lot of candidates. We'll visit if we're going to, let's take a place if we're going to Barnesmore for argument's sake. They're just picking that there in the air. You know what? Sure, we'll just call them the Fine Gael houses.
Okay.
Dangerous. Same goes for any party. But some candidates, I think, do it, and I think it's a very, very, very dangerous thing. And it has gone on, and where it will catch you out is in the transfers.
Yeah.
So
what you're saying is you should knock as many of the doors. If you're in the Barnes area, just knock them all.
You never know who the votes
good,
are.
bad, and indifferent.
You can assume, you know.
Yeah.
But a house of 3, 4, 5 people could have been very loyal to a party, but they may have applied for a medical card.
Yeah.
They may have looked get a hospital appointment brought forward, where the TD, the local TD, may not deliver it, and you've lost the 5 of them. But you're working on lazy canvassers, and I do use the word lazy canvassers. Say, well, we get traditionally good votes there. We'll call that on them.
Okay.
And it's a lazy way of doing it.
It's funny you should say that, because into our Northwest Today program during the week, we had a lot of people who said they had no canvassers at all.
Yeah.
And they had no candidates called to their home, and they thought, well, why would I bother voting when they didn't bother to call?
What I was specifically referring to, and I think it'll play out as the transfers of Harley are eventually distributed, was if you look at the Kilcar boxes, John, and if you look at Carrick and Glencolmkill, the percentage of vote that Joe McHugh got in there is 2 and 3 times that of what Harley got. And that was Harley's canvass area. That was an area allotted to Harley. So the first thing is the dynamic of the arrangement between the two candidates was changed at the last minute in order to give that 300 to 400 extra votes to Joe McHugh. The same thing has happened in the Valley. That's going to have a consequence on the subsequent transfers. Number one, you're alienating your running mate. You're pissing him off, in other words, really. And you're also going along the lines of what John said here, you're taking the soft vote, Fine Gael vote, that you would otherwise be banking on as a subsequent transfer. So it's a double hit. You're taking the easy vote that you probably got anyway if you had the patience to wait for it, and then you're further alienating the true party people, be they Fine Gael or whatever party it is, because you didn't agree to your agreement with your running mate, which you made at the beginning of the campaign. And I think that's going to have a consequence.
To give it an example where it's very dangerous, if Niamh's running for local election tomorrow and she sits down and says, right, Duncan Indy, Killybegs, Leclerc, Cardigan Glen, I have a fair idea who's voting for me there. I'll only visit them houses. That strategy is high risk.
Yeah.
Because you are not going to get it 100% right. Even 90% right, you're doing very well. But what you sure as hell are doing, you're writing off votes, and you were losing votes. The neutrals were saying, well, she never even bothered to open my door. That's
People
the
like
thing.
to be asked.
They like to be
they
asked.
like to be asked, without a doubt.
I remember having this conversation before. I'm not sure if it was in Radioland or wherever, but being amazed at the number of people over the years who would have called to our door, candidates and their representatives. And for one reason or another, the one thing they actually never asked me was, will you vote for me? And that is classic. It's one thing to call at the door, but the second thing is, if you're going to call to the door, say, look, I'm X or Y, I'm running on this platform, I know you all my life, but I am now asking you, will you give me a vote? And I think that has happened to me on numerous occasions, so much so that when a particular party called to our door, we only had two, I had my sons with me, my two younger sons, Ben and Joey, and I brought them out to the door, and I talked to the guys first, and I brought the two boys out to the door, and I said, watch what happens here. I says, just something to listen and learn. And I said to the guy, I says, no, do the routine. And he said to me, ask me for my vote. And he laughed, and he did. And then I was explaining that, there's just teaching your kids about democracy and politics and that sort of stuff. And the two boys afterwards says, are you going to vote for them? I said, no. But it's important that they ask.
Yeah.
And that is the key thing there. And I couldn't agree with you more. But there's two things. Let's say you're in Clunbarn and Ballyshelton, which is a cyclical ring of 40 plus houses and then round the two sides. Well, it would be utter madness to start at house A and B and not call it C, because you'd be watched. And whatever chance you've got of maybe getting the second or third vote is gone.
It's gone, exactly.
And the same thing is, let's say in your case, you're in a rural area, say you're outside Duncanely and you call it house X and Y. It is actually the same thing, even though there's half a mile between the two houses, because somebody's going to say to somebody else, oh, Niamh Kennedy was our house, she called with you.
Yeah.
No. You're the world's worst.
That's right.
Because somebody's granny was always mad about Niamh Kennedy, and it is a huge mistake. But was time and weather not against people, though, for that kind of stuff? How could people have got time to get around? Like, particularly if you're in a smaller grouping or party, it was a very short run-in.
There's another funnier side to it. You're actually, by doing that in that case, you're almost identifying the voter to their neighbours, because somebody, if a guy is cherry picking, he goes there, Mrs. Your house goes there, you're almost saying, well, listen, we know who's voted for New Kennedy, we know who voted for Megan Bailey.
All right.
I
actually never thought of that.
Things is bad.
And that's worse.
It's worse. Yeah. But I think the worst thing of that, and I'm sure it's happening in the candidates where you have bad candidates who come along and say, well, we're just here, we're right candidates, we know you won't vote for us, we know you're whatever, but we thought we'd call anyway. And that's a fact. It does happen, and I mean, it's.
Well, I've never actually had that. I've never had that experience, but that would be really silly. But it happens.
A lot of silly canvassers.
Yeah. You're writing a letter there, Brendan?
Well, I was just looking. You can look at these figures every which way, and you can come up with all kinds of permutations. But I suppose the basic principle that John and I would have been taught the very first day we count in our lives was, a lead is a lead. In order to reverse the lead, you need to get twice the difference of what the other candidate is ahead. And Pat Cope is ahead of Thomas Pringle by 2,000 votes. That's a big chunk. A big chunk. Thomas Pringle then is behind Joe McHugh, the minister, by 2,100. What we were talking and discussing about is that there's less scenarios open to Joe McHugh, bar his own running mate. Yeah. And if we argue over 50% and 30%, what is the difference probably of 500-600 votes. But for Joe McHugh and Thomas Pringle, if that is now the emerging final seat battle, it all boils down to who has the best opportunity to get largest share of John O'Donnell's vote. And you would have to say on the face value that it has to be Joe McHugh because they're sharing the one in Bailiwick.
Yeah. Okay, just to give you a breath breaker, if nothing else, they're just looking at some national figures. Seats taken so far, seats won. Sinn Féin have 21 TDs elected. Fianna Fáil have 1 past the post. Fine Gael the same. And the Greens have 2, and there are 3 independents. So that tells me, without going anywhere deeper into it, with 21 TDs elected already at better get the time right this time, at 10 minutes to 8.
It was a dead cert to happen because they only ran one candidate in most constituencies, bar Donegal, Cavan Monaghan, and where else? You see, they had a surge.
But without drilling down into it, tells me that they're all first, they're the poll toppers.
They've no running mates. Had they a running mate, they may have less vote, but 2 seats.
Yeah. So, mistake?
It was, yes. But look at here. We're all doing analysis here. Who in their right mind 23 days ago would have seen a situation where there would be such a massive surge to Sinn Féin? Bearing in mind, 9 months ago, just 9 months ago, they lost half their council seats and lost a European seat.
They had a horrendous run in.
Horrendous. But each election, be it a general election, European election, or council election, there is a last-minute dynamic that comes about by a circumstance or events that no one can really explain best why. But on this occasion, same as the spring tide in 92 or the Gilmore Gale in 2011, it happened. It was their day. They were ill-prepared, but Dick Spring was to lesser extent, in fairness. Eamon Gilmore capitalised on it.
And Labour, picked up 33 seats, was it?
In 92, 37 in 2011.
Yeah.
This time around, they'll probably go from 23, which they were, probably up to 31, 32, I think. It could have been so much better.
But in fairness, Brenton, I think in this case as well, they were helped by the strategies of the 2 main parties who played right into their hands. Or lack of strategy, measure they call it. They were totally and utterly helped. I mean, Martin and Varadkar couldn't have done more to promote Mary Lou and the party for about 10 days. It was amazing, like the seasoned politicians and well-paid
handlers,
handlers couldn't see what they were doing because everybody else, I think, in politics could see what they were doing. A crazy strategy.
But it seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong, Fine Gael misjudged the mood slightly more than Fianna Fáil. And I think they were genuinely surprised to sit on 22.4% in that final poll. They actually were the top. And then it was Sinn Féin, I forget the smaller percent. They were all on 22, but Fine Gael actually, inverted commas, won the most recent poll there at the weekend. And I got a sense that took them by surprise because everything else was telling them this is not going well.
In reality, we have record homelessness in this country. We have a housing crisis like never before. We have health issues that are record-breaking month on month. And what did the 2 main party leaders choose to discuss? Brexit, which no one wanted to talk about, and the past history of Sinn Féin, which is exactly what I said, past history. We all live in the present, and each of us look forward to the future. How they couldn't put that into their heads, respectively, and fight this election on the present circumstances that we as a country find ourselves in, and how we would like to shape the future so that we can solve the problems that is facing before us. And that's the mistake they made.
You weren't here earlier.
You're director of elections. You're director of elections for Fianna Fáil, and it's just your opinion. But forgive me for saying this. There doesn't seem to be huge love between you and the current leader of Fianna Fáil.
A friend of mine.
No, but that's not what I'm talking about.
And I like the man, and he's very sincere, and he's a very genuine man. But he does on occasions. But everyone on occasions frustrates me because I have one gift in life. Whatever I have to say, I must say it, because otherwise I get a headache.
Okay.
And the discussion that I'm having with you now in relation to the strategy, I've had that with the National Director of Elections for Fianna Fáil, because I liaise with him on a daily basis. I've had it with the leader, and I've had it with senior party frontbenchmen. I said, fight your election in the present and outline the future and forget about the past. The past is difficult, and it always will be, and it's a legacy that's there. but we must live in the present and we must change the future.
Could we end up in a situation, whatever happens, that Micheál Martin in 6 months' time may not be the leader of Fianna Fáil?
I don't see a mood to change the leader. And I think, to be fair, we mustn't enter into a government with Sinn Féin or whatever on the pretext that the leader has to change.
Right.
I think if we're to do this, that Micheál Martin has to admit that whatever strategy he had, that is now over. We're now dealing with the result of the sovereign people of Ireland to choose a government. And as politicians, we must shape that. We can't cherry pick. We can't be a la carte.
But isn't there a difficulty there for an incoming Taoiseach that if the first action he does is admit that I got the election campaign wrong? Is there not a danger that people will say, well, he wants to be Taoiseach, but his judgment is very, very poor, as can be seen from the run-up to it. Is that danger not there for him if he does that?
In fairness, the last leader of any political party in Ireland that got the mood of the people right and got a mandate from the people was Jack Lynch in 1977. You can go through all the elections in 81, 82, right through 87, 89, 92, 93, all the rest of the way through. None of them got a mandate from the people. They had to coalesce. They had to, on occasions in 89, Charlie Haughey, the golden bullet that was never to be fired, that Fianna Fáil would coalesce with anyone, that had to be done. And who did he do it with? Des O'Malley, his arch enemy. So look, at politics has to be the art of what's possible.
Okay, and I'm kind of thinking about the Gregory deal and stuff
and the
like
Gregory
that.
deal and all that.
Yeah.
It's a fact. No government in this country got a mandate of the people that were sovereign and did not have to be divisible by another party since 1977. So look, at if you're a leader, you have to work with what's before you. And Micheál Martin has to do that. Whether he likes it, whether he can tolerate it or otherwise, if he is the lead party, the responsibility falls on him to bring on board the numbers that will command a majority of Dáil Éireann.
But let's look at the other thing, Brendan. Do you not believe that there's certainly a group in inside Fine Gael that would it be a lot easier for Sinn Féin to coalesce with than with Fianna Fáil? There's a natural group inside of Fine Gael that I think would have no issues whatsoever doing business with Sinn Féin. You know the certain grouping I'm talking about, and I think it's sort of intriguing that they're probably, if you're looking, there's a number of people in Fianna Fáil, like you were saying, 8, 10, whatever. I think there's certainly probably an equal number, if not more of that, in Fine Gael that will have no issues whatsoever going down that road.
Including the leader of Fine Gael. Because if he doesn't form a government, he's gone.
Well, kind of looking at...
You're quiet, John.
It all depends how many seats he gets. If he gets less than 35, I think he's got to
go anyway. We don't know. But look, you have to be practical. You can. All the principle stands in the wide world. But at the end of the day, what forms a government is 80 seats.
Yeah.
End of it. It's mathematical.
I know, but does that not give rise to huge bottles full of cynicism on the part of everybody, that you listen to all this stuff 2-3 weeks before the election?
How many debates did I listen to on News Talk, on Ocean FM, on different channels? How many debates did I listen when the presenter said, Mary Lou, you're running 42, you can't form a government. Micheál Martin, you're running 84, you're not going to get 84 seats elected. You can't form a government. You know, each of us knew when we went out to vote yesterday, regardless of who we voted for, that there wasn't a snowball's chance in hell of the party that we were voting for of forming a single party government or a 2-party coalition.
You can sort of talk to me from the point of view of an independent, like at the risk of insulting Brendan, which wouldn't really bother me.
Wouldn't bother me either.
Like party line-ish of old, independent. People are going to say, and I see that, what you're talking about, Fine Gael people being okay with Sinn Féin. But if that were to happen, surely Fine Gael next time round would suffer catastrophic losses because the old ground, the old Fine Gael voters, they would literally turn on their heads.
Yeah, I think that was evident from what Joe McHugh was saying earlier
on.
Yeah.
I can't see that.
But just to park you there, and I'll take over presenting for 90 seconds. There's 33,000 votes on the tables over there belonging to Sinn Féin. Where did they come from? They came from die-hard Fine Gael families, die-hard Fianna Fáil families. They come from every echelons of political persuasion and opinion in this county. The game is over. It's a new game in town. The party loyalty and the party affiliation and the idea that it's a sacred cow that Fine Gael can't do this or Fianna Fáil can't do that, that's gone. It's gone by the will and the power of the people.
Do you disagree with me when I say for Fine Gael to make that move would potentially destroy them next time around?
It will destroy them the next time around on one basis, not on the basis of philosophy or ideology.
Okay.
That gets you nowhere. It would destroy them on the basis of the fact that they're politically sliding. Whatever party goes into power, and if Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil don't go into power with Sinn Féin this time, Sinn Féin will be in government the next time. So it's either now, or 6 or 8 or 9 months' time, or 2 years' time. They are on the trajectory to power. But for Fine Gael to go into power now, it's slightly different to Fianna Fáil. Fianna Fáil's vote is more soliter at the minute, even though it's sliding, but it's more soliter than the situation for Fine Gael are. And there's a number of factors eaten into the Fine Gael vote. Probably the leader, probably the social agenda that they pursued alienated a lot of the true blue Fine Gael vote. And then to add that at this time and situation to bring in Fine Gael would, and you're 100% correct, further damage them. But not because of the ideology, but the fact that they're on a downward trajectory.
Well, fair enough. That I accept that, but I'm just thinking, like in terms of Sinn Féin, would it be better for Sinn Féin, and I'm in two minds about asking this question, not to be in power as a result of this election, to be one more election away from being in power, because silly logic, childish logic, maybe on my part. But next time out, let's say next time out is in 2 months' time, they'll run a heck of a lot more candidates.
The electorate are an intelligent collective. And if you have a situation where there are genuine efforts made by Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil or both, or one of them has to make a genuine effort to form a government with Sinn Féin. And it may well happen. And to be honest, in my view, a government should be formed. You cannot disregard results of general elections and say, well, I didn't really like the colour of that. Let's roll the dice one more time.
Yeah.
You can't do that. This is a democracy. The decision the people took, they took in their sound judgment, and we have to work with that. You know, democracy isn't an a la carte menu. It's all or nothing.
Yeah.
I think you have to look at the candidate though as well. You have to look at the individual, regardless of party or independent or anything else. And I think that's what people are doing nowadays. They're actually looking at that person. They're looking at their history, what they've proven, their track record is, and they really are. And I think there's where the strength in Sinn Féin is as well, because they work on the ground and they're infiltrated into rural areas, and they feed that back to the party in a very, very strong way. And you can see that, as well as I say, independents are just as
the greatest asset Sinn Féin will have until one fine day, greatest asset and canvassing arsenal they have, is they never were in a position of responsibility. The day they enter government, the gloss comes off, the sheen comes off, responsibility takes over, and the day you enter government is the day you know full well that you can never satisfy all the people.
Sometimes people say it's easy to tell somebody what's wrong with them, but it's very hard to fix it.
Correct.
You know, and that's the trick.
And until they go into power, they will continue to grow, regardless of whether they're infiltrating or working. And actually, I don't like the word infiltrate. They work in harmony with the communities. But until that happens, they will continue to grow.
What do you think, John Gerd? I mean, is this sort of the beginning of the end for parties like Fine Gael?
I don't think it is, but I think after every election, each party needs to have a very long stocktake on what they've done wrong. Happened Fine Gael a number of times before. I think that they have to. There's a number of things Fine Gael has got to look at. They've got to look at how they've lost in my opinion, the traditional base in rural Ireland, where they were very, very strong. Like a few years back, there was a guaranteed seat for Fine Gael in Donegal, etc., etc. One stage there was one in each, and I think they've got to go back and look, for example, in amongst, as we said earlier, amongst, for example, the farming community, how did the net disconnect happen there, and amongst rural Ireland, and I think there's a lot of things they've got to examine. Has, for example, and I'm only throwing it out, the agenda that Fine Gael have pursued, has it gone too far for a lot of traditional Fine Gael voters? My gut feeling that it has. I think they were uncomfortable this last 2-3 years with some of the things that were happening.
Silent majority there, John,
I think they
right.
were being very, very. My feeling is a lot of them were very, very silent. And I would sort of instance on talking to a lot of people around this county since the election was called. I was really, really surprised at some of the people who were saying, nah, not this time. I don't like for A, B, or C. And I think we must remember in Donegal, the Fine Gael vote was a very conservative middle class vote. Not all, but that was the makeup of it. And I think Fine Gael have got to examine where they disconnected with the roots. They've got to look at simple things that members picked up on. Why, for example, there was no rural front bench spokesmen on TV, that it was all Dublin. That was something I personally picked up on. People said, "Oh, how come it's all the Dublin ministers that John? Where's the where's?"
It was a sense of East Coast big business, maybe.
Exactly, and that has to be front and center of any discussion they have on looking to organise the party again.
Something bothered me in my mind here just when you're talking, Brendan. Remind me, what election was it that Denny wasn't going to run and then he came back? Because this is not the first time that Fine Gael, find themselves in bother. So it's not that new in a way. What election was that Donegal Southwest?
2007. This man here was the director of elections. I think he got shot at least twice. Campaign.
I was meant to be shot several times. No, look at. It was very simple.
Was that, had we two constituencies then in 2007?
Three-seater,
it was two three-seaters, and Denny was gone and came back.
Yeah, but what we did then, and I know it was very cold, ruthless politics, which it is. Denny was going, we polled, discovered we had option A, option B, wasn't going to work. I was the director of elections, went to Sligo, sat down with two other people and things, said, well, this isn't going to work, you're going to lose a seat. Denny comes back. Done. There was a lot of noses out of place, but listen, it's all about numbers at the end of the day, Michael. We knew there was not going to be a seat there. Looked at the polls, there was no imaginable way to add up. Said we need a seat there. Went and done what we had to do. It was hard politics, hard decision. I remember sentiment, and I would say this: nothing personal against anybody that was caught up in it.
It's kind of coming back to me. I remember talking to Denny about it. He hated it. The fact that he had to come back. He loves
didn't there be no seat?
The comeback. No, I'm joking. He enjoyed every minute of it, to come back in.
Well, it's nice when the party has to go.
But I have to say, and I was his opposite number. I was your director of elections that time for Fianna Fáil. It was the cleanest hatchet job that I've seen in a long time that John did on that occasion. It was a classic.
Yeah, that's the third quote of the night. The cleanest hatchet job I've ever seen.
Oh, just one swipe, gone, head gone.
Yeah. Wow.
It was real politics.
Yeah.
It was a decision.
So you're not really a nice fella.
I've
been deluded all these years.
There is no director of elections is any good nice.
You can't be nice.
I can't say what a real director of election is here. Or like
Did you feel the harmony there?
Well, listen, it was put them on the stage and Killybegs. Oh yeah.
Show me a director of elections who's a nice fella.
Yeah.
And I show you a useless director of elections.
Oh God, yeah. Welcome to the real world. Yeah. Niamh, shocking stuff really there from the former director of elections. Yeah. No, it's no wonder you're an absolute queen and everybody loves you, because you wouldn't get your hands dirty with that stuff, would you?
Not at all. Would not indeed. No.
I'm not so sure about that, but anyway, carry on.
Yeah, bearing in mind you put him out of his
no,
council seat.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sure.
There's a divided vote in Kilcarn Carrick.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I do. I know I'm messing. All right.
I think the fact too, you know, that the people who are looking for change, such change this time as well, that was on the doorsteps. It was on the doorsteps as well in 2014 when the local elections were on. If you knocked on a door, what party are you? And if you said Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, you were just run from the doorsteps. And again, I felt it was the same this time round, and that seems to be what you can see now. Hence the whole Sinn Féin movement, because if you look at even the likes of Mary T and Aon 2 and the Green Party, those votes are all up as well. So it was a case of somebody saying, look, I'm not going to vote for the Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael because one's just propping the other up anyway. They're both the same. So let's just have a change. And I think this is where it's coming from.
Okay, it's 8:10. We're in the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny, and the discussion, shall we say, that lasted over 2.5 hours about those votes has I think it's ended, because we're back now with officials only inside the counting zone, and I've just been handed a note. Sligo Leitrim first count in the next few minutes. Being realistic, are we a good hour away from a first count here?
We certainly are. And what I was told, I don't know the word filter to hear, that the intention is to do the first count and then cease operation until tomorrow morning.
We managed to glean that information in your absence as well. And you have a face in you again. What's wrong with that?
Well, look at, I suppose we're all tired, but this is going to drag on and drag on.
No, I prefer if they kept going.
I think you'll be back Tuesday and we'll go.
If there's a recount, we'll be back Tuesday.
Okay.
But then again,
because the margins are so fine.
It will in the end.
Yeah.
You know, we did all the permutations, and it can go our way or it can go another way, and we can get rogue transfer in the middle of all those papers, no doubt about that. But it's very unusual in Donegal. I don't think I've ever had a similar circumstance where you would just do the first count declaration and not proceed to at least do the surplus distribution.
But is the point that has been made to me, is it incorrect to say that because of the volume of votes that they have to get through, that realistically you could stay here till 3 o'clock in the morning and not be an awful lot further?
No.
And
I accept
maybe the argument is, we could do 3 a.m. but we'll not do 6 or 7 in terms of people's welfare.
Yeah, look at people have to travel home and all the rest of it, but it is a slow process, isn't it?
So
but it is.
What's your sense again of first count here?
I was told by the assistant turn 9:30 or 9:45.
And then what happens? Well, what will we get?
Once she makes the first count declaration, she'd probably deem 2 candidates to be elected. And she'll cease operations and call us back for 9 o'clock in the morning.
Right. Okay. As I said, Sligo Leitrim first count is expected in the next few minutes, and I think really and truly what's going to happen in Sligo Leitrim, again, no huge surprise. Basically, we're looking at Martin Kenny to top the poll, and then there's a difference of 7 tally votes at this moment. The Sinn Féin candidate will be elected, as I said, on the first count. So very, very strong performance, as I said earlier, by Martin Kenny, with 25% of the vote. And the other candidates, Marion Harkin with 12%, and Mark McSharry ditto, but a difference of 7 votes. Hanlon for Fianna Fáil looks to be in a strong position to pick up the second seat. And I've read elsewhere where Frank Feehan is himself suggesting that he hasn't got enough votes at 5314 to get elected. And slim enough margins there. You're talking about 7 or 8.
Exactly. No Fine Gael seat in Sligo Leitrim South, Donegal, Roscommon.
Yeah.
What am I?
No. The constituency, and I know I've got a lot of grief about this. The official name of the constituency is Sligo Leitrim, and we love putting Donegal into it. But a few people,
all literature and declarations have been made. You're elected to serve, which is a contradiction. They will be deemed to be elected to serve the people of Sligo Leitrim.
Yeah.
That's the law.
And that's what we got, all of our reporting.
Yes.
We got a lot
You got a lot of abuse about that.
Yeah.
No,
Why are we calling it Sligo
100%
Leitrim?
correct.
And we were trying to explain to people that is the actual name of the constituency. It wasn't us that decided not to say, because they felt we should have been saying Sligo Leitrim, South Donegal, North West Common.
No.
Whereas
the title of
official name is Sligo Leitrim. But so rightly, like we've been chatting with a few people around the hall, and some officials as well, and they tell us that after the first count that most likely we're coming back tomorrow, and they because they've, I think it's up, is it 9,000
surplus distribution,
and that's going to take so long that tomorrow morning is.
Yeah, well, when you look at the figures that I'm looking at here for, say, 6,000 for X, Y, and Z in Sligo, to think that somebody here has a surplus of 9,000, I suppose it puts it in context in terms of what the counters here are dealing with for that transfer, and that's kind of where I'm beginning to understand the logic of this probably ending up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and really no white smoke of any great
still have to
activity.
start at 9 in the following morning.
And like physically, I don't think people would, it's the kind of thing I'd love, but I don't think normal people in inverted commas would be up for that, particularly the people the other side of the railings. I was just wondering, we'll go for a break in a second, but I was just wondering, Margaret, bearing in mind the work that you've been doing on Northwest today, like Frank Feehan 9% and Thomas Walsh and Sligo Leitrim, the two Fine Gael candidates at 8%. It would appear to me that Fine Gael have made a really bad job of what has been a very difficult time in that constituency. I'm thinking of people like the very disgruntled John Perry, who I don't have a figure for him here, but hasn't done well. And a sort of a lot of Lanigan's Ball stuff going on with people in and out, and they've paid a price for it.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. The fact of the beginning, who was going to actually run for them, and then when they found their two candidates, I think, see, a lot of people were associating, even though Frank Feehan's actually living in Sligo, that he was from Roscommon, and see it, and actually over the last number for canvassing, he was actually out standing with his poster at traffic lights in Sligo.
Wow.
Yeah, for the last few days of his canvass, around when people would be going to work or maybe travelling home. Frank Feehan was out with his poster, holding it in his hand himself.
I hope he wasn't standing at roundabouts.
Yeah,
With
his poster.
I think that's illegal. I saw John Perry posters at the roundabout on the north side of Ballyshannon, and I said, no, is there not some issue about distracting drivers? But anyway, I don't want to get you or I in trouble here, but that's most unusual. But no, I'd be fairly confident that because in a different life, I got rebuked for people putting posters on roundabouts, and I see the logic of not distracting the motorists.
Well, the road safety would certainly, that would have been one of the things that they would have even spoken to us with interviews that we did about putting up posters and that, and even at coming out of at junctions as well, being careful where posters were. And again, you're getting calls into the radio show about certain candidates at certain posters, and we'd have to say, well, maybe you should let them know that it is blocking you as you're taking a right or left turn.
And before I get accused of having to go with John Perry, I also saw other candidates with posters on roundabouts in places that they shouldn't have had them. Okay, I'll take my teeth out now and get my mouth sorted, because I'm afraid of putting the 2 feet in it. Shane, you're going for a break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
looking good.
Okay, welcome back to the Oral Leisure Centre here in Letterkenny, and I see some of the officials here looking very, very busy in terms of into that. Very, very shortly, a first count expected in Sligo Leitrim. So we will bring you that as quickly as we can. As I said, I've just been asked again to run through those figures for Donegal and Super Sunday really for Sinn Féin, because Pierce Doherty is set to top the poll on 20,909. Peter Casey 1,142, and as if you've been listeners, you would have heard he was eliminated in Dublin. Although he did say here in this programme that he was never serious about that Dublin run, but I have a funny feeling it came back to bite him. Pat the Cope, Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, Martin Harley of Fine Gael 3,034, Padraig McLaughlin of Sinn Féin 13,804, Charlie McConnell of Fianna Fáil 8,322, Niall McConnell Independent 565, and Arthur McGuinness, another Independent, 61. Joe McHugh of Fine Gael, sitting Minister for Education 7,613. John O'Donnell from the same neck of the woods as such as Joe, 4,740 votes. Some but not all of those votes coming from the Milford electoral area. I would imagine Joe McHugh would have been very happy to have some of those. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 5,459, and Mary T. Sweeney of Into 373, and Michael White of the Green Party 1,646. John Campbell is back with me here again. He's been, I think largely having a chat with people over there, because there doesn't seem to be an awful lot happening. But
we are getting closer to the first point. I think we're still probably 30 minutes. Still probably 30 minutes away, Michael. Options is for her to declare the count stop limit at that stage, or go ahead and just distribute the surplus. But I think that would take quite a while. It'd take a couple of hours to do that. So it'll be very interesting where we are at then. Then, Michael, there seems to be, as usual, we're going around here, there's many stories, but the general consensus out there is that we're going to finish relatively early and come back first thing tomorrow morning again to resume the count.
I see here Sinn Féin have now matched their total number of seats from the last Dáil with the election of John Brady on the first count in Wicklow, and he was ahead of Simon Harris of Fine Gael. Simon Harris on 8,765 first preference votes, and then Jennifer Whitmore of the Social Democrats in third, and then we have the Green Party, Stephen Matthews from Fortin 5,634, and Andrew Doyle of Fine Gael on 4,940. So kind of big day with the likes of Sinn Féin's Denise Mitchell elected in Dublin Bay North. I mean, I know that was predicted, but topping the poll with 21,344 votes. Quota's 11,934 there. She's a couple of votes short of two quotas. I mean, that's a phenomenal vote anywhere, but in somewhere like Dublin Bay North, where there's a lot of people looking for votes, very, very strong showing there. And Fine Gael's Richard Bruton under the quota on 11,156. Aidan O'Riordan on 8,127, and Sean Haughey of Fianna Fáil on 6,651. Okay. Welcome to John O'Donnell, Independent. John, earlier on I was talking to Joe McHugh, and I said to him, amongst other things, that, and let's not fall out before we get going here, that you had testing time in his backyard. Now, you topped the poll in the electoral area. You're the mayor of Letterkenny, so you would have a fair right for saying it's your backyard as well. You must be very happy with your vote.
Yeah, I'm indeed, Michael. Look, I think to get almost 5,000 first preference votes for the first time out on the county stage, I think it's an exceptional vote. Myself and my team are very, very happy with it. Of course, you can always build from that now and hopefully do better the next time.
And you'd have no query over the tally figure. You're comfortable with it. It's 4741, and you'd be in agreement with that, yeah?
Yeah, I would indeed. Look, I think that you've the people, the tally men and women that are carrying out the figures, they're at it a long time, and I would say it'll not be a million miles away. And
yeah, I many years ago would have been I wouldn't have known your mum, but I've known Eddie.
That's right, yeah, my late father, yeah.
The sheep man and
the wool man, aye.
The wool man, and I spent a lot of time. I lived near Glenveigh, and I would have been very friendly with him in the early years when I was working in the Democrat. But you seem to have a way with you that you can get 30 people to come with you into a housing estate in Letterkenny, as has been mentioned by several people who were gobsmacked by the number of people that you were able to embolden to come with you. So it would seem to me that you have a huge team of volunteers.
Yeah, that's right, Michael. Look, I suppose active team that we had on the canvas, we had about 130 people that were raring to go. So what we had probably most nights averaged about 50 people.
That's phenomenal.
Phenomenal, yeah. And the way we done the canvas.
Age range, John?
Age range, to be honest with you, it was anything ranging from maybe 18 to maybe, well, I don't want to offend any of them either, but definitely 18 to the mid-50s, let's say.
Okay.
They all my campaigns.
Yeah, she lives and breathes it, doesn't she? Yeah.
She does indeed, yeah. She just loves it.
Yeah, let's drill down a wee bit here in terms of your own vote first. I mean, it was pretty exceptional in places like, I suppose, Milford, which was no great surprise, 2321, and then in Letterkenny, 1415. But what struck me was that over in Glenties, 5,500, nice figures, very, very strong. And when I saw the first poll, the TG Cahir one, I wondered. But when I saw what I call the John McAteer Tircullen Tribune, I think they had you at 6.8%. And that basically is not far off the mark. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, well, that's right. John McAteer's poll would be very accurate. And I think that looking at the figures now, John McAteer's poll might have just been spot on or thereabouts. In relation to the Mulford vote, we got 25% of the poll in the local elections in the Mulford electorate, and I think this time we're maybe running close on 30% of the poll. We've just increased our vote by about 500 from the local election, so that's a good performance. Letterkenny, 1,500. I would have thought I should have done better in Letterkenny, but the general feeling that we were getting at the
Where
door.
did the votes in Letterkenny go? Because it's a town stroke environs that, you've had a Minister McDade, you've had all sorts of people over the years. I'm kind of gobsmacked that the town, for want of a better phrase, isn't electing a TD.
Yeah, well, I think, to be honest, I suppose for myself, I'm in the back door of Letterkenny in Kilmacrennan, and I'll be in Letterkenny every day of the week, and I'm the mayor of Letterkenny as well. But I do believe that the people of Letterkenny went out and they wanted to cast their vote for change, and they wanted to cast their vote was a very, I suppose, well-written manifesto to be able to get people to vote for, and they won the electorate over. And I do believe that people that were hardline Fianna Fáilers, Fine Gaelers, people that would have been independent Fianna Fáil, which would have been my Gene Poole, my late father as well, they would have went with Sinn Féin this time just to send a message to the government.
They would have gone with Sinn Féin.
They would have got a lot of people. Well, you take a look at the votes there in the Mulford electorate and the Letterkenny electorate. Like Sinn Féin got a massive vote down there. I think they got somewhere in the region of about 7,000 for Mulford. I think Maria Doherty only got somewhere in the region. Donegal just held on to a seat by the skin of his teeth and council seat.
I might be on thin ice asking you this because I'm not exactly sure. I should have more homework done. But is there a kind of a harping back to the Blaney camp and that sort of stuff in terms of support? And I see Blaney people here. I'm not saying they're with you with the Blaney people, but do you cover that in terms of in that Milford electorate area? Or is that a completely wrong thing to say to you?
No, look, I suppose the Blaney's, it's a known fact. They joined Fianna Fáil, and they're members of Fianna Fáil, and Liam's a sitting councillor with Fianna Fáil. But there's a lot of the supporters that would have been with Blaney, obviously, that would be on my team.
That's what I thought.
Especially in this election, when I went to head out into the like of the Glenties areas and different outlying areas, there would have been a lot of people reaching out to me from them areas to come on board and to get involved. And I do believe that if I had got a little bit more time, that we could have harvested more votes on them areas. But again, going back to the Letterkenny electorate and probably to the Mulford electorate, if we're not maybe capturing more of the vote, I would say that people certainly were they were won over by the election campaign and the national, I think, and that's the reason that they swayed their vote to Sinn Féin.
Are you impressed with how Sinn Féin have done?
I'm impressed with Sinn Féin. I think their performance is unbelievable. Not only
we knew it was going to be good, but maybe not this good.
No, I'll be honest, I'm not surprised because I met the people on the doors. Now, don't get me wrong, there was nobody engaging and saying that there was people to vote for Sinn Féin, but it wasn't that slide of people that were saying it, but the people were very gracious at the door, and that was the problem. They weren't engaging, so it was very hard to read what they were thinking. You'd nearly rather if they started to get into it with you and give you an indication of where you stood. But what I would say is in relation to Sinn Féin, look, they have a very, very strong figure here in Donegal, Pierce Doherty. Incredible. He's already ran for president. I believe he'd get it at the minute. He's not big of a high. In relation to Padraig McLaughlin, really, really decent fella. Was gutted for Padraig actually when he lost the seat in 2016 because I know Padraig personally well this last number of years, and I know the work ethic he has, and I'm delighted to see him getting returned to Dáil.
Well, I said this earlier that in some ways, and people might laugh at me, Padraig's result is in many respects almost greater, forgetting about the numbers, than Pierce's, because Pierce suffers from where we kind of knew he was going to do well, but Padraig was in a pinch and in his own, and I mean, to basically turn things around where basically the outgoing Deputy McConlogue, who topped the poll last time, he did a 2-1 of them in his own in terms of the votes. So for Padraig to actually be walking past, not needing votes from Pierce Doherty, is in many respects an amazing achievement. And as I said to him, he was kind of the star man at one stage in Sinn Féin. Maybe you go back 10, 15 years ago, and Pierce was coming. And then he suffered that reversal last time around, I suppose mainly because they ran 3 candidates. But I'm just, what about you? I mean, are you gone from this race? Can you get elected?
Pardon?
Can you get elected here based on these figures? Do you
No, look, I suppose I'm a realist, and I've looked at the numbers. I spoke to my tally team. I do believe that we're going to be here for a long time yet. We're going to be going through the counts, but no, the tallies is telling us that the surplus that's coming from Pierce is heading very clearly in the direction that I do believe that Pat the Cope Geller will get a number of them, and also geographically Thomas Pringle will be picking up a lot of them.
We're picking that up.
We will get some, but we won't get enough.
And what about down the line then, when it gets really tight? Where do you think your transfers might go? Because obviously you're in the same electoral area as Joel McHugh. You've seen them, you know those figures, or your tally people have seen them. Are some or a large percentage of them likely to go back to Joe McHugh?
Look, no, I don't think that there'll be a large amount of them going to Joe. There certainly will be a percentage of them, but I would say that the dividend of my number 2s and 3s will be going to, I would imagine, the like of maybe Pierce Doherty, people that I would have maybe said, well, I know you want to go vote Sinn Féin, would you give me the 1 and give Sinn Féin the 2? And then also Pat the Cope Geller also will get a lot of those votes, and Charlie McConlogue, because as I said to you, people that maybe were aligned with independent Fianna Fáil and went back into Fianna Fáil, but then for this election did step out of it and give me a vote, but they went back into Fianna Fáil again with their second preference, So my own transfers, I would say there'll be an equal spread across the board, because a lot of people as well that would have voted for me, I would imagine, were disillusioned maybe with the mainstream parties and just went independent one, and they could be all over the place. But I do believe Pat will get a good slice of them, Charlie will get a slice of them, and also Joe will certainly get a percentage of
geographic
them.
reasons.
Geographic reasons.
Politically, you'd be miles apart, a long way apart.
Well, look, politically, we're definitely miles. I'll not been making no secret. I'm not a Fine-Gael man, never have been, and certainly never will neither. We come from the independent Fianna Fáil gene pool, so I'll never see myself giving Joe a number 2, because from a local level, I think it's important that we do have a TD in the local area.
I suppose, broadening it out, looking at the picture that's unfolding already, Sinn Féin have as many seats nationally as they had in the last one. I mean, people have to talk to them now. It was more obvious that Fianna Fáil will talk to Sinn Féin no matter what Micheál Martin has said.
Yeah, well, look, if Fianna Fáil in any sense, they'd be sitting down and talking to Sinn Féin, because if they go back to the polls again, Sinn Féin will run a lot more candidates, and I think they'll take a lot more seats. Looking at it nationally, looking at the amount of spread of votes that they're getting votes there nationally, 16 and 18,000 first preference votes. The next candidate sitting on 6 and 7, and they're taking seats. So it would suit Sinn Féin, I think, to go back to the polls, to be honest with you. But from a practical point of view, and for the people's better interest, I think that they do need to sit down now, and they need to sit around the table.
point I was making earlier. I think that the party that would be seen to cause an election would be absolutely slaughtered at the election if either or the two bigger parties turned around and said, we're not talking, it's a matter of principle, we're not talking or dealing with Sinn Féin. I think if you had an election in a number of months, I think the electorate would take a very, very dim view of that. Because I don't know would you agree, but I think one of the things that probably the attitude of Leo Varadkar and Michael Martin towards them, that we don't want to do business, we don't even want to talk in the same debate as you. And I would believe that helped. That actually boosted Sinn Féin, in fairness, because the electorate didn't like what we're being told.
Yeah, look, I would agree 100% with you, but I do believe what won the election for Sinn Féin, I think, was RTE, by not letting them on the debate. Because at the end of the day, by not including Sinn Féin in the debate and keeping them off the airwaves, the electorate rose up to that big time by pushing them to one side and saying that you're not a big enough party, you shouldn't be taking part. That's ever since that they've taken massive strides. I've seen it at the doors.
Well, in fairness, most people said when they saw the first leaders debate that the person who wasn't there won it, Mary Lou. And in the second debate, where she took two major hits in terms of the Murphy issue and the criminal courts. But having said that, there was a momentum at that stage anyway towards Sinn Féin, and she did more than well enough in that second debate. But the critical mistake that was made was that by putting Sinn Féin outside the loop on that, it was perfect strategy for them, surely.
Oh, it was indeed. It played right onto their barrow, as the old phrase goes. But what I would say is, Mary Lou, on the second debate, I know that she had a few stumbling blocks, but at the same time, I think when she was ahead and Sinn Féin were ahead and they hadn't been on it, I think you quit while you're ahead, and maybe going on it didn't do them an awful lot of harm, but it didn't gain them any points. So maybe sometimes you're better sitting back when you're in the lead.
Fellow independent, Donegal County Council, Niamh. What do you think in terms of John's performance here? It's been very strong.
Oh, absolutely. Fair play, John. You put on a blinder. We were just speaking about it earlier on. We were saying about your team and the amount of people that you had and the buses come through the place. And, you certainly had a very strong presence felt in very rural areas as well, which, it made a big difference. And, your whole campaign and your leaflets and your Facebook and all was fairly active and fair play.
John, we're told we're 10 minutes away from a first count here, and then we're understanding that essentially a wrap up and come back tomorrow. Is that the information you've picked up?
Yeah, that's the indication that I've been given here coming in here this evening, that they're going to do the first count and then they're going to retire for the night and resume again tomorrow morning. That's the reason that I suppose I wanted to come in here to make sure and watch Pierce and Porrick being elected, and to wish them all the best. I think it's very important that you do come in and you be gracious in victory and defeat.
You are as you said, the mayor of the Letterkenny electoral area. You topped the poll in Milford. You've done extremely well here, and silly thing for me to say, but obviously you've got the taste for it. Let's say there was an election. Let's say things didn't work out. There was an election in 6 months' time. I can't but see your name being on the ballot paper again. I assume go with this.
Yeah, I'm indeed, Michael. Look, once we put our posters onto the shed, we don't put them ever too far to the back of it. We always keep them close to the door because you never know when there's going to be an election. And for myself, as you said, I have a very enthusiastic team. So we never put the posters, as I said, too far out of hand's reach.
Yeah, if it was a Christmas tree, you wouldn't be putting it up into the
well, you know it only comes once a year.
Okay, John, thanks for your time and well done again. That's John O'Donnell, accepting that the numbers don't add up for him, but very pleased with his performance.
See you later.
And it may well be, based on what John is saying in terms of transfers, that not as many of them going back to Joe McHugh as maybe we might have thought, and very strong on those transfers going to Pat Cope and going to McConlogue, because clearly, and I was a bit hesitant about it, but independent Fianna Fáil is kind of his gene pool, and in terms of you go back to his late father in particular, who I would have known much better.
That's a very reasonable assessment he's done there.
Yeah.
But then he would know us both well, because he's a very good politician. He knows.
He's really switched on. That's the first time I've had a lengthy conversation with him, and he knows his stuff.
I think that increases. That's quite interesting, because that the fact that he is saying that them votes are going where they're going, I think that makes it extremely interesting now. And it actually is tightening the entire thing up again. Certainly need tightening it up, in my opinion, between Joe McHugh now and Thomas Pringle. Because if we accept, which I think is absolutely correct, the COPE is going to, certainly there's a substantial number of votes now in Pierce Doherty. Surplus for the COPE, there's a substantial number for John O'Donnell. I think that will put him way out of harm's way, if I could put it that way. And
put Pat the COPE out of harm's way.
I think it nearly has to. There's a decent vote there, which obviously is going from John O'Donnell. A decent vote there from Pierce Doherty, and that's just two safety nets, for want of a better word, that Pat the COPE has. There are others there, but I think he is too. Charlie McConnell, it's interesting saying Charlie's getting something.
Don't laugh at me, but before he comes back, and I don't see Brendan Martin or Brendan Byrne here. Brendan is Pat's man.
That's right, yeah.
And there's not a sign of concern from Brendan, really, off mic or on mic. So something tells me that they know something maybe that they don't want to say in terms of Pat the COPE being okay.
Well, I think in fairness, they're seasoned politicians too, and they can see that they have the golden rule, I think, for anybody in this situation, be it Thomas, be it Joe McHugh, or be it Pat the COPE or McConnell, is look around and see what option, where is there transfers coming to you. Pat the COPE can look at it and say, yeah, well, I've got O'Donnell, pretty certain to that. I've got Doherty, pretty certain to that. Probably other odds and things from other areas. So I think that would certainly relax them. If you move forward then and take Thomas's situation, Thomas is more hoping against hope that there's something in. There is no clear candidate. Maybe there's a few votes in Harney for him because of the votes that came in the process of Drummerone area. Maybe there's a few votes in one of the other lower candidates, but in the main, nothing major. Joe McHugh, in a strange way, is probably in the same boat a little bit as Thomas. There's, as John said, there is some votes there, but obviously not a hell of a lot. We're talking about maybe 35% of the Martin Harley votes for Joe McHugh. That's it. And this is where this thing gets extremely tight as we go forward.
There was part of me when John O'Donnell was talking about the transfer, the possible transfer to Joe McHugh. And there was this part of me kind of wondered, are you telling me what you want it to be rather than what you think it will be in terms of transfers? Because, I know he talked about them both being local to each other, but he clearly has no great love for Fine Gael.
No.
And that's understating that.
Well, I think, and again,
so I'm just
they're very strong, independent Fianna Fáil people back then, and very, very good politicians, very good, as was his late father, very good canvassers, know their area and represent their area well. Let's be clear about that, because you don't go from a standing start to over 5,000 votes in a general election, given the strength of Sinn Féin, unless you got to be doing something in your area.
Yeah.
So it's a very strong showing, very credible showing from him. So he knows his he knows where the votes are coming. I think Pat the COPE is beginning to get confident because he can see that there's 1, 2, 3 opportunities to get it there.
He has more doors to go through.
He has more doors to vote. McConnell, yes and no. I think he's just going to get really one bite, maybe 1.5 bites there. Then, the COPE has the doors to open, McConnell, McHugh, and Pringle are the ones that are going to struggle to find the doors to get open. They're going to get votes, or let's put it this way: if there were 1, 2, 3, I'd rather be in 1, 2, 3 at that stage, 1, 2 than 3, because it's hard to catch up. Even you're 200 votes behind somebody. It's a hell of a lot to make up on transfers, unless you have somebody running 5 miles from you.
If you're 3 points behind, I think it was Brent was talking about in the analogy with the football game. I mean, you need to score well to win.
You do, and I suppose again, the opportunities to score. There's more with the Cope.
Yeah,
less with Charlie. But when you get to Joe McHugh and Thomas Pringle, they have the minimum opportunities. Unless they can get maximum return, and it would concern me that looking at the Fine Gael ticket, we had always believed it was somewhere 30, 35, 40 on an exceptional day. Now Joe was saying there 50% from Martin Harley, but I mean the candidate himself is saying 33%.
Yeah.
Generally, I would tend to listen to a candidate. He would have a good grasp on the surplus, and as I say, if you have 3,000 there from Martin Harley, there's 800 of them from our area, the Donegal area. So, that's maybe, yes, some of them will go, but if it's up on the Frost System Road or that area, I can see a fair sway of them going down to Thomas again.
Here, just to give you a breakdown, here's a nice piece by my colleague in the Democrat, Declan McGee. It's on Donegal Live. Sinn Féin transfers could decide who loses seat in Donegal. And just listen to this, it's not very long. The battle for the 5th seat in the Donegal constituency looks likely to go down to the wire, with Sinn Féin's Pierce Doherty and Padraig McLaughlin set to pass the code on the first count, which we're going to get in the next 10 minutes. One outgoing TD will lose a seat. Tallies show that about 800 votes separate 3 outgoing TDs: Joe McHugh, Fine Gael, Charlie McConnell, Fianna Fáil, and Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil. Outgoing independent Thomas Pringle is lagging about 2,000 behind Gallagher, who is just behind McHugh. Transfers from the 2 Sinn Féin TDs will be key, and whoever's the most transfer friendly will return to the Dáil. Essentially, that's what you've been saying. Despite being so far behind, this is what I thought was interesting on first preferences. There is optimism in Pringle's camp that the independent can draw enough transfers to return to the Dáil. The Killybegs candidate's director of elections, who we also spoke to earlier, John Campbell, said the initial picture has been distorted by the large surplus of the 2 Sinn Féin candidates and what they will transfer. As well as transfers from Sinn Féin, Pringle can expect votes from the Green Party candidate Michael White, who tallied at 1646 first preferences. And that's quoting John Campbell. And he adds that I don't think you'll get a real read on the 5 seats on the surplus are distributed. Well, that's kind of what we're saying ourselves.
Well, I think that's a very accurate.
I think that kind of brings it all in together, because it is tricky, and I'm conscious of people on radio maybe not having a pen and maybe not getting all the figures that we have sitting in front.
I think what we're looking at here is the Cope is, and Declan flags it there. The Cope is transfer friendly. McConnell is transfer friendly. Pringle is transfer friendly. The sitting minister is always going to be the least transfer friendly, and not just Joe McHugh in this instance, but any minister anywhere in Ireland tonight is going to be the least transfer, because the momentum is with the parties for change. So obviously any minister is going to suffer at that, and you've seen a number of casualties already. So that would be certainly a very worrying trend.
There's a very telling quote here at the end, which from John Campbell as well, which I've read it twice, and I think it's really interesting. This is John talking about Thomas's chances. If we, i.e. Thomas Pringle, is in 6th place and within 500 votes of the 5th candidate, I think Thomas will have a good showing from the eliminations and transfers, which he has always done across all the parties. AKA, go back to 2016, he was written off and, took a fairly big scalp that time, winning by 148 votes. There's something about Pringle. He's almost like Teflon. He's indestructible. And I know his son...
He's transfer friendly.
Yeah.
It's your independent, you see. It is.
Well, yeah, and as they say in this piece here as well, like expecting to get votes from all over the place, including from White of the Green Party. That noise in the background is Sinn Féin candidates cheering. I can see a couple of flags have been unfurled here with Sinn Féin. They're basically Sinn Féin banners, and a very loud cheer there. I couldn't see who it was, but I presume it was Pierce Doherty.
I would imagine. Yeah, Pierce was over there.
Yeah, and Padraig McLaughlin. So
maybe
they're gathering, shall we say, for this announcement. Geraldine O'Connor is still, she's nowhere near making that announcement just yet, but I don't think she's terribly far away. So there are TV cameras over there capturing the Sinn Féin people with their candidates, unblocked, in my view, from some of the boxes that are in front
Could
here.
I say, I just walked through over there, and one thing that did strike me, there's quite an amount of media there, and I just stopped for 2 minutes. The way Pierce Doherty was dealing with them, yet he was dealing with each one individually, and he was turning from A to B to C on different subjects, and very professional, in fairness to the guy to watch.
Yeah.
Really top drawer, like it's incredible.
He's a star. I mean, I went back to that piece about Miriam Lord in the Irish Times, picked him as the politician of the year, and people can make what they want of that accolade. He doesn't actually get anything other than her recognition, but I think his profile is so huge at this stage. And as you said very early this morning, the insurance thing before the election was
Absolutely,
called, and I mean, when you had people coming out and saying, this guy has really nailed this one in terms of what was going on, and that clip was played constantly on Twitter and Facebook, where he was basically asking the hard questions of the people who run the insurance industry. And I think, apart from getting kudos for that, there was a general recognition that he had done a service to people, regardless of who they vote for, in terms of that, and that really kind of galvanized a lot of the other support for him.
And can I say as well, Michael, I'm delighted to say that we have signed a son to play in our League of Ireland team, and he's quite as skillful as his dad is a politician.
What's his son's name?
I don't want to name the son in fairness, but it's his son has signed for our 13s.
Right.
He's he's as skillful a footballer as his dad is a politician. Delighted to say.
So there's political football and there's real
political football.
Okay. Well, what's going to happen here is, as soon as we move towards getting this first count, Margaret, who basically at this stage now on the move, will be over capturing that. And I imagine Shane won't be far away as well. So we'll be able to bring you that count live, and then we'll go back through the figures. We'll take a note of them. I don't think there'll be any huge surprises, because it'll be interesting to see how accurate the tally figures actually were. But we have no reason to believe that they aren't. Margaret, I know you're having a cup of tea there, but quick question. I can hear, but I can't see what was going on over there. What was going on over there in terms of, was that the two Sinn Féin candidates coming back in?
It was. They're already back in, and there's a gathering of all their supporters and families. So they're just posing for photographs now for all the local media. And I suppose they're surrounded by both national and local media at the minute. So everyone's just waiting on the announcement, which we think now should be at 9:00. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we're not far away, 3 minutes to 9, and we're expecting that at 9, and we'll bring it to you live, of course. So that's the first count from the count centre here in Letterkenny in the Aura, and we were to have a first count in Leitrim. I'm just going to check here to see if there has been any news on that. They were expecting the first count, and again, similar story there with just one candidate in this case, Martin Kenny, and they're expecting him to top the poll there based on tally figures. So it'll be interesting to see what the story is there in Leitrim. So stay with us. We're going to have real figures very, very shortly from the Donegal Count Centre here in Letterkenny, which is busy, but not as busy as I would have thought. Am I right in saying that, Niamh? It's quietish.
It's quietish.
Yeah, the far corner's fairly busy, all right, and that's usually where they do gather with the seating area. But yeah, the atmosphere's not that electric yet now.
Yeah, although I think the volume will go up once we get that count.
We got the Finn Valley figures here.
I don't have them yet. Yeah. Okay, so as I say, I think we are moving towards, as I said, real figures. In Letterkenny, So it'll be a Sinn Féin 1-2 regardless. It'll just be interesting to see in terms of the actual numbers, to see how tight these tally figures have been, because I suppose the accuracy of the tally figures becomes very relevant for the candidates fighting for the last couple of seats, because basically a couple of votes here and there can make a huge difference one way or the other. So I had no joy there. I was trying to get those votes from Sligo Leitrim just to see what their first count was. We'll bring them to you as quickly as we can get them. So the candidates, some of them are here. I know the two Sinn Féin candidates obviously are over to our left.
Charlie McConlogue is there too. We've seen him around.
I haven't seen Charlie McConlogue, but he's there now. That's the Fianna Fáil. And no sign of Pat the Cope.
No, can't see him yet, but I can see some of his avid supporters there, so I'm sure he's not too far away.
Okay, and a lot of the other candidates we have spoken to briefly, or we've spoken to at length over the course of the last few hours. I can see some of them
Hello,
there.
Michael, maybe you could hand over to us here.
Okay, we'll go over to...
Jubilant scenes here from the Sinn Féin supporters. Here we go. There you go. The singing has started already, Michael. And I don't know if you're able to. I think you were able to pick that up clearly. Padraig McLaughlin and Pierce Doherty and their supporters here and celebrating already, just waiting on the official announcement, and hopefully in the next few minutes. And we're hearing over here as well that there is a possibility, though, those votes may be distributed after the official count. So that's what people are saying over here now. That's the latest, and whether that happens or not, we'll know hopefully within the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Well, there was a sense here at the table, and from some people we were talking, that they couldn't really understand, why they wouldn't do that. And then the theory was that it would take so long that it would push the whole thing into the early hours. But maybe do that and come back, or else we're going to have a very long day tomorrow.
I think you're going to have a very long day tomorrow. I given that it's after 9 o'clock, I think the distribution of the surplus is, I like it. When you look at the total number of votes that would have to be counted before you could get to that stage, I can't see it happening. But you're going to have a very, very long day tomorrow into tomorrow night again, because you're going to have all those votes counted, and then you're going to have at least 5-6 nominations, not nominations, but exclusions. So it's going to.
Okay. Well, Margaret's on stand. Mike.
And we're just told that Martin Kenny has been officially elected in Sligo Leitrim constituency.
Okay, as expected, Sinn Féin TD Martin Kenny is back, topping the poll. And as we said earlier, according to the tally figures, there were 7 votes between Marion Harkin and Mark McSharry. Mine went blank there. There you go. That gives you an idea. It's Mark McSharry. So Martin Kenny elected.
And what's the story with the other ones in the Sligo Leitrim there, Michael? Is there
the 4th seat looks like it's going to go to Scotland, and Frank Feehan has basically accepted. I read a piece earlier on there where he said he just isn't in a strong enough position himself or Michael Walsh to pick up. Margaret said.
I think you're looking at that as well. It's kind of proven the point that it's difficult for the government TDs to get transfers to take them over the line, and that's another
Actually,
point there.
It's a very good example of it. But just to finish the point, I'm not sure, with those 7 votes, how it'll go thereafter, because it won't reach the quota. But Mark McSharry and Marion Harkin, 7 votes between them, and then Eamon Scanlon strong enough position for the 4th seat, and then too big of a gap. Frank Feehan said that himself, regardless of the fact that Michael Watts, as I said, had done reasonably well and had polled strongly. So that's just basically the way it is in Sligo Leitrim. They have their first count announced at this stage. So celebration time if you're a voter for Sinn Féin, or if you're following them down through the years. This very much seems to be their day. It'll be very interesting to see what actually happens in the long run in terms of Mary Lou McDonald making the point that she was talking to parties other than Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael first with a view to becoming Taoiseach. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. Niamh, I asked you that question earlier on. Highly unlikely?
Highly unlikely, yeah. I can't see it at all. What can we say at this stage? No, she'll definitely not.
So it'll be back to Fianna Fáil, because I think the last thing's going to happen is they'll talk to Fine Gael, or Fine Gael will talk to them.
Will it be Micheál Martin?
Well, if you listen to Brendan Byrne, it will be. That basically the needs of the country will come first, regardless of his own views. And clearly, there's a large enough number of TDs within Fianna Fáil who probably don't agree with his position.
No, I think, again, I go back to it. I think it leaves it very weak. The fact that now the Taoiseach-elect has to change his entire strategy because he got it so wrong just before the election. I think it makes him a very Taoiseach from day one, because how many of his own TDs? I mean, it's obvious. We thought there was 9 or 10. There's obviously a lot more of them didn't agree with that strategy, and
they were just the ones that came out.
They were just the ones that came out and said it. Now, I'm interested in how he becomes Taoiseach when he basically has to do an about turn on the very cornerstone of what his policy was, which was will not deal with Sinn Féin. Right? He can change it, but certainly the fact that he's had to be forced to do it by a number of TDs is going to weaken his position. And I think he's not. And I think if that goes ahead, which potentially I think it will, I think Mary Lou holds all the cards now because of the way it's been handled. And I think it doesn't really matter to her whether there's no deal, as long as she's not seen to be the one who doesn't cause it, or if it goes for 6-8 months and somebody doesn't like it. But I think it's going to be a long time till there's a government. I think that's and
absolutely.
I mean,
back to Brexit business then afterwards is going to be huge.
But I think going back to Brexit, I think that was a terrible mistake as well, because everybody was totally fed up. Listening to Brexit.
It took me a while to have those figures. Sinn Féin's Martin Kenny elected in the first count in Sligo Leitrim, topped the poll, 15,035 votes, well cleared the quota of 12,137. So that's Martin Kenny on 15,035 votes, well clear of the quota of 12,137. Fine Gael's Mark McSharry is in second place with 7,004 votes. And a reminder again, the quota is 12,137. Narrowly ahead of independent Marion Harkin on 6,972. And Eamon Scanlon of Fianna Fáil on 6,246. So I don't have the figures for Frank Feehan, but obviously the gap is significant enough to suggest that those are the 4 people who will get elected, as had been suggested there. So I just, in terms of the veracity of tally figures, 15,035 was the actual figure. And the tally figure was 14,988. So that's pretty sharp. When you consider the number of votes, slightly less than the tally figure, but I mean, I'd be accused of splitting hairs if I made a big deal about that. So there you have it. 15,035 votes for Martin Kenny, who went through a very difficult time as well in relation to, I suppose, he was very outspoken in the views in relation to Ballinamore and what was going on, and then had his car settle out at the house, and that was a very traumatic experience for him. And I know a lot of people wondered how his stance in in terms of people coming into the country and that, how that might affect them. But obviously, it is done quite the opposite, where people have said no. And again, there's the Sinn Féin bounce. Mark McSharry would have been many people's favourite to top the poll there. And it was said to me that Marion Harkin would get elected. The doubt was it would be third or fourth seat. And some people actually said that they thought she would top the poll.
Yeah.
But I kind of heard on the grapevine, and again, maybe it's not fair because it was anecdotal, but a few people said to me that she didn't get a fantastic response from some people in terms of the fact that she had served in the EU and pension, and she was coming back now in to go again in terms of, running for the Dáil. And so there were some apparently who said that didn't sit well with them. But the point is, she's a career politician, and it's very much up to herself if she wants to remain in politics.
That was thrown at her, all right.
Was it?
She did explain herself, and she felt she didn't have to explain herself really, but she did say that she did give her pension over to different charities and all of that as well, and she came out with that only very recently.
Right. So somebody must have raised that issue, obviously, because I had picked it up as well.
Yeah.
She's
nearly ready up there. I'm just looking at the corner.
You have a better sight of it than I.
I can see her,
Yeah, I can't. So we expect the returning officer to take to the podium very, very shortly. 9 o'clock was mentioned. 11 minutes past now. Not a huge wait. I suppose they want to make sure they get everything right. And sometimes what I do when I'm at these election counts, I take a very close eye on what the RTE camera is doing, because I think there's an unwritten rule that where possible, a first count is captured and broadcast live. So I'm not saying there's any choreography here, but if I was advising somebody to wonder what's happening, I would keep a close enough eye on that camera.
It's probably very true, because what you're seeing here is a national story.
Yeah.
In fact, there's 20,000. Somebody's pulled in excess of 20,000. The deputy leader of Sinn Féin, I think I'll be surprised if it's not. RTE don't have it all over the place in the next couple of minutes, I think.
Well, anywhere where I've been looking at news trains, news lines elsewhere, I mean, it's the Mary Lou story. I mean, that's basically what I'm seeing on all sorts of websites and newspaper websites.
This will make national news. If the actual vote when it's declared, I think it'll be.
We're expecting that vote anytime now. Again, it'll be interesting to see if the tally figure is accurate. The tally tells us that Pierce Doherty has picked up 20,909 votes. Astonishing, considering that the quota is 12,866. I'm looking at a signal that I've seen from a colleague in RTE Radio in the Gaeltacht.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
So, Margaret, I'm well to engaged. Margaret.
Oh, we're here.
We have a sense. We have a sense here now that we're about 2 minutes away.
Okay.
We could be as far out as the lighthouse in Loch Melvin, as they say in Ballyshannon. There is no lighthouse in Loch Melvin, which I think is a great saying. Anyway, but we shall see.
Yeah, we're watching the returning officer here, and so is everyone here. That are supporting.
Niamh Kennedy has a better view than I, and she feels that we're not far away from an announcement. In terms of other candidates, Margaret, I do see Charlie McConalogue now from my vantage point here. Have you seen any others other than the two Sinn Féin candidates?
Well, not at the minute, not where we are, because we're actually sort of enclosed in a circle here with Pierce Doherty and his supporters, and indeed Padraig McLaughlin as well. So and TV cameras, and not seeing any of the other candidates. Someone said Charlie McConalogue is here.
I can see him over at the far door here. Yeah.
I think
so you're basically in the scrum, Margaret?
We're basically in the scrum, and hopefully we'll be able to stay live while we are in the scrum, because there are quite a lot of people, and and the two candidates here with their families and their supporters. So I think shortly we should have that result. I'm just like yourself watching the RT crew here, and they seem to be preparing for something. So unless they're going to do it live on the news, but as you say, it's 9:10 now.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll have something in the next few minutes.
Okay, you're listening to Ocean FM on 105, broadcasting from the Oriel Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. At the table with me at the moment, Councillor Niamh Kennedy, Las Cahirlock of Donegal County Council, and John Gert Campbell, a number cruncher with few equals. Brendan Byrne is gone walkabout. John, former Director of Elections for 16 years for Fine Gael, and Brendan, not sure if he's added 16 years, but a very experienced number cruncher as well for Fianna Fáil. Story, I suppose, that has come out of here in terms of talking to Pierce Doherty earlier on is that Sinn Féin have the mandate, and it's time maybe now for people to respect that and to sit up and listen. I got that feeling from so many people when I went on my own walk around the county centre, just basically saying, the stand before the election was one thing, but the people have spoken, and they seem to have spoken overwhelmingly in favour of Sinn Féin. And had Sinn Féin had more candidates, they possibly would be looking, John, at anything up to 40 seats, 45 seats.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what it turns, what it equates to, and certainly it looks like anywhere they've got any candidate that's going to work out for them. They're probably tonight hoping that they had ran another 10, but I think their strategy always this last number of years has been to try and build gradually everywhere, and they've been very patient in that. But they're going to end up with quite a number of seats. It'll be very interesting at some stage tomorrow or Tuesday to see what the party breakdowns for this are going to be. Like where certainly Fianna Fáil are not going to reach the figures that were predicted last week. Neither of Fine Gael, I think they're not going to go as low as some people had been predicting it at 30. Some people have been saying as low as 32. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Sinn Féin obviously increased. So it's intriguing to go along to see where this is the number of independents. Obviously a substantial number of independents. The Green Party, I don't know what the figure is at the minute. I've seen there was predictions of 6 votes.
Yeah.
Or 6 elected deputies. Labour, unless something major has happened in those exit polls, Labour appear to have absolutely not come back in any way, shape or form.
In no way.
Yeah. I don't have any updates, but certainly the opinion poll last night for Labour was really bad news.
It wasn't good. Yeah, and for those who may not have heard this, outgoing Transport Minister Shane Ross, I suppose the first big casualty of election 2020 in Dublin Rathdown, to lose his seat, and it looks like he'll be joined by. You're looking at 20 Sinn Féin candidates, and this figure will rise when we get more figures in. 20 Sinn Féin candidates have topped the poll in a quite remarkable election from the party, and among those, of course, was Dublin Central, Mary Lou MacDonald, and that was really a very, very strong showing. It was kind of from early days, I suppose, it was obvious that that's the way it was heading, and even from that local exit poll from the IT Sligo from Motion FM. Basically,
what's Mary Lou MacDonald's first preference voting?
I haven't got it here. I just know that she topped the poll. I don't know. I'll have a look for it. As I said, for those of you who just joined us, a good day for Martin Kenny, and then McSharry and Harkin and Scanlon all look set to be returned in Sligo Leitrim, with the first count vote having been given out. I'm looking to my right. I'm looking at Geraldine O'Connor. I actually can see her quite It depends on where you look. Through gaps and holes between chairs. She's on her feet. I'm not a betting man, but I suspect that's a printer that she's basically going over to pick from. Getting some contact from the floor.
Yeah, Michael, there's actually, if you can hear me, there's actually very anxious faces over here as well, hoping that announcement is just going to be made. All faces looking towards the stage and hoping that she's going to walk over to that podium and get the announcement made, because I know our candidates are here and the children are here. The children are here as well. And their children are with them and all anxiously waiting, I suppose, for the announcement to come in. So hopefully, now that she's on her feet, that it is actually going to happen now in the next minute or two.
Yeah, I think we're not far away.
Yeah.
She's back down again. She's sitting down.
Michael, I was hoping you were wrong on that one. Like everyone just looking towards the stage, and then all of a sudden,
meticulous in what she does, isn't she?
Yeah.
Well, measure twice and cut once. Yeah, and in this case, maybe measure 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of pressure on that too, and I mean,
there is.
You know, whether it's being live or being from an edit, this will go everywhere. In terms of TV pictures, so everybody has to do their bit and get it right. So I'd say there's just they have the figures. I'd say it's a matter now of just checking them and confirming them. So that's Geraldine O'Connor, the returning officer. So we wait with bated breath. 21 minutes past 9. Lots of Sinn Féin supporters down to my left in the seating area. If you're familiar with the Aura Centre in Letterkenny, it's a huge building. I can take up to 1,000 people at a concert. Really massive. But so much of the floor space is taken up by pigeonhole boxes for figures and indeed for the counters. So
it'll be very interesting, Michael, to see what this place is like tomorrow. Like, obviously, you're going to have 2 candidates, 2 with the most support elected, so I can't see them being in any rush to come in the morning. So I think it's going to be I think you'll have a very, very different building here for a long time tomorrow. It'll be quite slow, and obviously the first couple of hours will in the main deal with the distribution of surplus. So it'll be business rolling on tomorrow, but I think it'll be quite laid back.
I don't have figures, but I just see Leo Varadkar has been elected for Fine Gael on the 5th count in Dublin West, and that's where Peter Casey ran in inverted commas and was eliminated on the 2nd count with 500 plus votes. In Clare, nobody elected in the 1st count in Clare. Sinn Féin's Violet Ann wins, topping the poll. There you go, on 8987. It seems to be they're topping the poll all over the place. So it's that's impressive to say the least. And a headline here: Simon Coveney says no to a potential Fine Gael Sinn Féin coalition as he arrives at Cork South Central. So there you go. They're not for changing.
Have we white smoke now, Michael?
Geraldine O'Connor is on the move.
Yeah.
Over to you, Margaret.
Well, she's gone away from the podium. I think she's coming back. I think we're going to take this feed live now, and you can hear the excitement of the Sinn Féin supporters. And we're just going to take the live count now and hand over to Zen.
A Gwini Ushla, Sho Alianas, Terry on Cade Kuntish, Altauchon in all canter Donegal. Lín Nadini I digital vota a Caihiv. Cade fihis a 5,000, ní gade agus a heimdiag. Ila Caracade Quiga is do. Líon omlán voti. Seachtu is a 8,000, nócha is a ní. Líon siachán 5. Popper Waloji Nav Wali, Shakehead Caraca Shocked. Quota Govila Jeg, Nigade is a knee. Shot Alianas Turry on Cade Kuntish. Casey Peter, non-party. Mila Cade Caraca 3. Doherty Pierce Sinn Féin. Fiha sa hain Mila agus Caraca Cahar. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil Caracade Shaskani. Harley Martin Fine Gael 3 Vila agus Quaga Shea. McLaughlin Podrick Sinn Féin 30 Mila 8 Gade Neca sa hain. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil 8 Mila 3 Caird Caraca Shocht. McConnell Niall non-party 5 Caird sa Hochtu. McGuinness Arthur Desmond non-party 5 Shea. McHugh Joe Fine Gael Shocht Mila Shea-Cade Fiha sa hain. O'Donnell John non-party Caramila Shocht-Cade Trecha sa Cuig. Pringle Thomas non-party 5 Mila Caracade Shochtu Do. Sweeney Mary T. Aintu Govila 3 Cade Octu Do. White Michael Green Party Cohentus Gloss Mila Shea-Cade Quaga sa Shea. Conas go bhfuil vótaí Pierce Doherty agus Podrick McLaughlin níos airde ná an quóta fógraim iad Bert Tuffa.
Pierce Doherty and Podrick McLaughlin lifted into the air here by their supporters. Now hopefully Michael will be able to get a word with them in a few minutes. Here we go again with their singing. Handshake from Pierce Doherty to Podrick McLaughlin.
Lanhi may arai con Forestburg. Lanhi may arai con Forestburg Pierce Doherty a Atrinch. Shin Forestburg de 8 Mila Cade Strecus a Cuig. Marisation on Forestburg is mó atá ar fáil agus cólíonn sé an cnílachaí seo. Is féidir costaí tábháin an tíorthóir a bhfuil an líon is lúvótaí aige a hábháil. Ag ná an difir idir an dá iarthóir a bhfuil an méid is lúvótaí acu. Agus is féidir iarthóir eile a hábh.
Okay, Michael, we're going to try and get in here and get some information, some interviews for you now.
The following is the result of the first count for the constituency of Donegal, Dáil general election, the 8th of February 2020. Electorate 125,911.
For a long time. And
Valid
we're
poll,
just so happy for them. We're also so happy for all of our
77,452.
colleagues, and comrades and friends all across Ireland.
Total
This is
poll,
an incredible day for the Irish people. And I think we're in a whole new direction after the
Number of
democratic
seats,
stand that Irish
5.
people have taken today.
Invalid
look, it's been a
ballot
fantastic
papers,
day. The vote that both myself
647.
and Padraig secured is down to a lot of the people here
Quota,
behind us. It's fantastic work. But
12,909.
the message that we have, the message of change, the message
The
of that we
following
can
is the
fix some of the
result
crises
of
that
the
we have has
first count.
resonated with the people of Donegal. And it's,
Casey
it's
Peter,
incredible that so many people have put their
non-party,
trust in myself and Padraig.
1,000.
That nearly 1 out of every 2 people in
143.
Donegal have voted number 1 for Sinn Féin. They see Sinn Féin as the future, and we're determined as a
1143.
team to deliver on that with our
Doherty,
colleagues who are
Pearce,
going to be
Sinn
elected
Féin,
over the next number of hours right across the state. It's a great day for the people, as
21,044.
Padraig said, and it's been an excellent day for Sinn
Gallagher,
Féin and all the team that's done
Fianna
everything to
Fáil,
bring this success to fruition.
7,469.
184 votes last time round.
Harley,
Well, it was a tough day for our team 4 years ago,
Renegade,
but this is a great day for our team. You know, me and Pierce are just faces and posters. We're talking about hundreds of people who give their lives, their commitment in all of their communities across Donegal. So this is for all of them. We've done this together, and I'm so, so proud of our team.
McConnell, Charlie.
Absolutely brilliant. We left this counting centre 4 years ago, and
Niall,
I was elected as a TD, but we were
non-party,
heartbroken because we are a team and we've done this together in Donegal. But look, it's
McGuinness,
just
Arthur,
this is
Desmond,
beyond our wildest
non-party,
expectations. That the type of vote that came out for us is, and for both of us to be elected in the first count is really, really
Finnegan,
humbling. And I want to thank everybody who voted for us right across Donegal, and our commitment to them is to make sure that the change that they're so yearning for, that we will be part of delivering that change, and that work starts straight away.
735.
Well, look, we've made it very clear that we want to be in government. That's where you can deliver the maximum change, and that's why Mary Lou McDonald has started this morning to reach out to the other political parties. We have an opportunity now for the first time in 100 years to have a government without Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil, and that is what we're exploring now with the other political parties to see if that is possible. Obviously, we have to wait until all the seats are filled to see the size and the makeup of all the different parties and independents, but that ball has started to roll this morning.
Well, the parties are saying that now you've got to step up and solve the problems that you've been complaining about for the last few years. It's tough being in government, and Sinn Féin will have to make tough choices if you don't in government.
Look, we know all about government. We know about tough choices, and we have been taking on the big issues. We have the solutions here, and we have the team of candidates, and Padraig, myself, right across the state, people who have been elected. They are of the highest caliber, and we have asked people to give us the chance. Now it's our job to go and see if we can form a government of change, and if we can do that, there is no doubt about it that we will be in government and we will deliver for the people that have put their trust in us.
Can save the election expenses of the lowest candidate and exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates.
We listened to the people after the local and European elections. We lost a lot of good councillors at that time, and we heard what they had to say. People were resonating with their message when we were talking to them on a one-to-one, but our message wasn't getting through. And through the leadership of Mary Lou McDonald, who's just absolutely be phenomenal in this campaign, we have been able to make sure that our message did get through. People heard the solutions while other parties were arguing with each other and using Sinn Féin as an argument point. We were focused on, we will deal with the health crisis. We will build the houses that are needed to make sure that your family has a home. We will cut your rents. We will make sure that you have the right to retire at 65. These are the messages that were resonating with people. We stayed positive, we stayed focused, and we have been rewarded by the electorate. And with that reward comes responsibility, and that's what we're right down to straight away to see if we can turn that momentum for change into a government for change.
Pierce, you said this morning that you wanted to be Minister for Finance. So what are you thinking now?
Well, look, obviously we're looking for a government for change. I do want to be Minister for Finance because I know it's not something personal, but I know that if I were Minister for Finance, the choices that I would make are the choices that the people of Donegal need and the people right across the state need. We need to make sure that ordinary people's voices are heard in the corridors of power for the first time. For far too long, it's been a revolving door there for the elites, the vulture funds, the bankers and all the rest. Now it's time for ordinary citizens who come out in their droves and put their faith in us to have their voices is right at the heart of Cabinet table. And if I did have that opportunity to serve as Minister for Finance, I would make sure that the choices that I would make sure that these families and workers are given the break that they so much deserve and so much demand. Thank you.
Okay, Michael, that's it. You've heard our two candidates there. So I'm going to hand back over to you as while the celebration's going to go on over here with our two firstly elected members. And back over to you.
Okay, thank you very much to Margaret. And just to go back through those figures for the benefit of our listeners, I'll run through them as they are on the electoral voting card, so to speak. Peter Casey, Independent, 1143. Pierce Doherty, Sinn Féin, 21044. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 7469. Martin Harley, Fine Gael, 3056. Padraig McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 13,891. Charlie McConlogue, Fianna Fáil, 8,344. Niall McConnell, Independent, 580. Arthur McGuinness, Independent, 56. Joe McHugh, Fine Gael, 7,621. John O'Donnell, Independent, 4,735. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 5,472, 5472. Mary Sweeney, into 2382, 2,382. And Michael White, Green Party, 1,656. A couple of key figures here. Total electorate, 125,911. Total polls, 78,099. Valid poll, 77,452. What we would call spoiled votes, or referred to as invalid, 647. And the critical figure, the quota, 12,909. And for those of you who are wondering how these figures compare to the tally, there's very minor adjustments in some of the figures of candidates who really haven't polled terribly huge numbers. But in relation to Pierce Doherty, his actual vote is better by almost 1,000 than his tally vote. So the story got even better for him in reality. He's got 21,044 votes. We were telling our listeners on the tally he had 20,099, and marginally a decrease for Padraig McLaughlin, not of any great significance. An increase. He's on 13,891, and the tally was 13,804. So basically, that was quite an anomaly on Pierce's figure. If, let's say, things had been tighter, 1,000, but it's kind of irrelevant because it just gets better and better.
Just gets better and better.
It's 21,044. So he has a surplus of 8,135 votes to be distributed. Just looking out in front of me here, there's nobody going home here. You know, the counters are counting again. So whatever about just doing a first count, we're going to have that distribution.
I think.
So what are the take homes from this, John?
I could take home from this. I'm just looking at. I think it's reasonable. It's a reasonable fair bet to assume that Pat the Cope is going to overtake Charlie McConnell. I think that almost has to happen on the next on the distribution of Doherty surplus.
Yeah,
I think that's. It also, I think the other negative for that Charlie McConnell is that there isn't a huge amount of votes around from McLaughlin. So I think we would nearly expect it to be Doherty, McLaughlin, the Cope as the first three. I think that's a reasonable assumption on the figures now. Now that it's just where I think you would have to say on the figures that we have here that I think Joe McHugh could catch McConnell as well. So therefore the last seat would be between Doherty or Pringle and McConnell.
Yeah.
And at the minute it would take transfer from somebody to Pringle to catch McConnell. So what I'm predicting, Brendan, I think the Cope gets number 3.
That's what we said this morning, didn't we?
That's what we said this morning again. Rest my case. Number 4,
Probably Joe, I think.
possibly, depending on a few things, possibly Joe, but O'Donnell factor in there. But I think now we probably have 3 of the 5 seats.
I think so, yeah.
Would you accept as Director of Elections that the Cope is over the effectively very close to going over the line here?
Barring an absolute disaster,
Yeah.
The Cope will take the 3rd seat. Bearing in mind at that stage when we made a projection in the morning, we had no vote counted, but there was early trends coming through that Charlie's vote was declining, Joe's vote wasn't rising on the basis that he was this great minister for Donegal, delivering for Donegal. That didn't strike with the people, and that Pringle's vote was hemorrhaging too heavily to Sinn Féin in his own backyard in Killybegs, Dunganelly, Frosses, Keelogs. He lost too heavily there to Sinn Féin to be in contention.
Now, this is make or break count for Pringle.
It is.
If he doesn't, this will decide his fate. There's no doubt about that. The distribution of the surplus here.
I expect him to get something over 2,000 here, to be fair.
Yeah. But also, what did you expect the Cope to get, for example?
I would expect the Cope to get between 800 and 950. And that will narrow the gap down to about 1,100, 1,150, depending on.
McHugh?
I think McHugh will be very disappointed. He's not going to get a great deal at all. He may, if he's lucky, get 150, 160.
He's not going to get.
He's not going to. We didn't tally his figures, but what we did tally belonging to other people, he was figuring very minuscule. Remarkably so, actually. It was very low.
Okay.
There's still a lot to play for.
Oh, I know, and let's do this a different way and think about the people at home who've heard us call out the figures. Here's Doherty's number 1 with 21,044. Patrick McLaughlin's number 2 with 13,891. Right, as we look at the ball figures here, both of them elected. Quota's 12,909. Unless I'm missing something, Charlie McConnell is 3rd.
Yes,
at the minute,
on 8 at the minute. Yeah, but bear with me. 8,344. Right. So in 4th, Joe McHugh, 7,621. In 5th, Pat the Cope Gallagher, 7,469. Am I right in that?
That's correct.
In 6th, Thomas Pringle on 5,472. So that doesn't matter because of transfers and votes and the way the world works.
And there's a big gap. It's 2,000 votes between Patton and Pringle. That's a big gap. If it was 1,300, you could open up and say there's a potential there. But once you go in and around the 2,000, tightly packed race, it's very difficult to come back. Whereas he played the card vote local and keep your local TD, that maxed out at the vote that he got. And he has no running mate terribly close to him. John O'Donnell, when he's eliminated, is going to be a key player. Those votes will go to Charlie, will go to Joe McHugh, certainly. They will go to Pat the Cope, definitely. And some of them will go to Thomas Pringle, but a lesser amount. So the gap begins to widen again between Pat, Charlie, Joe, and Thomas.
And you think that a 3rd seat will be won by Pat the Cope?
It is on the balance of probabilities, looking at that, and provided that he doesn't get the transfer that everyone's anticipating in this room from Pierce Doherty. Pierce Doherty, there's a general anticipation that he at least gets 15% of the transfer. And the Tyrconnell opinion poll strangely said it was 15% also. and it hasn't been that far out, really.
No, in fairness,
It's been in ballpark terms, margin of error.
So 15% is somewhere in the region of 1,400 votes.
He's got 9,000.
Well, Doherty surplus is
8,000.
8,000.
Yeah, so yeah.
10% is 8.
Yeah, it's 1,200.
1,200.
Yeah, but when I was asked by John earlier, I said that might be a bit heavy. I thought he would be between 850 and 950.
Okay.
You're not going to get 8,135 transfers. I mean, every vote's not going to transfer.
No. There's non-trans.
There's going to be if it's traditional.
There should be 20% of them that'll be between plumpers and
dead votes.
Or eventually votes that will become dead, because a lot of people vote 1 to 4, but they don't vote 1 to 10.
So
you're
looking at probably 6,000.
John O'Donnell said here that his vote would go, his transfers or distribution of his votes would go to Fianna Fáil. Unless I wasn't listening to him, I got the sense from him, maybe it was just that he said it first, they would go to McConalogue, and then he mentioned Pat the Cope. And I'm just looking here, and I'm just being devil's advocate here. McConalogue's on 8,344.
Mm-hmm.
And Pat the Cope is behind him by
900 odd votes.
Yeah, and you're still saying Pat the Cope in third place.
Yeah, if the transfers go right, and if the transfers don't go right, it doesn't necessarily follow that Charlie will get the third seat. Joe could move into the third seat, and then the two Fianna Fáil come last.
Yeah.
But if there is,
just in case, I'm not sure if you were here when John said this, and I kind of analyze it in a way that he was saying his team watching the transfers, he was suggesting that there wouldn't be a massive transfer to Joe McHugh. This is John O'Donnell himself.
Yeah.
And now there was part of me wondering, was that the way he wanted it to be as much as the way it might be? And which might be fair to him.
I did look at some boxes, as you
Yeah.
do. You have to look at some of the tallies, otherwise you're not going to know what you're talking about. I did remark two things in this election: how transfer unfriendly Joe McHugh is. He's toxic for some strange reason, whether it's the way he mounted the campaign or where he interacts. I don't know.
Or
he ain't getting transfers, he's a government minister.
He's a
I don't know.
minister. I was just going to say that. Yeah.
There's so many unknowns there, but he is getting, in my estimation, he's claiming he's getting a 50% transfer from his own running mate. I disagree with that. I would possibly argue he may just be about 30% if he's lucky. Mm-hmm. I did look at no more than 4 boxes in the general area where what he'd call him was O'Donnell. My interpretation of the O'Donnell vote is it's light touch Fianna Fáil vote, because he's from the Fianna Fáil gene pool. That's certainly an element in it that benefits Charlie, it benefits Pat. But the remainder of the vote, probably the majority thereof, the vote, was hardened anti-establishment protest vote.
Not Joe McHugh.
Oh, certainly not Joe McHugh.
Well,
and it was Sinn Féin. If we go back to Sinn Féin, those will die, non-transferable. They were going to Casey. But Joe McHugh, I thought on the basis of the 4 boxes that I got a good eye on, that he was in around 10 to 12%, 10%.
Right.
Which is very low. Now, I did not see the Carrigarth box, but I did see the Creasla box, and he wasn't figuring in that one.
Is there a scenario here where I'm getting too tied up in this Pat the Cope or McConalogue, the Charlie McConalogue thing? Is it a case that whether it's third or fourth, that both Fianna Fáil candidates will get elected, one way or the other, and you're then into Joe McHugh versus Thomas Pringle for the last seat?
Well, that's my interpretation based on... now, I'm not expecting Charlie McConalogue to get any substantial vote transfer from either Sinn Féin candidate. There's a difference between Charlie and Pat in terms of Sinn Féin. Pat has always been favourable to the broader Sinn Féin church right throughout his political career, and that is getting him that extra bonus there.
And he has the advantage of being a neighbour. And
then there's the geography factor with Pierce. Yeah. Equally so, there's the geography factor with Charlie, albeit only for the 900 odd votes that Padraig McLaughlin will be distributing, but it doesn't play in the same significant extent.
Right. Okay. No,
but the margin between Pat the Cope and Charlie McConalogue and Joe McHugh will greatly tighten after this count. It will close in, and you could nearly automatically say there's a comeback on and Thomas is ready to go over the line, but it peters out when other events take place. This is the best opportunity Thomas has of possibly making a pitch at
I think
saving
that
a
this
seat.
is probably the only major chance he has of
And for
closing
that
the
to
gap.
happen,
He's not going to close it.
He needs to get
any other
more
way.
than 2,200 from Pierce Doherty, and Pat would need to get less than 500.
Yeah, and that's
And that's most unlikely.
That's very. I think you have to accept that. I think the cup moves into third position here, and I think will stay there for a variety of reasons. I think Charlie McConnell drops back. He'll get a bit of a boost when Patrick McLaughlin or Patrick's votes are. I think will it keep him there? I don't know. After that, then his only other thing is O'Donnell.
There's 6,284 number ones belonging to Pierce from the Glenties electoral area. And Pat is the only other contender there.
Yeah.
So if you're applying the least minimum rule that we've been applying to Joe in relation to 30% of that, it would be favourable to do that because the other running mate belonging to Pierce Doherty is also over the quota, and that brings in number threes. So it would be very realistic to say that there is at least 30% hovering around there, but we're not saying that. In our estimations, we're saying 15, half of that.
You're being really conservative.
Really, yeah. You tend to
But there-
do, and then you get a pleasant surprise, and then
There's going to be a substantial fall off when you get to number 3, so you have to be realistic about
funny. I was remarking.
Well, hold on, just park the bus. Just for the benefit of the listeners, and if not the listeners, the benefit of myself. Right. Before we go on any further, we're in general agreement that unless there's a major seismic change, it's Pat to cope for the third seat. It took you a while to convince me there, and I think because it's figures and it's radio, I'm thinking of the people at home listening.
of
So
course.
that's why I brought you the long way around the house. So let's agree, whether we're right or wrong, that it's Pat to cope. Okay. So let's start again now at the next stage for 4 and 5, as best. You know, keep it simple for me, whatever about the listeners, I'm sure are much more nuanced in this than I am, just to make sure that we get it as near correct as we can, because I assume now we're going to get the distribution of Pierce Doherty surplus, which, let's say we finish at that stage, we will leave here with a fairly good indication then of where we're at.
Sure do.
So me here as best you can, Niamh and John and yourself. I want you to draw the picture for the listeners in terms of 4 and 5 as best you can, and I know it's tricky.
If you were looking at
Brendan,
it objectively as a director of elections for the opposing party can be, you would have to say that the 4th seat should go to Joe McHugh. And you're basing that on the fact that Joe McHugh is on 7,613. But he has a running mate sitting behind him with 3,034. I'm using the tally figures. I shouldn't actually, but
3,056.
56, right?
Yeah.
I'll use the actual figures. Yeah. So you have Joe McHugh, as I said, on 7,621. Charlie, admittedly, is ahead of him on 8,347. But looking at it objectively and as fair and balanced as any person can be, the fact that Joe McHugh has a running mate immediately behind him on 3,056 would lead any rational-minded person to say that he has the capacity to overtake Charlie based on a 30% transfer. That would be a logical thing to say. But there are people here that say it's weaker than that, right?
Because?
Well, perhaps because of a badly ran campaign between the two candidates, a bit of tension between the two candidates, maybe cherry picking votes from areas that had Joe left them alone, he would have got a stronger transfer from. He took the soft vote from Harley in Kilcar, in Glencolmkill, in Duncanelli, and in Donegal Town. Had he not tampered with that, maybe the dynamic of the remaining vote would have been different. Sometimes when you poach into another candidate's area, even though you're the same party. You alienate yourself with the remainder vote because they worked hard to bring out the vote. They were loyal to the strategy that was adopted by both of them, signed off by both of them. So there could be a degree of tension. Will it have a significant factor? It could well do, because we're talking here of margins of 100 or 150 votes. There could be a kickback there. That's the first thing. The other thing is, I'm not entirely sure, and I certainly wouldn't say that Harley's 3,056 votes is anyway Fine Gael. I would say a very small component of that is Fine Gael, because I had previously said that Joe McHugh in his own right got 606 votes in the Stranorlar electoral area because of encroachment and poaching. So there could be a shock in the system there that Fine Gael vote won't transfer to the same extent as you would ordinarily anticipate.
I think if you look at it another way, Brendan, Joe McHugh is 7,600. I think let's be reasonable and give him, say, 30% of of Harley's vote, which I think we're in and around. That puts him to 8,600. But if we're looking at McConnell in the same breath, he's had 834 at the minute. So he needs very few hundreds from McLaughlin to keep him ahead of McHugh at that stage.
Yeah.
So few, I think, that he would get them. Now, then when you move on that, there's a lot of other go out. I don't automatically see Joe McHugh overtaking McConnell.
And the next thing that we have to address, and this is the key deciding count, is when John O'Donnell goes out. And John O'Donnell's people are saying that Joe is going to get a kick in the teeth from his vote, basically. And they're
John
openly saying it. And
John O'Donnell here.
And they're,
that he doesn't see Joe as Joe doing well out of him.
So what he may get in John O'Donnell's votes is the vote that's local to Carrigart immediately only, and once it goes beyond that, it peters out.
Well, vis-a-vis John O'Donnell's vote, where it comes from, how do you see percentage-wise that coming down between Joe McHugh and Charlie McConnell? Bearing in mind where the O'Donnell vote has come from, I know on one side geographically, on the other side politically.
Well, geographically and politically, I'll put together. On the geographical political side, Charlie McConnell should get a greater ratio of it, because it is Blaney country, it is the Fianna Fáil gene pool, it is the old northeast. So therefore, on a ratio of 1.5 to 1, Charlie should outpoll him. There is then the other factor there that John O'Donnell's vote did encroach into Creesla, which is now the old Donegal Southwest. It went into Carricannon, into Falcarra to a certain degree, and that brings Cope into play.
Yeah.
John O'Donnell's closely aligned with the Cope. He works closely with him, and he makes no secret of that. Neither men do. And I expect a bonus transfer that you wouldn't ordinarily otherwise factor in for someone being eliminated from Kilmacrennan to a candidate.
To assume that McConnell and the Cope will get more transfers from O'Donnell than will Minister McHugh.
If you were to put a Gallagher, Pat Cope Gallagher's votes and McConnell's votes together, it'll be at least a ratio of 3 to 1.
Yeah, and that's the point to make, because that all sorts of things start to happen at that stage if that ratio of John and Donald will definitely, absolutely stonewall guarantees the Cope 3. Puts McConnell as favourite, if that happens, as favourite to a number. That basically the last seat then becomes between Thomas Pringle and Joe McHugh.
Thomas and Joe, which kind of in different ways kind of adds up in terms of, and it was pure coincidence that we had the two of them here at the table at the same time, and I got a sense from Joe that Joe was really worried, and I also kind of picked up that, having done interviews elsewhere before he came to us, and even in those interviews he got a particularly tough grilling in terms of national and local and minister, and whereas I don't know whether Thomas is a better card player, but I thought Thomas was less distressed And this is not about what they say; it's about how they kind of
the body language.
Yeah, which is kind of dangerous territory to be going into. And it just struck me that maybe Joe McHugh is in bother. Because
there's no doubt.
Well, he is now.
He's in bother.
Yeah,
I think we've seen that for
they
12 hours.
And they have nowhere to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence the scrutinising and counting of the transfer votes.
That's the
And
voice
we will
of our returning
commence
officer.
with the candidate Thomas Pringle here on my left-hand side at the tables just there. Thank you.
That'll be interesting.
Transfer and scrutinising of Thomas Pringle's votes.
Yeah, from Doherty.
From Pierce Doherty. So that could take a while. Interesting to say the least. Sorry, I was just thinking there in terms of the last seat. So, John, I suppose where I'm at now in my head is that it is Thomas Pringle in a battle with Joe McHugh.
It's certainly, if things play out as you would expect them to from now on, it certainly would look very much like that's where the last seat is going to.
Despite where they are now. After one count.
I think you look at where the votes are coming to people and you see that, and it's going to be like we still have, we're talking about the transfers, how things, etc. But we still have got those 4,000 or 5,000 votes there to be distributed, and like it's a bounce of a ball at this stage. It's just who can keep ahead. It's certainly going to be a tight finish tomorrow evening sometime here, because
it's going to be very tense.
It's going to be
tomorrow evening. Yeah,
I think either that or we stay here through the night.
I know. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think we'll be here for 2 or 3 hours yet.
Yeah,
you know.
Well, I think this will tell us an awful lot. It won't tell us the whole story, but I think it's reasonable to assume now we know 1, 2, 3 definite, possibly 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 and 6. Again, that's a totally different ball game now.
Really tricky. So this is happening now down beside us here.
That's the distribution. That's Doherty's transfer to Pringle.
Okay.
That will be interesting when it's tallied by the tallyman there.
Yeah, and in terms of the kind of a transfer that Thomas Pringle will be hoping to get,
he's got to be 8,000, 6,000. He's got to have. Well, it'll be interesting. First of all, I expect again between Joe McHugh or McCullough, but certainly Joe McHugh, I would expect Thomas Pringle now to close that gap substantially. I mean, Thomas Pringle is on 5-4. Joe McHugh is on 7-6. It's over 2,000. It should close it certainly well over 1,000, 1,500 votes.
That many? 1,500 possibly?
I think Thomas Pringle will be disappointed if he doesn't get that, bearing in mind that the two, that there's no requirements from Patrick McLaughlin to get anything. I think he would genuinely be a bit disappointed. He certainly will outpoll Joe McHugh substantially on that.
Okay, thank you very much. You're listening to Ocean FM, coming live from the Oral Leisure Centre here in Kenny, and I'm delighted to say welcome back and congratulations to Patrick McLaughlin, who has been deemed elected on the first count with a magnificent 13,891 votes, the quota being 12,909, and Pierce Doherty, who you would have heard in the interview with Margaret talking about how gutted he felt leaving the count in 2016 when his friend, never mind his political ally, lost his seat. Redemption, validation, delight, pick any.
But everything,
Yeah.
I mean, listen, it's, whether you're a county councillor or a TD, there's something
Or senator.
Something, or senator, David. In fairness, the TD and councillor, they're elected directly by the people.
Yeah.
There's something very special about getting a mandate from people who you know, communities who you know. It's overwhelming and it is humbling, but it's also a huge responsibility on all of our shoulders now in Sinn Féin. To work with other political parties, because that's the nature of governments in Ireland. You work with other political parties to try to find a programme for governments that can address, the real issues that people face: health, housing, childcare costs, and of course the issue of workers. And as I said earlier on, I came across it so many times in the door. People who says, I'm working full time. I can't make. Why am I working for? Why do I bother? Why don't I just stay at home? And I don't have a medical card. I don't have student grants. I don't have free transport. And this is a huge issue. It's actually a crisis, I'll tell you. I worked years ago with a national organisation unemployed, and I advocated for supports for people who are unemployed, for supports to help people return back to work. But what I never emphasised is where the worker, the person who's keeping the country afloat, is just not feeling the benefit of going to work. That's a crisis, and we need to address that.
When did the campaign to get 13,891 votes start? Did it start 10 minutes after?
Yeah,
literally.
Absolutely. Yeah, I seen the tallies that day, and I went home. And I just said, right, get your strength together, get your composure together. And I came back and
bruised and battered, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it was tough, but I said to myself that, right, we've over 20,000 votes, but we don't have enough for 2 seats. We have to look what we can do to improve. We have to, me personally, I looked in the mirror first. I don't believe in looking around you for faults. I looked in the mirror. I could see room for improvement personally. And then the team, when I looked in the mirror first, the team then started to look in the mirror. And then we decided together, right, this is what we're going to do. And we had a really good local and European elections, relatively compared to, obviously, Sinn Féin did badly down the country. And then we have this. And it's... I'm over, because any of us involved in politics knows there's a couple of faces on the posters, but there's hundreds and hundreds of people who give everything, their heart and soul, and you can see the response to them over there. They're people who put their reputation on the line. Like I think of the hundreds of people who joined the canvass with me, who went to the doors of their neighbours and says, this man here, you put your family's trust in this man. That's their reputation on the line, and I have a huge responsibility. So it's the ebbs and flows of politics. I've seen the downside, and today I see the upside of it.
Tell me, I don't expect you to tell me what he said to you privately, but there must be some serious satisfaction between yourself and Pearse for 2 Sinn Féin candidates to get elected in the first count. I'm looking at figures here, and generally speaking, anywhere where it's telling me that a Sinn Féin TD has got elected, and there are 20 plus at this stage, they're all topping the poll. They're all way over. Yeah. So, but 2 in Donegal is I doubt if that'll be common in too many places for Sinn Féin.
Yeah, and we have the highest percentage vote for Sinn Féin in the entire in Donegal, 45%. And it's, I think Louth's around 42 and Dublin Midwest is around 43. So that's tremendous performances in those counties. But it's massive. I think back, the heyday of Fianna Fáil, where they had 50% of the vote in Donegal. Yeah. We used to look at them and think, God, that's incredible support. 50%, 1 and 2 voters across the county. And we find ourselves near enough in that position now. So, but you see, the time for celebration is tonight, okay, but tomorrow morning is a Monday, start of a new week, and we have massive responsibilities already. I can tell you in this room there are people with issues. Everybody's issues.
I'll stop you there, buddy. There are people heard this. Everybody's issues.
That need addressed.
So, I'll open it up to my colleagues here rather than dominating the whole thing. Any thoughts strike you in terms of this man sitting across here? I think there's huge pleasure in the fact that you're back, because I think a lot of people were, regardless of politics, were very disappointed for you last time round. Leaves for Gillybags, John and Brendan, all southwest Donegal. he won it last time. But there was a real sense that kind of the person who had done a lot of the heavy lifting, yourself, for Sinn Féin in the early days, had lost out, and essentially through a mistake in running 3 candidates. So, and I put words in anybody's mouth. Anybody share on that?
Yeah, I bet. Obviously, the strategy didn't work the last time, and it worked very, very well this time. And it is no mean achievement, I think, to get 2 candidates over the quota on the first count. It's incredible, and also the surplus of yourself and Pierce from now on. You're going to have a major say in the rest of the TDs as well, quite apart from yourself. Just on that, with where do you see, for example, your own surplus going for the remaining candidates? Do you believe it'll go, for example, to Thomas Pringle, Pat the Cooper? What would be your own gut feeling on that?
I mean, the geography will play a part, I would think, in my own surplus. So you'd imagine Charlie McConlogue and Inishowen would have a benefit. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt the Pringle team, Thomas Pringle's team, have said they were monitoring the transfers, and they feel Thomas is getting a very strong transfer, and that's logical. Particularly with the younger voters who were voting, for change and voting, as they would see, for progressive candidates down the line. So apparently he's going to take a significant transfer. Pat the Cope will take a significant transfer, you would think, from Pierce geographically. I think Pat the Cope also, in fairness to him, was out of the traps in terms of saying that he has no problem with Sinn Féin and Fianna Fáil coalition. He was the first of many who've now joined belatedly. So it's going to be, I genuinely can't call it at this stage, but Pat the Cope, Charlie McConlogue, Joe McHugh are a few thousand ahead, and that's, you definitely want to be a few thousand ahead than a few thousand behind at this stage.
Well, just on that point, in terms of, obviously you don't have anything like what Pierce has to give to somebody else, for want of a better expression, but geography would suggest that many of those should go to McConlogue, but do you agree?
Yeah, I would imagine a certain amount, all right. I mean, I took about 7,500 votes in the show, and so you would imagine Charlie would benefit to a certain extent from that. But I'm told that a lot of the vote was transferring to Thomas Pringle. But now I'm told by his team, I have to put a health warning on that, Sinn Féin didn't monitor the transfers other than what was transferring from Pierce to me and from me to Pierce. So I can't call it. I know it's sometimes that's a cop out, but I genuinely can't.
I suppose in the broader question, I think in the Van Morrison song, Days Like This, I'm just looking at some figures and go back here to 2007, Donegal Southwest, Mary Coughlin, Pat the Cope, Gollern, Denny McGinley elected, 7 candidates. A fella called Pierce Doherty came fourth with 8,462. And you look then at Donegal Northeast, Joe McHugh tops the poll. This in 2007, Dr. Jim McDade and Niall Blaney get elected. And a guy called Patrick McLaughlin comes fourth with 6,733. And you move it on, 2011, Donegal Northeast, this guy McLaughlin tops the poll with 9,278. Joe McHugh is second and Charlie McConlogue is third. And then it goes down through a variety of names, Jimmy Hart. 2011, Donegal Southwest, Pierce Doherty tops the poll, 14,262. And then I suppose the thinking that I have in my head is that you go into 2016, having been a poll topper in the previous one, you make the mistake is made in terms of going with 3. And I suppose it brings me back down through the years. In your wildest dreams, could you have seen the transformation locally and nationally from 2007, or say from a world where it was always 2 Fianna Fáil, 2 Fine Gael and 1 independent, or whatever the case may be, a Blaney, sorry. This is a very new world.
No, it is.
Locally and nationally.
It's extraordinary. I mean, and Michael, like yourself and many people around this table right now, you've been observing politics for a long time, and this is an incredible. I'm looking at results in places like Roscommon, Tipperary, Wexford, Kildare's. Apparently East Galway, Clare. These were seats we never, in our wildest dreams, thought would be in play here. So this is dramatic, and I think that's. Those who have been in political power historically in the state need to realise now that all has changed. That this is going to be a very different country, and there needs to be different attitudes moving forward. And for our own party, we will absolutely insist that the Good Friday Agreement is well over 20 years now. We are a generation forward. 1 in 4 of the Irish people have given us their support, and we demand that mandate be respected. That's where we're at now.
That's an interesting phrase. Sorry, but I'm not knocking it, but I haven't heard the words "we demand that mandate be respected," and that's something, Brendan, that you were talking about earlier on. That if you get that kind of a vote, say in Donegal or nationally, 30,000 odd votes, that's people telling you, go talk to these people because these are the people we want to be part of government.
In an election, is an instruction from the people. We must always remember the context of an election. You seek the opinion of the people. The people instruct you by way of the result that they present. And the result here is very clear. There is a clear mandate from Sinn Féin, from the people. That has to be respected. And I've always, throughout my political life, had one philosophy. You must respect the will of the people and the vote of the people. And if you don't do that, you can't dine a la carte on democracy. Democracy is all duck or no dinner.
You're borrowing my phrase from earlier on. I've got slagged about full duck or no dinner. No, I actually agree with you. Partick, never mind about tonight, but what happens in the broader scheme of things now in terms of Sinn Féin sitting down? I read that Mary Lou has already opened the door to other parties other than Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and the phrase used was that in a conversation where she becomes Taoiseach. I don't think that's very likely. I think it's going to have to be with Fianna Fáil, because whatever chance there is with Fianna Fáil, it seems to me, and I just saw Simon Coveney in his count saying the same thing. We're not going to go into government with Sinn Féin in any shape or form. So, do you anticipate somebody to come knocking at Mary Lou's door?
I think it's very interesting that Micheál Martin has already started to pull back from the position that he's held. My understanding, and there's huge pressure coming from Fianna Fáil grassroots to change that policy, which is to reject going into government with Sinn Féin. My understanding is that Mary Lou has been talking to other political leaders today. Yeah. There is a chance to look at the array of parties on the left or the centre left to see if we can put together a platform that's, even if you couldn't form a government from those numbers, you could go to the likes of Fianna Fáil and say to them, this is the platform we've put together, this is how many TDs we have, and if you want to be in government, this is the platform, the people, this election cannot be more of the same. Like, there has to be a programme for government where the people who have voted in this election can say, right, there is going to be real change in our lives. There's going to be a public housing programme, an affordable housing programme that addresses the crisis. There's going to be investment in beds, nurses and doctors that starts to turn around. I mean, of course it won't happen overnight, but over a 5-year period, people want to see real change in their lives. They want to see, that bit of extra money in their pocket when they're struggling every week. So whatever is put together, there's no point. I mean, for me, I'm a public rep for 18 years. I might have lost my seat in this election. Sorry, I may have not regained my seat in this election, and I go. That's me. Public reps come and go. So I suppose the reason why I make that point is that, for me, the only basis that we can go into government is if I can look at the voters who put their faith in me and say there is real change now possible in the next 5 years. So if we can pull that together, and we're open to talk to all political parties, our preference would be a brand new start. If that isn't possible with the numbers, then I think Fianna Fáil would particularly have to reflect, and I anticipate do what's right by the country.
Do you think Sinn Féin have any interest in any sort of in any shape or form of confidence and supply?
Absolutely not. No. Well, the confidence and supply has been rejected by the Irish people decisively in this election. What we need now is a stable government with a significant majority that can actually get through legislation without this messing around that we've had for the last 4 years. Like how many bills, technically might get through and never get through the House. As anybody who knows anything about legislation knows, this has been a farce for the last 4 years. So we need a stable government, and Sinn Féin's up for negotiating that.
You're nodding in agreement there, Brendan?
Absolutely, and have been for a long time. And Padraig and I have discussed maybe this on many occasions over the last 4 years. I think the first result of the election yesterday was they want stability. And the vote for Sinn Féin was a vote for a new direction and stability. And if party leaders can't knuckle down, put aside whatever has to be put aside, and sit down and do what is right for the country, then democracy isn't working.
Yeah.
I think, Michael,
line.
I think, Michael, that Sinn Féin caught the mood of the people in this on a number of things. Just instance, one of them was the insurance issue, which Pierce championed. But I think the other thing, I don't know, would you agree with? I think the two big parties, if I could put it that way, I think probably played totally into Sinn Féin's hands by being, I don't know, is arrogant the right word, saying, no, we're not worried about Mary Lou appearing on TV. No, we don't want to do business with you afterwards. And I think, would you agree the electorate said, hold on a minute, we'll decide who has numbers rather than be told this will happen or that won't happen. Would you feel that was part of the reason why there was such strong turnout as percentage vote?
It was a huge strategic mistake by Micheál Martin, and confidence in supply. Ultimately people were not happy with confidence in supply, and when they had their chance to, pass judgment on it, it's been quite decisive. But again, I go back to Micheál Martin. I was stunned at the approach that he took. I thought at some point, he would, leave the door open and put forward his own platform. And I could see it on the doorsteps. I mean, every day. Indeed, I have to say this, the ordinary members of Fianna Fáil were not happy at all. And I would say Micheál Martin's, I'm going to say it now, I usually don't do this, I think his leadership has to be in serious trouble right now. Has to be in serious trouble. He's led them into a disastrous election, and his strategy has been appalling. And I can tell you that, and here's the other problem, the grassroots members of Sinn Féin will not want to make Micheál Martin Taoiseach. He's offended us. He's basically said we're not fit for government. He's used the most egregious terms to describe our representatives. So I think there's a big problem for Fianna Fáil there in terms of the leadership and the persona of Micheál Martin.
Brendan?
Well, look, it can't be the pretext for talks that the Fianna Fáil changed their leader. I don't think that's really what Padraig suggested. I respect the fact that the animosity between Micheál Martin and Sinn Féin has been long-standing and has been deep, to say the least about it. But if we are to try to formulate a government, then for Fianna Fáil to change its leader, unless it's the will of the party, of course, and in the absence of it being the will of the party, it's going to be a situation where we'll look at, as I said, a lot of heavy lifting is going to have to be done. A lot of people are going to fight hard, and you're going to have to do things that you wouldn't ordinarily do of your own free will. But you must do all this in order to form a government. This election gave a mandate to 160 politicians to enter Dáil Éireann on the 20th of February, to one elect a Concorla, to immediately then elect a Taoiseach. And that has to be done. And that will, Padraig, in fairness to your grassroots members, he did on occasions go overboard. There's no two ways about that. He wouldn't be in keeping with my Republican philosophy, traditional Fianna Fáil. But look, that is what it is.
Padraig,
all I can do is...
Padraig, just in case you missed it, that's as near as you're going to get to the Director of Elections for Fianna Fáil saying you're right. And in fairness to him, he has said this all day. But
I would be from a very traditional Republican family.
But still, what he has said here is, and I hope I'm quoting him properly, Padraig has said that he feels that Micheál Martin has offended us. The grassroots of Sinn Féin do not want to make Micheál Martin Taoiseach. That's a strong statement.
It is a strong statement. And look, I respect his right to make the statement. But I have to say, and I would be lying if I said anything other, that can't be the pretext for talks. If that is to happen, then...
Not a great place to be starting from, though.
Well, I know, but look at... Charlie Haughey in his day went in with Desi O'Malley. They spent 20 years killing one another, politically killing one another. and yet they were big enough, and they were square enough to knuckle down and say, "We're doing this." Personal grievance aside, personal views, animosity aside, this is a role of politicians to do a government.
I'm going to let you go. I'm getting the eye from various people. All I will say to you now is, what happens tonight if this wraps up reasonably quickly in terms of this distribution? We're being told that will happen, and then maybe we'll be back here in the morning. But I have no idea what your social habits are, but will you be having a lemonade at some stage?
Maybe a sparkling water.
He's strictly sparkling water. And he doesn't even indulge in the lemon. He's very socialist, you know. It's just no ice cubes even.
Yeah, you be careful.
Sparkling water. Sparkling water.
You're sitting over there and you think you can get away with it. You know.
He and I are friends for
I know,
16 years.
I know. Well, he hasn't offended you, obviously, or vice versa. So listen, well done and congratulations. And people will be very pleased to see you back. It's been a tough 5 years, but this is pretty emphatic. It's good to be back.
It's very good to be back. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for so much of your time. Thank you. Thank you. So that's Patrick McLaughlin leaving us. That is strong, John. Grassroots of Sinn Féin do not want to make Micheál Martin Taoiseach.
Yeah, I think that's.
I think he's been very honest.
He is. But today he's talking from the heart, obviously. But by the same
reality
token,
is there will be grassroots in Fianna Fáil that won't like what I've said in relation to my positivity towards
and
Sinn Féin.
I respect you for saying that. I know
you know, in fairness, but I must say it because duty to the country is above all else, and you can't ignore a general election. You just have to knuckle down. You may have to bite hard. Whatever you have to do, you have to do. You cannot have a situation that within 90 days or 120 days, you're back out asking the people for a different result to the one that they've only after giving you and you did not enact.
Yeah.
You can't do it. So whatever about our grassroots and whatever about the Sinn Féin grassroots, and I respect their hurt and I respect that Fianna Fáil grassroots won't all be enamoured. It'll probably be a 50-50 split, but this has to be done.
Patrick said there that he's hearing on the Bush Telegraph that Micheál Martin's maybe is softening his approach. And I'm not sure you were here when I read the tweet where the door isn't open, but the lock has been taken off the door, was the way it was put. And maybe that's pragmatism at its best. And maybe tonight's not the night for going drilling into that, you know, for so many people.
Look, I've been director of elections long enough and chairman of the party long enough to know that anything I say and other directors and other chairpersons say on whatever radio is picked up, there's a unit in our party, there's a unit in your party that is there to measure the pulse of what public representatives and what party officers are saying. And I'm sure I'm not the only one in Ireland that's saying, let's be sensible here and let's do what it takes to form a government.
I would be very surprised if the message that you started earlier on today hasn't been sent through by many director of elections in the course of the day. It's a practical message. The electorate have spoken. They've done this. I don't think any leader, including Micheál Martin, could set his face totally against. I think he will move. He has to move. There is no other choice. Well, there is another choice, is that he says, holds the line and said, not an inch, not going to go in there. And in 2 months' time, you're back out again. And that, if that were to happen, for that, he would be absolutely massacred. I actually don't even think his own party will allow him to get to that circumstance. I couldn't even see, talk about turkeys voting for Christmas, like no TDs will say, listen, we agree with you on a matter of principle, no deal. I think that's just not going to happen.
The party that either refuses to open the door to talks to government or the party that first closes the door on talks to government is going to be destroyed. Sinn Féin know that, Fianna Fáil know that, Fine Gael will know it, and they'll have also to go into a process of talks. This idea of complete entrenchment on any issue, really, never mind.
Fine Gael will have to go into a process of talks with everybody but Sinn Féin.
But that's not credible.
Okay.
How can you dismiss 25% of the electorate? Listen,
Varadkar says Fine Gael coalition with Sinn Féin is not an option and would be like, quote,
a forced marriage.
That sounds like, to me, like a Taoiseach and a leader of Fine Gael that's packing up the portrait of Michael Collins above the fireplace and moving out of government buildings.
Really?
Yes.
Well, he's definitely saying, no way, Jose. He's not for it. I'm just
He's
reading
wise
it off.
enough to know that he probably feels heavy breathing on the back of his neck, and it's not from anything other than the backbenchers.
I think, yeah, I agree. I think
His
from the
days are numbered.
backbenchers and from, as I said earlier on, the more traditional wing of Fine Gael, who would not have been amused with how things have been handled up to now over the last year, and would be looking at this very jaundiced. I think if he were to move, I think he's in quite a difficult position now. I think there's an element of Fine Gael that would be comfortable, certainly having some talks with Sinn Féin. Equally, I think there would be a strong element that really didn't have the greatest confidence in the Radger, if I could put it that way, would say it would just be a bridge completely too far. I think he's got a hugely tricky line to walk inside of the Fine Gael party at the moment.
Well, I know obviously talking in the context of election, but I thought there was a period of time where Leo was walking on water and could do no wrong. You know,
politics, the politics turns on you very, very, very quickly, as many politicians have discovered.
Did the Fine Gael grassroots make Leo, or did the Dublin 4 media set make Leo? I think Leo, really, his leadership capacity was created and built up by the readers of the Irish Times and the soft media in Dublin that put him out there. And in reality, if one thing was abundantly clear right throughout the election was this: the man lacked experience. He lacked leadership. And I think of all the elections, and I never thought actually I would stay around long enough to think and to say publicly that in actual fact, Enda Kenny would have done a better job of this election than Leo Varadkar did.
well, it does. That's a very strong point. But
He was a better leader in an election time than Varadkar.
He was. I think
and yet he was a leader who avoided one-on-one where he could interviews and TV.
Yeah,
he did as little of that as he could.
But it worked.
But
Yeah.
I take it back to again, and I think the huge issue here, and you can see it. They mentioned Roscommon there. They mentioned Meath, etc. Those were the power bases of Fine Gael. Traditional farming votes in those areas, and I think for anybody who was watching this from 6 months out when the major farming issue started, I think without resolving that in whatever way, to go into an election without that being resolved, and with that huge farming vote out there, that costs seats. There is no doubt in the world that costs seats. And I think that, be it inexperience or bad judgment or whatever you want to call it, that was, you were losing seats. You look at Meath and places like that, look at Roscommon, you just go through some of the places there, and I'm not sure, for example, how about Mayo, but the rural part of the Fine Gael organisation stroke party was not managed well during this campaign. You can see it here yourself in Donegal.
Actually, John, you're on to probably look at, everyone had health issues. Everyone had concerns about Letterkenny, the community hospitals, you name it. But the next thing that I felt was on the doors was the entire perception of rural neglect, and that this government really didn't have a rural focus. We had it in the farming community, we had it in the towns and villages, and it was very much part of the narrative of this election, how Fine Gael had either turned its back or failed to connect with rural communities. And there was a sense of hopelessness there. And even in the depth of the recession 10 years ago, hope wasn't lost. Annoying, and we were upset, and the hurt and the sheer financial loss, we had all those emotions, but hope remained. But there is a lot of sectors and communities out there that had lost hope of anything under.
I think if you look,
Sorry, John, just you're saying no candidates have been elected in the third count in the Mayo constituency, 7 candidates eliminated. I'll not go through them, but that's just you asked the question, and that's
if you
the
look
answer.
at my own parish again, like on what we talked earlier, where the Sinn Féin vote went from 54 to 176. I think it's no coincidence that was traditionally a very, very strong Fine Gael area. Now, I think it's no coincidence that the vote trebled, and because, for example, the post office closed there 5 months ago.
Yeah.
And I think it was just another one of those perceptions or realities of neglect. So I think if maybe no one big thing, but 1,000 small things closing. There was initially a dispensary there, it closed. The post office closed, even though there's probably the highest percentage of companies in an area there. But what I'm saying is, there's reasons, and you look at that. I'd be very interested to see what portion of the Sinn Féin vote came from the fact that the post office was closed locally there. One small example, but I'm sure there's dozens and dozens and dozens as you go through the county of Donegal and probably Sligo and Leitrim.
Yeah, sorry, Michael Ring has been elected Mayo, and Rose Conway Walsh also elected, both of them on the first count. I misled you there. Just looking at the figures nationally, Sinn Féin with 28 seats filled at 10:30. I think it was you said that, John Gerard. If they're getting elected, with probably nearly 2 quotas, or they're topping the poll and they're all first preference. I mean, it's kind of extraordinary. But where does that stop in terms of how many possible candidates do you think they could end up with being elected?
Judging on the projections that were in the newspapers and the different media outlets, they'll tend to peak at 32, 33 or 34. They only ran 42, which is a mistake. Had they to run more, they probably would have gone into the early 40s.
Yeah.
I think if they get 34, it's good. It's very good. But don't rule out they could go to 35.
And they're already on 28.
Yes.
That is pretty exceptional going.
It is.
At this early stage.
Again, they were ill prepared for this, the degree of surge. You know, at the beginning of the election, the first 6 days of the campaigning, they were concerned that they were going to lose 4 to 5 seats based on polling they had done. And from that, then we turn around to a situation where they're going to come back with at least 12 to 13 extra seats.
We keep saying it, but it really is kind of remarkable. It's, it's in my time covering elections, it's the big change in terms of on the national scene. In Donegal, in terms of Fine Gael, and we've been here before, but there's something wrong, you know, when a minister is in trouble, and in a constituency of the size of Donegal, that Fine Gael are in a struggle to hold a seat, forgetting about Leo Varadkar, forgetting about everything else. I just don't get really how Fine Gael could have found himself in this place.
Well, judging it as neutrally as I can, I always felt that the press that Joe generated and the spin that came from him was never equal to the expectation of him on the ground, that there was a kind of a false narrative there. And
what's that saying, smoke and mirrors?
Yeah, to a certain degree. And some of the, you know, for example, he got himself into an awful boggle over the community hospitals, where he announced 3 times over the same grant, and in actual fact the grant never materialized. And then, now I don't think he personally wrote the statements, but they came from his office and they came from his name, and that created tension, and that created very active community groups that were very annoyed that, well, if when they first discovered it wasn't a grant, and then when the second discovered it wasn't a grant, they were twice as annoyed. But a lot of the announcements, and that, had he to make more effort in engaging directly with the community and posturing it better than just pure spin. You know.
So is that fair though?
Well, if you ask the community hospital groups in St. Joseph's, Lifford and Ramelton, they'll agree with you, because they are very animated about how they were treated by him. But you see, a lot of politics has changed. You rewind the tape 20 years ago, community groups really did need the active imprimatur or support of a minister or of a politician in order to get whatever was needed in the community. But we've moved on a great deal with the internet, do all this. So there was a disconnect really between how he was conducting the announcements, how he was managing himself, and I think that's taken a toll on his vote.
Okay, thank you very much, Brendan Byrne. We have been joined by Fianna Fáil's Charlie McConalogue. We've gone through the figures. You have them obviously as well. Where do you see yourself, Charlie, in terms of the end game here? We're doing our best to work our way through it. There'll be arguments for and against. Pat the Cope Galler possibly finishing in third place. Maybe you might find yourself in a battle for the last seat. What's your sense of where you are?
Hi, Michael. And listen, first of all, congratulations to yourselves on your tremendous coverage, Ocean's tremendous coverage here from the County Centre all day. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate Pierce Doherty and Pádraig McLaughlin for their tremendous vote. And also, and particularly, I'd like to thank all those who voted for myself and the 8,500 of them. And it's put me in third place at the moment. And hopefully it will be enough as the counts proceed to ensure that I'm returned to continue to work on behalf of the county. And I also want to thank all of those that worked so hard on my team over the last 3.5 weeks and who are depended on so much and who give so generously of their time. It's hard to know now that the count that's going on at the moment will be pretty instructive in relation to how things might unfold. So by the end of tonight and whenever that's actually announced, I think we'll have a much better sense as to how it's going to impact in relation to how competitive and how tight it's going to be. But I think, while we're both myself and Pat the Cope Gallagher in a good position as things stand, we can't take it for granted, because that's the counts to come could certainly impact on that, and it's still all to play for in that sense.
I'll ask you the question, and it's a tricky one for you, but do you see Fianna Fáil returning two candidates?
I certainly hope so, and I think we're in a good position at the moment, but that can change, and we've all been at counts and we don't know how they unfold, so everybody's watching very keenly here at the moment what's happening with the votes. So I think I'm pleased that we're in a strong position, but not an unassailable position.
Our logic would be that while you are in third place at the moment with 8,344, that in all likelihood, for a whole plethora of reasons, that Pierce Doherty, geography and the very open and warm relationship, certainly that Pat the Cope has fostered by saying he has no issue with talking with Sinn Féin, that Pat the Cope Gallagher, we anticipate, will do well in terms of transfers. You will pick up transfers as well, but is there any sense from you that he will probably do better than you?
Well, I think based on geography and based on the fact that it's Pierce Doherty's votes that have been distributed here, the two people that we'd be expecting to benefit most of those would certainly be Pat the Cope and Thomas Pringle, without a doubt. It's a matter of how, in relation to how that unfolds, and particularly in relation to Thomas Pringle at the moment, whether he gathers enough to catch up on myself, Pat, and Joe McHugh. Joe McHugh, of course, has the Martin Harley transfer, which will strengthen his position. So this is the biggest number of votes which has to be distributed, in the remaining counts. Then, depending on how that unfolds, potentially, John O'Donnell, who had a strong performance, but doesn't look like he will be in the reckoning for that last seat unless there's a surprise in relation to the count that's going on at the moment, and those remaining transfers then will come into the mix too. But at the moment, you would be saying it's there's four people, myself, Pat the Cope, Joe McHugh, and Thomas Pringle, four in there for the three seats. And while we're in a good position as things stand, we'll know better after this particular count here is completed.
How do you feel about in terms of your own vote in Inishowen? Surprised, disappointed? Pádraig did exceptionally well.
He did, yeah. No, listen, I'm very grateful for the vote I got. I got 5,000 votes in Inishowen and 3,500 votes across the rest of the county, and I'm honoured to have received them. I got a tremendous vote in the last election, topped the poll. There was a wind at our back in that occasion. The wind, we were walking into a wind on this occasion, and we knew as the campaign developed that there was a big vote behind Sinn Féin, and I was they would take the first 2 seats. So we knew there was very strong pressure on our vote, and I'm just grateful that the work that we put in over the last 4 years, that ensured that the vote held up as it has, and that we have a good vote. We have a good vote there, and hopefully now it will be enough to ensure that we can that in return to continue that work.
Yeah, hindsight's 20/20 vision, but Inishowen was pretty cluttered, wasn't it? I mean, even the likes of Peter Casey, and you have people chipping away one way and the other. Obviously you and Patrick would be the big 2 hitters in there, but was it kind of trickier in terms of getting anything like the kind of vote that you had last time?
I think the biggest thing which we've seen in Donegal and other constituencies is the fact that there was a floating vote and going towards Sinn Féin, and there was a lot of pressure on everybody's vote going in the direction of Sinn Féin during the campaign. So as a result of that, Porrick's vote would have increased in Inishowen and indeed across the county, and I'm very grateful for them, and indeed for the rest that brought me up, for the 3,500 outside of Inishowen, really good vote in Fan of Milford, Letterkenny, and votes then across the county too, which came my way. So listen, it's a good vote and a good position to be on, but it's not uncatchable, and certainly we shall see whether. Hopefully, it will be enough to win the seat over the next.
Can I talk to you
about
about the broader picture in terms of the discussion that there may or may not be with Sinn Féin? Micheál Martin has stuck to his guns in terms of saying he didn't want really to get into negotiations or discussion with Sinn Féin. Some have suggested that there might be a softening already in that. And I think the way it was put by one observer was that the door remains closed, but the lock has been taken off it in terms of the possibility of Micheál Martin wanting to talk with Sinn Féin. But I get a sense here from Brendan, who you wouldn't have heard saying here, and he has been quoted extensively on media all over the place, basically saying, essentially, and he can speak for himself, that he feels that based on the mandate that Sinn Féin have achieved here and nationally, that you must respect the votes of the voters, and that there needs to be or should be discussion between Sinn Féin and Fianna Fáil. Patrick O'Connor has said he has no issue with that from a very long way out, and I think there was at least 8 or 9 other Fianna Fáil TDs who would have kind of gone along with that, others who didn't. I just wonder how you feel about getting into talks with Sinn Féin.
Yeah, well, I think we do have to listen to the public. We have to listen to the electorate, and we have to very much respect what they're saying. We do also have to respect the platform we put in front of the public in advance as well. And certainly, coming out of the election, there'll be an onus. We first of all have to see what the seat counts will be. And it's very much in the mix in terms of we don't know who's going to be the largest party. Hopefully, it will be Fianna Fáil, and we're still in a very much in the hunt to be the largest party. So let's see how that unfolds. But coming out of that, then the party will have to, as we had committed to before, engage with the other parties who said see how we could lead a government and bring about a change of government and ensure that Fianna Fáil could lead that government. It is, given our previous conversation in relation to the fact that we're still very much in the mix here. We're hoping we definitely will have 2 seats. Let's let the counting proceed. Let's see where it stands after that, and then the party can take it forward from there in relation to playing its role in government formation.
Forgive me for asking this again, but how do you feel in terms of getting involved in government with Sinn Féin if that happens? Have you a problem with that?
No, well, listen. I think there's an onus on us to, given the fact that we put a platform to the public that we want to lead that government, and I'm hopeful still that we will actually be the largest party, and that we can actually be in a position to lead the government. And I think there will be, after we know what the seat count is, a responsibility in the party to follow through in relation to talking to other parties, but also we will have to be cognizant and listen to what the public are saying and what's come out of it. But it is very much, it's not for today. I'm not in any way being presumptuous because, I'm very much hoping I'll be returned here to work on behalf of Donegal. In the next stall, I'm no way guaranteed that, nor is Pat or any of the other candidates that are in the hunt. So I think let's see what the final tallies are, and then I've no doubt Fianna Fáil will go forward in terms of trying to lead a government if we're in a position to, and given the seat numbers to do that.
Many have said, and it's been said here at this table, that Fine Gael in particular, and Fianna Fáil to a lesser extent, that their approach in dealing with Sinn Féin didn't work, and in some respects backfired. That there was this sense of attacking. Fair, unfair?
No, I think certainly Sinn Féin got some momentum early in the campaign from the fact that they weren't part of that initial debate, and that they definitely gathered momentum from that. I think less so whenever they were actually included in the debate, the debates after that. But listen, the public make their call. They make their decision. Fianna Fáil had, we'd put forward our platform in terms of looking to lead that government, in terms of working with smaller parties afterwards. But listen, once we see what the seat numbers are, and once we see how well placed we are to actually try and bring about a change of government, I think then we'll obviously consider the outcome of the election and reflect it very much on what the public have said.
Again, nationally as opposed to locally, it hasn't been a good election for Fine Gael, and we're only at 10 to 11 on Sunday night. They've lost some high-profile people. I mean, is that inevitable when you're the lead partner in government, that maybe if people are going to take it out and somebody they'll take it out? And to a lesser extent, you might have felt a bit of that yourself
not
here.
Not necessarily. I mean, I think a government that performs well and a government that provides good leadership and health, provides delivers in relation to issues such as housing, could expect to get a further mandate from the public. That wasn't the case with Fine Gael. They hadn't performed. They had failed to deliver. And we were putting our platform forward in relation to bringing about and leading a government which would focus on those issues and which would focus on public services, focus on reforming our health service. But there's no doubt that we were impacted by the fact that we had facilitated a government throughout the Brexit process, and that certainly was a drag in terms of our potential to grow our vote, and certainly did provide space which Sinn Féin benefited from in relation to the vote that they got.
It was in many respects the right thing to do, but it probably did come at a price in terms of the temptation of maybe having a different view. But Fianna Fáil were extremely supportive of the stance taken on Brexit, and maybe in some ways paid a price for that.
Well, there was in fairness, a national approach and a united approach nationally in relation to Brexit. We continued the common supply to ensure that there was a government in place, because if one had fallen during that period, it would have weakened the hand of the country, and it could have led to an outcome which would have been very damaging for us all. But listen, there's no doubt lead to a drag in our vote and inhibited our capacity to increase our seats in the way that we had targeted during the election. Okay. So I think that's clear as to in terms of how the election has gone across the country.
Listen, thanks for giving me so much of your time, Charlie McConnell. Tonight will end probably fairly quickly after this, and it'll be back tomorrow to see really what happens with those 4 into 3, for want of a better expression. And you remain reasonably confident that yourself and Pat the Cook will.
Yeah, I'd be hopeful, but I think certainly by the time tonight concludes, we'll be a lot clearer in relation to how tight that challenge is going to be, and how tight how much room there is for manoeuvre in terms of ensuring that those 2 seats can be won. So I'm hopeful, but let's not presumptuous.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, again,
thank you, Michael.
Thank you, and thanks for giving me so much of your time. That's Fianna Fáil's Charlie McConnell. I suppose he's one of 4 people that are very much in wait and see mode in terms of what's happening with his vote. And as he says, the distribution of Pierce Doherty's surplus is key for so many people at this stage. Just to say that Regina Doherty, as suggested earlier, has lost her seat in Meath East, and Sinn Féin, not surprisingly, have the largest share of first preference votes nationally. Figures I have to hand at the moment, there are 29 Sinn Féin TDs elected at this moment in time, 9 Fianna Fáil, 8 for Fine Gael, Green Party 4, and Independents 5. So that's a kind of a real stellar performance in the early stages. As I say, it seems to me that if somebody from Sinn Féin is getting elected, they're getting elected on the first count. And as I kind of scan through various counties and various constituencies, more often than not, you see the words top the poll, exceeded the quota, and they're winning very, very, very big margins. Margaret.
So we're actually after being told that after this section is finished, that it's tomorrow at 9:30 that we're coming back tomorrow morning for 9:30, and there's concerns because there's a weather warning at the minute for snow and ice tomorrow morning, and that's why they've decided to maybe move it to 9:30. So we'll wait and see.
Okay. 9:30 we'll be back here again. As you know, our election coverage is brought here with thanks to the Sandhouse Hotel Marine Spa in Rosnala. A special location for any occasion, visit sandhouse.ie. Niamh, I know you didn't catch all of what Charlie McConnell was saying there, but I suppose to summarise it, he's far from giving up the shout. But it was very clear to me that unlike Brendan, he was cooler in terms of sort of striking up a relationship with Sinn Féin, and it was almost like a party line in terms of where he was at, and dare I say, very much a Micheál Martin stance on that. But and maybe wait and see for now. But he wouldn't be in the same place as Brendan Byrne is, which is very interesting considering Brendan is the director of elections for Fianna Fáil. So obviously there's a very big debate, discussion, and a little bit of a soul searching has to go on within the Fianna Fáil party. In terms of where we're at tonight, I suppose looking back at it, pretty much one has come to us as expected. I still feel that as wonderful as Pearse Doherty's performance was, he's a different profile. He's kind of the star. He's on TV every second day of the week. As John and others said, he was able literally to handle questions left, right and centre from TV crews and whatever else. Very, very experienced in a relatively quick space of time where he's become so polished. But I can't help but think that Patrick has done something pretty special in terms of not just getting a big vote, but getting elected on the first count. Have you any thoughts in relation to what's going to happen here tomorrow? I mean, it mightn't suit, but it sort of probably makes sense because there is so much left to be done that, and bearing in mind the weather, that it would make sense maybe to reconvene at 9:30 rather than push on for the whole night.
Oh, I think so, and I think for the tellers and the counters and everything as well, for their sake as well, and be much better. You get tired and maybe become complacent. However, they're doing a fantastic job there. They're really, really thorough. Thomas Pringle's doing really, really well out of Doherty's votes. Excess, absolutely. He's flying it. I haven't been down at Pat's table, but it looks very much like Pearse is doing extremely well out of there. Thomas is doing extremely well out of there.
Pearse's votes, yeah. I see John Campbell, Director of Elections. Yeah, we might have a very quick word with John. Literally, Shane, tell him a minute. John Campbell coming back to us. John, we're hearing that you have reasons to be cheerful. That transfer is going pretty well for your candidate.
Going positively for us. So far, we estimate Pat the Cope's going to get about 1,005 transfers from it. And already they're still counting ours, and we have over 2,000 transfers.
Well, that's phenomenal. Yeah.
So we'll close.
Is that better than?
It's around what we expected.
Okay.
We'll close the gap to under 1,000 votes, and while a lot of people will think that's quite a gap still to make up, we're confident that quite a number of Pádraig's or Pearse's votes have moved on to other candidates that will soon be eliminated, and we believe that again we'll gain about another 500 votes that originated with Pierce Doherty.
They're Pierce votes that
The Pierce
they'll
number
go around
ones,
the
they'll
houses
go
and
around
come
the
back to
house,
you.
but they're coming back to us
Okay.
with another net
So that's
gain.
2,500,
Yeah.
possibly.
With another net gain
Yeah.
between ourselves and the next place candidate.
Right.
Now,
Have you?
after this count,
Are you doing
after
that?
this count, I would say you're probably looking at maybe there's Pat coming now. He might be able to fill us in a bit on that. But I think Pat, after this count, you'll have bypassed some of the other. You have bypassed.
Just welcome to Pat the Cope Collar, who's just joined us here, and the question that John has put to him. Pat, basically what we're hearing, and we kind of doorstep John and brought him over, is that Thomas Pringle is doing very well in terms of the transfer from Pierce Doherty, and you're getting a huge chunk of those as well. But it looks like, what did you say, somewhere in the region of 2,000, and they're not finished counting?
But I say after this count, I think Pat will have moved ahead of Joe McHugh into fourth. We'll still be in sixth, but we'll have closed, I said, the gap with those three candidates by over 1,000 votes.
And then you will get votes, you think, in the round when they come back from the candidates who are eliminated?
From our tally, we reckon those that end up going round the house they started off as Pierce Doherty votes. They'll end up stopping with either Thomas or Pat or Charlie or Joe McHugh. And I said, I think we'll have a net gain of about another 500 when they finally come through. But I said, that's my reading on it. I said Pat's going to move to fourth place now.
What's your take on that, Pat?
Well, just looking at those there, and I was concentrating on my own. I have counted 2,600 papers that came by virtue of number 2 from Pierce or number 3 from Pierce and Porrick. And 2,600, that's 12.5% of the 21,000 that Pierce received. So 12.5% of the surplus is 1,000, and 1/8 of 8,000, that gives me 1,000. So we're just waiting now, and John may have a better idea of the number of papers that Thomas is getting. Now, he would need to get 3 times the number that I'm getting. In other words, he would need to get 3,000. He would need to get 7,200 papers to go neck and neck with me after this count. So I'll go up now, I would expect, to something in the region of 8,500.
Where does that leave you in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Well, it puts me into fourth place.
And then we have Charlie McConlogue and Thomas Pringle.
Well, Charlie will also get transfers here as well. So Charlie's on 8,347 at the moment. So Charlie will go up again. So myself and Charlie will possibly be in and around the same. Both of us ahead of Joe McHugh. So after that, then it's the smaller. But might not be significant, but of course the closeness of it is, it could be. And I'm not, Mary T. Sweeney's will be the transfer, and I would expect to get a reasonable percentage of those. And after that, John O'Donnell.
What about Martin Harley's vote for
Padraig's surplus to do first?
Yeah. I know I am getting a bit ahead of myself there. I'm just thinking.
I looked at Mary T's, and I think Pat, you will do probably the best out of those. But I said, no, we didn't take a good tally of it, so I couldn't put a number on it, Michael.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long day tomorrow. I think that's the only thing we can guarantee for you.
Looking at 2 that would appear to be close to Charlie would be Michael White of the Green Party and Peter Casey. Now, they got about half of their votes in a showing. So possibly Charlie would get a fair shake of those, more than I would get. But it keeps moving ahead. Listen, Michael, some of us are so close, it's very, very difficult to call. Sort of be tomorrow. And then, of course, John O'Donnell is still up there at 4-7.
Significant block of votes.
It is. And, of course, John O'Donnell comes from I would like to think, from the Fianna Fáil gene pool.
Well, he was here and he said that. Well, he talked more about independent Fianna Fáil, if the truth be told, and going back into history of the family. And I wouldn't have known Anne, but I've known Eddie. And that was where he was. He's not disagreeing with you, and he was saying that he expected quite a significant number of his votes to make their way across to you
and to Charlie.
And to Charlie, he said that.
And of course, remember,
he made the point of saying you, suggesting more for you, and then Charlie. I'm just saying. I know. And I think there's no great secret that you and John O'Donnell would have a close enough relationship in terms of, regardless he's independent or Fianna Fáil. Is that fair to say?
Well, not alone a relationship with John, but a very strong relationship with his father Eddie as well,
Yeah.
who was killed on that day that he was travelling to Sligo. But of course, take into consideration again, it's in our interest that I believe that Charlie will get a reasonable shake out of John as well, coming from the Milford area. But don't dismiss the number that the fact that he's Carragard, Kilmacrenny got a big vote there in Termon. That number of those will go to Joe McHugh.
Yeah,
But not in any significant amount, I don't think.
Why are you saying that? Because I'm asking that because he himself kind of was cool about that. He said, yeah, Joe McHugh will get some of my votes. But in his head, and I was talking geography to him, and I said, well, you're both from the Milford electoral area, whatever. And he says, well, taking your point, he talked about, well, you've got to understand where I'm coming from in terms of the Fianna Fáil, independent Fianna Fáil, what do you want to call it. And he was, how would I put it? The way I read him was that he said he didn't think that Joe would benefit hugely. And I might as well be honest, I got a sense from him that he didn't really want Joe to benefit hugely either. I mean, if the truth tells me, I might as well be honest. And
Well, I'll be honest as well. He's possibly thinking with his heart before, rather than thinking with his head. But they're in there. Joe has to get something, but maybe not that many. And I'm also told that Martin Harley won't be the traditional transfer within the party.
Well, definitely Martin ran that kind of a campaign. He was going against the policies their own party was espousing during it, which I thought was very brave and fair play to Martin for doing that.
Yeah.
My own take on the Peter Casey vote from our look at the seconds is that it seems to disperse all over the place. There wouldn't be any distinct pattern with it. With the Greens, Thomas is going to do well out of that, but obviously there's a geography factor in there too, where Charlie will pick up.
Yeah.
And again, on what we would have noticed with Paddy McLaughlin's surplus was there was quite a number of them not transferring beyond maybe some of the minor players in this who will eventually go out. But again, I think we will do the next best, and then obviously from a geographical point of view, Charlie McConnell, it's going to get very, very tight. Too tight, I think, to call at this stage. Just that I said, we're happy that with the eliminations that are to come, we think we'll do decently.
You both seem comfortable enough with the suggestion that that last seat will probably be Thomas and Joe McHugh, as opposed to anybody else. Or am I misreading you?
I just think it's going to be that close, maybe for the last two and even the last three, that any one of the four candidates could end up in sixth place or in third place.
You agree?
Really, that's.
Listen, it's quite tight. And the other, I was just going to expand on that. Harley's transfer to Joe McHugh, at least in Fianna Fáil, we had an understanding of boundaries. The old South West, the old North East. So also did Fine Gael. And of course, I know the night before the election that the minister was cherry picking in about Glen and that area. Infiltrated it completely. So that means, and I know that the relationship wasn't good. So that's why I would be confident that there won't be a huge transfer from. It won't be a traditional party transfer.
That's not the first time I've heard those used words around this table today.
Incursions.
No, infiltrated, and then the word was redacted.
Pat, you've never made any incursions over your career in politics.
I think all in all, I played fairly fair, but I also believe if you work in the area, you'll get the rewards for it. But it's never been no interest in me to be going up into North East to go cherry picking the night before. Listen, if you're down to that. But anyway, I'll be
the work done on the ground beforehand.
So lest our listeners be in no doubt what you're talking about here, and it's been kind of said earlier on. Basically, what you're telling me is that Joe McHugh went into ABC and D, mainly in the Glen area, which obviously there would have been an agreement that was Martin Harley country, and picked off what he thought were votes for himself.
Well, that's my understanding. But as well as that, you see, Joe was in the position as he was Minister for Education, and we were told in the ministerial guidebook that you don't make any announcements. But there was a lot of paper rooms added to schools after the Ocean FM, which is a very interesting debate, which we had in Donegal town last week. Joe decided he would add on another room on paper for the Gaelscoil there, and there were messages going out to parents saying, well, the minister will be in the school today, and it's an opportunity for you, the parents, to come in and express your appreciation of what he did. That to me is totally, it shouldn't happen.
Talk to me about that a little bit more. Are you telling me that the publicity that we and others gave in the Donegal Democrat to this Gaelscoil announcement, that it's inaccurate?
No. I'm saying you reported the information that the minister gave you.
Yeah.
That's not inaccurate. But what the minister did was not in keeping with the guidelines in the ministerial handbook.
Okay. Well, I'll be third.
I'll go a bit further. I, as an outgoing TD, contacted the minister's office since the DAL was dissolved. We'll be told very clearly that you can't do that. We can't give you the information.
Right.
And even I, as an office holder, to this very day, I'm the last in Corla. And I told them I was an office holder, but we're blanked out.
Sorry, I'll move away from this because it's a kind of a detailed thing. Are you saying to me that the announcement in relation to Gaelscoil is not going to happen?
Well, I'm not saying it's not going to happen,
All right,
but
okay.
I'd say that it was wrong to have done it. The timing was wrong. And it was over in the heart of Martin Harley's territory. So if it was right and proper, then Martin Harley could have been announcing it.
Right, I'm with you now. So you're not questioning that it's going to happen. You're just the way it was done and who it was done by.
If I go back, I'll ensure it will happen.
No, and I fair enough. I'm just thinking from the point of view, if people from the Gaelscoil were listening to this, they might get a mixed message from you. But what you're saying is it will happen.
I would hope that it would happen.
Yeah, and basically.
But it's strange, Michael, that in the week before the election, they said we're going to add on another room. I would much prefer if the contract was if they tendered for a contract. That would be much. Sure, listen, the other obvious example is through the gap in St Mary's and Stranraer that's going on. When we went into government in 2011, it was taken out of the programme. We got it back in 2016, and planning had to be extended. And if it goes on much longer, we'll have to look for planning again. Now, listen, if I have to be political, let me say it. Show me one school of all the schools where a sod has been turned.
John, no love lost there. But
I know it's facts.
In terms of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, what's going to happen, as far as I can see, is Fianna Fáil are going to sit down and talk with Sinn Féin at a national level. And you, Pat, you haven't been shy in saying that you have a good relationship with Pearse Doherty, and you're one of the TDs who has come out long before now and said, you don't have an issue with down and talking to Sinn Féin.
No. I said it in RT one there now, that whoever translates from Radio na Gaeltacht, Radio na Gaeltacht, they give the facts. When I did a programme on Ahwajin, and it was very clear, I said, I have no difficulty. I walked with Pearse, and I can work I worked very closely with Thomas Pringle as well, and with Charlie. But we four wore the Donegal jersey, not all five. So I have had no difficulty in working with them. And that's what I said. And by the time I got to Dublin, and I thought that somebody there would be able to translate, they decided Pat the Cope made a statement he wants coalition. Now, I'm a pragmatist. We have to wait now and see. After the seats are all filled, I think all parties will have to be pragmatic, they'll have to be responsible, and they'll have to talk to each other.
Numbers will dictate. And I think for Fine Gael to keep harping on that they're not going to talk to Sinn Féin, or they're not going to look at that. If the numbers add up, as I said, we've seen it time and time again. As I said, we saw it with Pat's party in the 80s when they wouldn't enter coalition. They were a single party, government party. Numbers dictate, and that's the reality, and Pat will agree with that. Is that numbers decide these things.
In 89, who was further apart than Charlie Haughey and Desmond O'Malley?
I know. Exactly.
And we had 77, O'Malley had 6, and that dictated it. So, listen, we're not going to... I have very strong views, and I'll be expressing those views in the parliamentary party if I'm elected. And ironically enough, I've been a member of the Fianna Fáil parliamentary party for every calendar year since 1981, except the year 2015 when I was out. So if I'm there, I'll express my views, and I hope that I will be there.
Do you expect that a government will be formed involving Sinn Féin and Fianna Fáil?
That's a very loaded question. You're asking it in another way. I've just answered it. We'll have to wait and see, Michael. We'll have to wait and see.
Would you have a problem with that? If that
We'll have to
happened?
wait and see.
In terms of your own vote, happy, disappointed, concerned? Has everybody taken a pinch because of Sinn Féin just pulling votes from left, right, and centre?
Well, it's a tsunami for Sinn Féin. It's really like the spring tide when Dick Roach led Labour at that time. I think we've all suffered as a result of it. And they've done extremely well, both Porrick and Pearse. But it's all to play for the other three seats. The people have spoken. And I believe the three major parties, indeed all of the independents, have been given a mandate. And while some might say Sinn Féin have red lines, they have anybody who's going to join with them that'll have to implement their policy. That won't happen. What they do, first of all, you look at what they can agree on. And I think all parties can agree largely on housing and health. Then economic policies is another one. Realism will have to creep into all of this, Michael. And I think it would be very wrong to go to the country again because the outcome may not be that much different.
And the possibility is Sinn Féin will run more candidates if this is rerun in a couple of months' time. Whether that manifests itself into more seats, but certainly based on the kind of figures, as I was saying earlier on, every time I look at this screen, it's a Sinn Féin candidate elected, first past the post, and maybe 2 quotas. So I'd be thinking kind of in terms of it would be better maybe for a whole load of reasons, pragmatic and otherwise, that a government would be formed. And I mean, I think it was something like 80 days before confidence supply kicked in. Is it possible that we could have confidence in supply the other way around this time?
Well, it's another option. But I don't believe that anything will happen. No real serious discussions will take place until after the Dáil meets on the 20th of February. They will then adjourn possibly for a week to allow more intense discussions to take place. It could go on for quite a number of weeks, no different to what's happening in other countries, whether it be in Belgium or Holland, or it could be something the same here. And of course, the government that's there at the moment will continue in an acting capacity until such time. And ministers in an acting capacity, those ministers who have been re-elected to the Dáil, will continue.
John?
Just, I suppose, a question for Pat. Will you be proposing Micheál Martin as Taoiseach, or will you be proposing an alternative Fianna Fáil TD?
Micheál Martin's name will go before the Dáil, as it did the last time on 3 occasions. Of course, it will be Micheál Martin because we will have the most seats. Not enough, but we will have the most seats. And I think that's generally accepted.
I'll ask you this question. Is there potentially a difficulty when Micheál Martin being where he is in terms of working with Sinn Féin, as opposed to other Fianna Fáil TDs who clearly don't have the same difficulty, who have been quoted left, right and centre elsewhere? Some would say there's as many as 10, others would say 8, who want and have no issue with working with Sinn Féin. I get a sense that for many people in Fianna Fáil, they feel that maybe their leader is out of step with where they want to be.
No, I can state very clearly, and we can only deal with what will happen on the 20th of February, that Micheál Martin's name will be going before the Dáil, and he will have the full support of all of the Fianna Fáil TDs.
I'll ask you this question, and again, I'm getting away from local. Leo Varadkar has made mistakes. It now looks like he should have called an election in November. There's a whole, I suppose, conflated argument in terms of the things that have happened. They got off to a very bad start, Fine Gael, in terms of on the first day they had the issue with the homeless man in the tent. And there have been all sorts of things, and against the background of the RIC. And some of the gloss that he enjoyed has very, very definitely been taken off him, to the extent that, do you foresee a situation where maybe Fine Gael will say, we need to sit down here and relook at where we're at, because this has not been good. This has been the other side of really bad.
But he's not the only leader or the only party. Will have to look and do a full review of the outcome of this election. Well, of course, you read over the course of the election that Michael Noonan very respected man, had suggested that he would like to see Pascal Donoghue as leader. Listen, I see it very clear. We can look at all the permutations, the combinations. The names going before the Dáil from Fianna Fáil will be Micheál Martin. I don't believe that any of the parties have an appetite now for change of leadership.
Yeah, that story was very strange. It was in front of the Irish Independent, and I thought the timing of it was brutal. If you were Leo Varadkar, what was that about, Pat?
I just don't know, but maybe there's those within Fine Gael that may have thought that.
Is there
is
there kind of a more senior, say, group of people in Fine Gael who aren't comfortable with where they have gone, and maybe in terms of the leadership of Leo Varadkar? And I have to say again, I saw that story. Timing wise, I thought it was strange, and I thought it was, if you're the leader of the party, you'll be saying, why now?
Well, of course, the most popular leader within the membership of Fine Gael was Simon Coveney, not Leo Varadkar.
Yeah.
And Leo Varadkar got it by virtue of the fact that it's weighted in favour of the members of the parliamentary party. And but anyway, I suppose we'll see it developing over the course of the next number of weeks.
Okay, this is election number 16, is it?
Election 16.
And going strong. And the walk was every morning?
Every single morning. And I'll be out tomorrow morning again. And it's great. And I would advocate this because it's the best medicine of all. I wouldn't know what a pain or an ache is. And I do the 4K every morning, under 40. And I have it on record here, the number of minutes, the number of steps that I do.
Are you on?
Very much so.
and I know I'm a great believer, and I'm very grateful, of course, to the man above, that at my age, I bragged in one of the interviews there recently I would take on any of them in the 5K.
Well done. Okay. Listen, Cormaila Mayaga, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
And thank you, John. John, if anything else comes your way, we're being very parochial here, but we're watching Thomas Pringle as closely as we can in terms of those figures.
Just we're confident now that we'll close the gap with Pat to 600 and less than 650 after this count. Waiting to get the figure back from what Joe McHugh's getting to see will we bypass him on this count and see where we'll stand in relation to Charlie McConlogue. But as I said, at the moment we're sitting 2,000 votes behind Pat the Cope. We're going to close that gap to on less than 650, and we believe there's 500 others floating in there that are ours eventually, but they have to go around the house first.
Right. Well, I was listening to a lot of the commentary in 2016 in terms of Thomas Pringle, and there was a large part of the day where he was being written off by many. This time round, I get a sense that it is very close. But there's a sense that this is far from over, and we wouldn't be writing this political obituary for quite a long time.
No, I suppose I'm picking Pat because Pat is the next closest to us.
Yeah.
But my analysis is that there's 2 seats filled, and the other 3 are between 4 candidates, and they could go. Anyone could be. Thomas could end up in taking the 3rd seat, the 4th seat, the 5th seat, or he could end up losing it, being in 6th place. And the same for Pat, the same for Charlie, and the same for Joe.
Yeah.
It's too close to call at this stage.
Well, that's why people love politics, isn't it? And elections in particular. But I imagine for somebody like you, I don't know, maybe you enjoy it in a kind of a strange way. I don't know.
You do, it kind of gets into your blood. I mean, you had Ulton on here earlier. I said there's that element of it too. And I said that's the bond that's between all politicians is I know the work that Pat puts in. Disagree with absolutely nearly everything he stands for. But
I would never have seen the two of you together, and that was very obvious to me that there was respect there.
There is between all politicians. I said there's very even Pat's having a bit of a go at Fine Gael and Joe McHugh there.
A bit. I thought that was quite strong.
I was going to say, I mean, sure, he's an old man, and I mean, it's after 11 o'clock, but then he's talking about running 5Ks.
You be careful now.
And I would actually, he probably would beat me in the 5K, so I'm not going to say too much about it. But no, there's a camaraderie there between all politicians because we know what the life is and we know the effects it has on family and loved ones. So I said, I know we went through this earlier today.
Yeah.
You have that, you do have that respect, and you have a bit of crack and a bit of banter. And look, there'll be a winner and a loser out of one of the four of us tonight, and I said the others will commiserate with them, maybe in their own time. They'll be celebrating themselves. I don't know which way it's going to go yet.
No, it's clear as mud. But there you go, and it's just the nature of it. You know, sometimes you have people who come on here and they sit at the table, and they're very conscious of maybe getting it wrong. But the reality is, this is very, very hard to call for those last couple of seats. Sorry, thanks, Shane.
Well, it's like that, Michael. I think a lot of the time,
Simon Coveney elected on the 8th count, and nearly broke your phone. There, Shane. Sorry, John.
Politicians generally only get it wrong when they try and be too contrived, when they try and present something that's not really them. I said, when they speak from the heart, I think generally, and again, I said politically, totally opposed to most of what Pat stands for, but he speaks very genuinely about what he believes, and I speak very genuinely about what I believe in. And I think politicians start to fail when they don't do that, when they try and contrive a message, when they try and manage and micromanage their message and presentation.
I think one of the things you said there was that he was a worker. I mean, and that I think that would be recognised, that he would be
everywhere.
Everybody over the years, and the fact that I suppose that this is his 16th election. I mean, he doesn't need this. It's a choice to be involved.
It's like a drug for him, I think.
Yeah, and many other people, like Marion Harkin, MEP, did her time, did well, out back in again now, elected, I think, going to be elected as the third TD in Sligo Leitrim, so very strong for her. John, thanks for coming over.
Michael.
I thought it was going to be 2 minutes, but that was a very long 2 minutes. And as I say, if you can pick up any more information that you think we should be passing on to listeners, because we're getting an awful lot of people asking us what exactly is with Thomas. Okay.
Well, thanks very much.
Thanks, John. Thank you so much. As John Campbell exits, John Gert Campbell sits back down again. And the lady in blue is hovering about the place as well. Margaret, come over here and sit down. I see you have no tea with you again. Tell me this. Anything new happening out there?
Well, I was trying to get a bit of information to see what's happening. So I've been told that they're hoping that once this announcement is made, that's it for tonight, and that we're back in for half nine tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
But then I was talking to some of the people who are actually doing the count themselves, and they haven't been given any instruction either way.
Right. Okay.
So they're sitting awaiting an announcement. So the staff who are actually doing the count, they've got all the distribution done now, and they're just waiting on the returning officer to make her announcement. And then out of that, we'll know.
Okay.
I know Sligo Leitrim, I've just heard, are finishing at 12 tonight.
Right.
And I've been told by some of the national media as well that they hear a lot of the count centres are finishing at 12 or around midnight.
Yeah.
Once they finish the next count. So it must be a trend that's happening throughout the country. I don't know.
Well, maybe it's a welfare thing in terms of, if you have people coming in here at 8:30, 9:15 in the morning, to expect them to work. I'd stay here all night, but to expect them to work till 2 and 3 in the morning, maybe that day is gone. Margaret, can I ask you a funny question? You mentioned, because there are no windows in here. I mean, and you talked about a storm warning and snow and all that. So maybe you have no idea either, but what's the weather like out there?
I have no idea, and someone else asked me that.
Yeah.
What's it?
Snow.
What's it? Oh, it hasn't started snowing yet. But I've no idea. But we were just getting over actually some of the counts in the Bosco Centre, and obviously you'd know that too.
Yeah.
We were there till 4:30 in the morning, and maybe 5.
Yeah.
And we just, they just kept going until the end and get it over and done with. And
and you'd be wondering if the Donegal chipper was open.
Exactly.
You'd be putting in your order.
Some figures on those transfers that we found now, they're unconfirmed, and
those transfers being just
Doherty's transfers to the others. It would appear that you're talking about in the region of 2,300 to Pringle. It appears you're looking at around 960, 980 to at the Cope. You're talking somewhere over 300 to Joe McHugh. I'm not sure about the O'Donnell one. I understand it's, again, I'm not 100% sure of that. And these are just some of the figures we've been able to pick up. It certainly tightens the whole thing. For example, if these are correct, and I think those three are reasonably correct, that takes Pringle to 7-7. That would take Pat the Cope to 8-4. That would take Joe McHugh to 7-9. And as I say, I haven't got the McCullough Logan or that, but certainly things are starting to tighten up here.
And maybe not a big surprise, but beginning to go the way of Thomas Pringle.
Yeah, I suppose you would have to say that's his. Yeah, that's as good as it gets in transfers. Now, the eliminations after that will be very, very interesting. Obviously, we're not going to get there today, but I think when we get this here,
Is 2,300 more than you expected him to pick up from Pearce?
no, I would have thought that around 2,000 would have been a reasonable transfer. Pat the Cup on 989.90 at the minute now. They're just checking their figures. That's a bit lower than to be honest. I would have thought, to be truthful.
Yeah.
Joe McHugh around over 300. That would be pretty much
as expected.
I would stand over that. I say, haven't got the McConnell Logue one. I think that will push McConnell Logue. Even it's 300-400. The Cup takes 1,000, so he's going to. That's 8,500. McConnell Logue. We don't know to get his figures, but certainly it's all tightening up now, and we're starting to get to the.
But we just don't know. You know,
we don't know.
Yeah.
Those are. I think those figures are reasonably accurate. But so we don't have a full set, which is practically no good.
I
to
suppose
us.
you could make the mistake of making a bold statement here for the sake of it, but it really is almost impossible.
It is
when it's so splintered.
He was going to tighten,
Yeah.
very much tighten up this now before we start to get into eliminations. Well, obviously there's a small surplus there from the Gloucester, which obviously will benefit McConnell Logue as well.
And just again to reiterate, Simon Coveney elected on the 8th count in Cork. I'm looking again at pictures here of Sinn Féin candidates being lifted shoulder high, and it just seems to be a theme that's repeating itself over and over again, where they are romping home. As I said earlier, filling seats literally to beat the band. But that'll probably ease up as well because the number of candidates that they have. And there won't be as many second or third picking up, in terms of Sinn Féin. It looks either a 1 or a 2 or nothing, in terms of getting
The
seats.
3, 4s, and 5s in the seats that you pick up are the ones that lock up the numbers for you.
Yeah.
So
Well,
a lot of those, they don't have a second candidate.
Well, just to reiterate those figures, very, very strong performance by Sinn Féin. But I was just wondering, in terms of what happens here tomorrow from 9:30, weather permitting and all the rest of it, the momentum, once we get these figures, kind of goes away from the people who are elected on the first count. And we really kind of have to drill down and focus now on the possibility that what you say, the 9:20 will come true.
Mm-hmm.
Joe McHugh won't get a seat.
Well, we're looking at the figures.
It's a very real point.
Something that I think that I flagged all them hours ago and I'm in hours ago now, but it has come to fruition. Very best, he's in the fight up. He's in the fight of his life for the last seat.
And the transfers from Harley, Pat the Cope said, like I don't know if you heard what Pat the Cope was saying, but it didn't sound like Martin Harley and Joe McHugh were on the same team from what he was saying and what he was kind of half saying. And then in terms of cherry picking going into specific places that you and Brendan already mentioned, where really in practice you shouldn't have been if there's an agreement between two candidates.
Well, look at, agreements are broken between candidates right, left, and centre. It's nearly how you do it, strangely enough. It's when you go after, like, as I said earlier on, the real problem you have with that, it can come back and haunt you big time if the other candidate's supporters then say, you know what, we don't like that. Now we're going to show our displeasure by not even giving you number two, and that's I think where that's there. It's the other problem that Brendan identified earlier on. There isn't a quota there.
Yeah.
Like, and it's not only is there not a quota there, it's not like there's 0.9 of a quota or something like that. Like, you're talking about 10, like you're about 3 points away from a quota. And, that's a problem. The other problem that Joe has at the minute is that with the number of ministers that are going down, they're not transfer friendly. Never are. Usually, unless there's a very good boost on things, it's just not working. And he certainly, like, when this is going to tighten everything up. Okay, so we've got to look then at the votes of, for example, White, where they'll go. I wouldn't. White, Sweeney, Casey, Swayze, and those three before you get to Harley. Now, where this becomes really, I don't think any of those, White or Sweeney, will transfer in any significant numbers to Joe McHugh for a whole variety of reasons. It's not natural, Ken. Now, where the twist comes into this is Martin Harley's transfer to Joe McHugh. But if it's only 30%, then where is the rest of that transfer going to go?
Yeah.
And that Nobody don't have an answer to.
Because people are telling me that Martin Harley's vote is not a Fine Gael vote, or a lot of it isn't a Fine Gael vote.
No, it's not. No.
And it's, as you said yourself, it's people voting for him for...
It's voting for a local businessman in the Finn Valley. But also you've got to look over and I go back to this, the 700-800 votes in the Donegal area.
Yeah, I was just gonna
now there'll be a
ask you
Fine
about
Gael
those.
element to that. Yeah. But I would believe that Thomas Pringle would get a reasonable return on that as well. There's a lot of
on the basis that those votes say
they're just down the road. They're 10 miles from Killybegs
in Mount Charles and Frost and that.
Crosses down to Enderbridge.
They were because of where Martin Harley is from originally.
That's Martin's originally from there.
Yeah, and that those votes go back then.
Now, if you also sort of delve into those votes a bit, while there was always a decent Fine Gael voting process, there certainly wasn't any Fine Gael voting process that was that strong.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be very interesting to see where them votes go. Then that means there's 2,300 of the votes from the Finn Valley, of Martin's votes that have to be transferred in. Inside of that, there's, I think, 200-300 from the Gidor area. So where are they going to go?
Yeah.
So you're down to less than 2,000 votes from the Finn Valley. So there's all sorts of fun and games here when you get to that. But like, I still go back to what Martin himself said. He said 30-35%. That will make it very, 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 very. That's 1,000 votes.
Amazing. I just think maybe I'm kind of conscious of people coming and going when they're switching into listening to radio and that sort of thing. So, in case you missed it, the figures as we have them: elected on the first count, Pierce Doherty. Sinn Féin 21,044, and Patrick McLaughlin elected with 13,891 votes, and the quota was 12,909. Total poll of 78,099, and the valid poll 77,452. Just to run through the others, we'll do it from top to bottom. Peter Casey, Independent 1143. Pierce Doherty, as mentioned, 21,044. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, 7,469. Martin Harley of Fine Gael, 3,056. Patrick McLaughlin, Sinn Féin, 13,891 elected on the first count. Charlie McConnell of Fianna Fáil, 8,344. Niall McConnell, Independent, 580. Another Independent, Art McGuinness, 56. Joe McHugh, Fine Gael, 7,621. And John O'Donnell, Independent, 4,735. Thomas Pringle, Independent, 5,472. And Mary T. Sweeney of Into, 2,382. And finally, as John was talking about there, Michael White of the Green Party, 1,656. They're distributing Pierce Doherty's surplus of 8,135. We're hearing that 2,300 of those votes are on their way to Thomas Pringle, as John said, bringing him up close to 8,000. That's a very, very substantial vote. We also had the theory that when the independents are eliminated, that votes will come back from Pierce Doherty again to Thomas Pringle. And the reason why I'm harping on about Thomas Pringle is we rightly or wrongly see him at this stage, even based on the first count, as the person in jeopardy. But as things move on through the intricacies, I suppose, of proportional representation, and more importantly through transfers, the ground shifts, and it's a fairly seismic shift that could bring Joe McHugh into real bother, and that's really where it's at, because I get a sense that the two Fianna Fáil TDs will be okay marginally, and that's a risky statement because nobody really wants to call it as such. Nicholas Crossan has come back to us. He's chatting, and I don't think he expected to be talking to me, but Nicholas, any change in terms of where we're at with any of those last four, shall we say, the 4 into 3, bearing in mind that we think Thomas Pringle is going to get a massive transfer of 2-3, which is no great surprise to anybody from Pierce Doherty, but it's what happens after that, I suppose.
Yeah, Thomas, you're right in that, Michael, that Thomas Pringle's getting 2,300 odd.
Yeah.
It's going to bring him up to 7,700 odds.
Yeah.
But also Joe McHugh is going to get 400 or 500 as well. That's going to give him, in my opinion, that's still that wee cushion. It's going to bring him up to the 8,000 mark, of 8,000 plus.
Yeah.
And then after I see that, I'm struggling to see where Thomas, and he's got a fantastic vote from Pierce Doherty, but I'm struggling to see where he's going to get the transfers then, because you're looking at Michael White is an unshown, Peter Casey's unshown, Mary T's, Letter Kenny, and John O'Donnell is the Milford area. They're all north of the gap, if you put it like that. And as I spoke geographically at the first place, it's going to be very difficult to see them go down.
Well, the rationale behind that is in mine. It was John Campbell, who's his director of elections, saying that those votes, they will go around the houses,
yes,
and will come back to him, to Thomas Pringle. In terms of votes, I'm talking about 3s and 4s,
and 5s and 6s,
coming back. That sort of, if you trace them back through the system, they're Pierce Doherty votes. John Campbell said it here that he thinks that there's another 500 to be got via that source.
There's an awful lot of
another 500 to be picked up from those candidates when they're eliminated.
And they seem to think that they're going to get most of White's votes actually through the green thing.
Yeah, it's certainly it's all to play for, and the last seat is going to be close. I think that the 3,000 votes that 3,000 plus votes, Martin Harley's getting about another 300 or 400 of those at a rough estimate that I was just walking past it. So that brings Martin Harley up to about 3,500 votes. I think the 25 to 30% of them is going to go to Joe McHugh.
Yeah. Which
is going to bring him, is give him that cushion. It's at 400 and 500 that Charlie McConlogue, Pat the Cope, and Joe McHugh is going to stay ahead of Thomas Pringle.
Right.
That's just that's the way I'm looking at it at the moment.
Yeah. So that leaves Thomas in potentially losing the seat.
Well, yeah, we called it, or I called it earlier on, but at the same time, who knows? And you just have to do your best guesstimate.
Yeah, you've been walking around there. We've been kind of nattering away here at the table, and we're just wondering where are we at in terms of this surplus? Like it's
slow.
Yeah, it's heading for 12 midnight.
Yeah, and you're really, although okay, the count, but it's only a distribution of Pierce Doherty's. Porrick McLaughlin has to be distributed after this year, and I would say they'll finish it this year tonight and start fresh in the morning.
Finish with
when they distribute Pierce's
Right.
transfer. I
and
think
not Patrick's.
I don't think so. Maybe they will, but I don't think so.
Okay. So
it's just the percentages are difficult to work out.
Yeah.
When there's 8,135, and we get a percentage of those down, and that's where it falls. And there is only 8,135 votes to distribute.
strange question to ask you because we've kind of been insulated in here. Have you been outside or anywhere near the outside of the building? Because we're hearing all sorts of things about storm warnings and all the rest of it in terms of the weather. And the count is starting at 9:30 tomorrow, partly to facilitate maybe issues with snow.
No, I was out earlier on about an hour ago, and no, there was no snow or no rain.
Yeah.
But that could change as well.
There you go. Okay, listen, Nicholas, thanks for that. Don't ever sit down at this table because we will
No, I
use
wouldn't
it.
want to.
He wanted to talk to Dave. Okay. Looking around, from my vantage point here, all I can see is Charlie McConlogue standing where he was about an hour ago in deep discussion. Down to my left, there's a lot more media at this stage than there are followers of political parties, and I suppose there's a sense almost that we'll get that surplus, and we're a little bit on hold, Margaret, at this stage. That I suppose, okay, there will be analysis needed on those surplus figures, but we kind of have our lot in terms of our first two TDs are elected, and we'll have to come back and do it all again in the morning.
We will now. Michael, I'll tell you about the weather, okay? And this is according to Ken in the Donegal Weather Channel, who's usually spot on. Another 10 millimetres to 20 millimetres of rain is expected over the next 24 hours, and these will come in the form of showers, possibly causing more spot and localised flooding due to high and swollen rivers. Highest totals across the northwest, and some of these showers will fall as hail, sleet and snow.
And that,
There you go.
And that backs up what you were saying in terms of maybe thinking about people getting them home, in terms of workers here tonight who are counting and getting people back in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, as I say, Niamh, yourself and Nicholas are having some fun over there.
They're always forgetting they're on camera.
Yeah. You
The
do.
world is
yeah.
looking. It's a good job we've got his face this way.
I do believe the Cahirlock is blushing.
I forgot the mic was on.
Well, listen, there's a little tip I'll give you, Nicholas, that I learned many years ago. If you come anywhere near a microphone, always presume it's on.
Yeah, absolutely.
So be very careful what you say or don't say. But there you go.
Yeah, well, the returning officer had gone up on the stage, but I think she's come back down again. So
Yeah.
I
Okay.
thought there was going to be white smoke there a few minutes ago, but
Yeah.
Not the case.
Interesting story here, Nicholas. Peter Casey was talking to a colleague of mine here, Chris Ashmore, and disappointed with his result. And one of the things he's saying that really caught my eye was he blames Facebook for his failure really to get going. And he said that the time of the election was bad. Expecting the election in May, came in February, and he revealed that he had got a letter from Facebook about his account being blocked and how the company had written to him, and he was unable to promote himself again from Friday. None of that I knew about, so that's new to me. And then he talks about young people on Facebook.
His account was blocked for 7 days. I think there was a 7 days clearance on it, but I don't think it would have made any difference in it.
Yeah.
You know, that there was a surge for Sinn Féin this particular time, and Peter wasn't.
No.
No.
He wasn't in that surge, I don't think.
Yeah, and I suppose the bouts he got for the presidential election, that just wasn't happening this time.
No.
And it kind of, that has gone away from him big time. It was a one-off. So, yeah. Again, no likelihood or maybe that he'll be back again.
Who knows?
Well, that's not a no. All right. Okay.
Oh, I don't know if he'll be back or not, but he could be. But
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Just
The returning officer is back up on stage again, so I'm sure we're coming near.
okay. That's Geraldine O'Connor.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll have an announcement. I was going to grab Brendan Byrne again, just to have a quick word. I wanted to check with him in relation to, I suppose, where we're going to go with our figures. John Jared and Brendan, sorry for interrupting your conversation. Brendan, Nicholas Crossan, in his view, he thinks Pringle's in trouble. He despite the fact that there's 2-3 from Pierce Doherty, he's suggesting that everybody else is just staying far enough ahead of him. Joe McHugh and McConlogue and Patrick O'Connor or Charlie McConlogue, that they're just getting enough to stay away. And he couldn't quite follow the logic that John Campbell suggested in terms of Thomas Pringle picking up 500 votes after they kind of filtered through candidates on lesser numbers who are going to be eliminated.
Well, the first thing is the transfer of the surplus from Pierce Doherty to Thomas Pringle is running at 29.4%. For him to make an impact, he needed to be north of 35%. He actually needed to be hitting 40% because Pat Cope is getting 1,016 transferable votes from Pierce Doherty. The gap narrows to in and around 600. A significant gap, nevertheless. It'll narrow somewhat more when you go to the eventual count of doing Padraig McLaughlin's surplus. But what's in reserve with Pat Cope is this. He has a reasonable transfer from Mary T. Sweeney from Intu because they're both very pro-life. He has a significant transfer coming from John O'Donnell because he works in close association with Councillor John O'Donnell. And at that stage, any lead or any narrowing of the lead that Thomas Pringle would have achieved in doing will be stretched further. The concern that I had was that Thomas would an extra 400 to 500 here. That failed to materialize. I'm not saying he didn't get a good transfer. He got a terrific transfer of 2,399 votes, but it's well short of what he needs.
Yeah.
The gap will narrow, and it'll narrow further. Cope will start to pull ahead. I'm sure John Campbell, the Director of Elections for Thomas Pringle, would have made a play that Martin Harley's votes will also transfer to Thomas Pringle. That is correct, but so too will the transfer to Pat Cope Gallagher.
Yeah.
And each time that Thomas gets a breath of fresh air, another step forward. And the gap, whilst narrowing and widening, the gap is still there. And going into a situation where you have candidates that are more north of Thomas, Kilmacrennan, Movell, and Letterkenny, it's difficult for that vote to transfer all the way back to Killybegs, especially then when they're on a completely diametrically opposing platform such as Intu and Progressive Independence or pro-choice.
Yeah, I think it was funny. It was kind of lost in translation, but John Campbell's reaction when somebody suggested that he'd pick up votes from some of those candidates like Intu, that just isn't going to happen. And you made the point, and actually Mary T. herself said it in terms of Pat Cope when she was here talking to us, that there are votes that will go to him. And then something I didn't know was how close the relationship between John O'Donnell and Pat Cope is. So they are saving him in the sense that he has more friends, in inverted commas, than Thomas has.
Yes.
Thomas is running out of people who can help him.
The other thing that John Campbell referred for you stated to me there, the subsequent transferring votes that would have went to, for example, John O'Donnell from Pierce Doherty. I made it a point of supervising the count of that, and whilst Pringle is getting votes there, so too is Patrick Gallagher, and is breaking reasonably even. And more significant, and this is going to be a factor, and John Campbell will be able to tell me and talk about this matter too, is that we're getting to a stage where more non-transferable votes will come into play and there's less vote available.
Yeah.
So after these counts start to progress after Padraig's and the elimination of the three lowest candidates, you're going to have non-transferable voting eaten into the opportunity for Thomas to get a pathway to overtake either Charlie or overtake Patrick Hope.
Okay. Just a couple of things. Mary O'Donnell and Oisin O'Dwyer eliminated from Sligo Leitrim, and a very warm welcome to our listeners on 102.5, our Sligo Leitrim listeners. For those of you who are tuning into us via that frequency, just to let you know that we're coming live from the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. We have had two Sinn Féin candidates elected on the first count here. Pierce Doherty with 21,044 votes, a quota of 12,909. So really very impressive performance by him. And Padraig McLaughlin, on 13,891. So that's the two Sinn Féin candidates are past the post and basically having a lemonade, as I suggested to Padraig McLaughlin. So their day is done in terms of they are where they are. Very pleased. And that kind of reflects the vote that was achieved by Martin Kenny, who was first past the post. And in so many of the constituencies where Sinn Féin have been running people, they're all seem to me to be coming in first or getting incredible figures and maybe should have ran second candidates. But, you know, it's 2020 and it's very easy to have 2020 vision, but not all the time. Just to let people know, Peter Casey, the independent, who had done so well in the presidential election, not so good this time in the general, 1,140. Patrick Gallagher of Fianna Fáil, 7,469. Martin Harley of Fine Gael, 3,056. Charlie McConnell, Fianna Fáil, 8,344. Niall McConnell, independent, 56. Joe McHugh of Fine Gael, 7,621. John O'Donnell, independent, 4,735. And Thomas Pringle, independent, 5,472. And Mary T. Sweeney of 8,22382. And Michael White of the Greens, 1,656. Excuse me. Basically, where we're at, and I'm kind of doing this for the benefit of the people who've just joined us from on that 102.5 frequency, is we have two. There are three more to be elected. What the counters have been doing here is going through the surplus of votes, the distribution of Pierce Doherty's very substantial surplus of 8,135. I'm not sure if you picked up on the voice of Brendan Byrne, who's Fianna Fáil's Director of Elections, explaining why, despite the fact that he has picked up 2,300 of those, that doesn't appear to be enough for Thomas Pringle to save his seat, because basically, I suppose to put it simply, the others in the contest with him are picking up maybe nothing like a spectacular number, but picking up enough to stay ahead. And when you do all the permutations of quite a plethora of independent candidates who basically will make their exit in due course in this election, even in there's not enough for Thomas Pringle. And there are some, unexpected alliances. For example, the A2 candidate, Mary T. Sweeney, who has a very sizable 2382, said it herself here on 105 that she sees quite a substantial number of her votes going to Patrick Hope in terms of a transfer. And John O'Donnell, the independent from the Milford electoral area, which is basically the same area as Minister Joe McHugh, also said that his transfer will go primarily to Patrick Gallagher and the other Fianna Fáil candidate, Charlie McConnell. So I think that's a reasonable resume if you're just coming in and wondering what you're listening to and where it's going in terms of this constituency. Sitting across from me are Brendan Byrne, as I said, Director of Elections for Fianna Fáil. John Judd Campbell had 16 years as Director of Elections in Donegal for Fine Gael, and the independent councillor from Killybegs, and Lass Gahirlock of Donegal County Council, Niamh Kennedy is with us as well. And to my right, and I'm not sure if you're watching us on webcam, and she's got slagged at least 4 times already for this, wearing an immaculate blue suit, is Margaret Carr Flynn, who won't thank me for that. And she has said more times than enough, we don't believe her, that she's trying to blend in with the pull-ups behind us. So other figures for those who love these things. Electorate Donegal 125,911, total poll 78,099, valid poll 77,452, and invalid or spoiled votes 647. So basically the way we're looking at it here is that it's not just a wave for Sinn Féin in Donegal, and this was predicted. It's a tsunami, but nobody really saw Pearse Doherty getting 2 quotas, and more importantly, many people felt that Patrick McLaughlin probably would get elected thanks to the transfer of votes from his colleague Pearse Doherty. But as it turns out, and this is where things kind of got tricky for us for a long time, Patrick McLaughlin didn't need those votes from Pearse Doherty, so it's then a matter of where they go, and we're only on the surplus for Pearse Doherty, and then we have the others. John Jared Campbell.
Well, just going roughly on the tally figures we've been given for the distribution, the 4 main candidates, if they're correct, and I think they're pretty accurate, it means that the COPE is going to be approximately 8,500. McConnell is going to be approximately 8,700. McHugh is going to be 8,000, and Pringle will be approximately 7,700. Then you're going to have most of 1,000 of McLaughlin's to be distributed, and the 4 candidates to eliminate.
Sorry, I know the listeners probably picked that up, but just run through those figures again for me, John.
Going on the figures we've been given there, and I stress they're unofficial, but I think they're accurate. After this, the COPE would be on approximately 8,500. McConnell would be on approximately 8,700. McHugh would be on approximately 8,000, around 8,000, and Pringle will be on 7,700. The next thing then would be the distribution of the 1,000 votes of Patrick McLaughlin.
Yeah.
Which one you would be fair to assume that McConnell would take a very decent vote of that, bearing in mind that Doherty is gone, maybe someone for Pringle a little bit. Then you're into 5 straight eliminations.
Yeah.
To start building it up. So, and I think the problem probably for Pringle here is that we've identified early on 3 of the 4, those eliminations. You've got Martin Harley as well, where Thomas Pringle may get something. The other 3 are all north of the constituency, so I think that will be it'll be interesting. But it's very, very interesting because the top candidate is 8,500, and the lowest of the 4 at the minute is 7,785. So there's 200 votes. Charlie McConnell will, I think he would expect a reasonable transfer from McLaughlin with a surplus. Put him on.
The surplus distribution is only 870.
Brendan, yeah.
870 votes. But having said that, it stretches the lead based on the principle that it's all about remaining those few votes ahead.
Yeah.
Be it 3 or 300 is immaterial.
And then we have the votes of obviously, Harley and O'Donnell.
Yeah.
Which are the big ones. So, I mean, I think Fianna Fáil would be reasonably expecting that McConnell and the COPE would be getting the lion's share of that, which should in theory take them over the line.
The lion's share of Harley's, not Harley's.
No, O'Donnell's.
O'Donnell's,
yeah. John O'Donnell's.
Yeah.
Now, we're back then to Harley's, what Harley gets. But the problem I would see, I can't see where Pringle at this stage goes from 7-7 to challenge even Joe McHugh is good for another 1,000. That's going to put him up to around 9,000. And I can't just see where Thomas Pringle finds votes because he's got nobody within many miles of them. So it's far from over. And
Are we looking at a situation where none of the last 3 seats will be filled by meeting the quota?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
None of them will reach the vote.
And we could be into how many counts?
Well, there's another surplus distribution count to do. The elimination of White, Sweeney, O'Donnell, McGuinness, McConnell, Harley. So I hope someone counted that as I was reading them out. Six and one down, so it would be 7 counts altogether.
Right. And the majority of that work, well, all of that will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, and they're pretty straightforward accounts, barring McLaughlin's, which is a first count distribution, which is the most problematic. But the rest, for example, distributing 1,656 votes of Michael White of the Green Party, that should take no more than 40 minutes.
Yeah, and as we said before, and this kind of intrigued me, but you've kind of been adamant about this. Michael White's votes are going, a lot of them are going where?
They seem to think that they're going to go to Thomas Pringle.
Well, why?
They feel because of the green agenda and Thomas's work and, with his green.
Yeah.
That's the first I heard of that. That he was working on a green agenda. Well, of course, in elections, all kinds of agendas come out just to get that vote. I never knew he had green credentials, but anyway, there you go.
For the benefit of our listeners who've just joined, and that's Brendan Byrne stirring it again.
Aye, stirring it is right.
And Niamh Kennedy on the receiving end this time.
As usual.
Don't start. Don't take out the violin. You're not getting away with that either. You're well able to stand up for yourself.
Don't get paid enough by them to play the violin.
Our returning officer is Geraldine O'Connor, and we have spent a fair bit of time over the last couple of hours to see where we're at. They seem to be, they've made a decision. Margaret was saying that in general terms, and this isn't specific everywhere, that all or most of the counts are wrapping up at 12 midnight. And that they've obviously made more progress in some constituencies than here through the votes. But the days of 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning would appear to be over. And I can only suspect that that's in terms of looking after welfare of the counters.
That is sensible, because driving home and all the rest of it's not safe, is it? Health and safety at work. I remember leaving Donegal Town Centre. I think you were with me.
4 to 5 in the morning.
4 to 5 in the morning, and that was after 2 recounts and 2 fisticuffs. You were involved. You were involved in one of them.
I didn't start.
You didn't start.
Allegedly.
That was quite a night, because when we left at 4:45, guess where we went? Everybody, about 30 of us, over to the Abbey, where there was a full meal organised for 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, wow.
Oh, fantastic.
A combination of independent people.
But you do realize there's a 4-course dinner waiting for you out there in the hall.
We can have it tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
But those were, they were quite.
When was that? Roughly when was that?
There was only 2 votes between
I
the
think,
candidates.
was that 1999?
James?
I think it was the council election. Yeah, I think so. Oh no, that was 85.
85.
I forget what.
Just bring that mic a bit closer
I
to you.
forget which election it was. There were so many.
Or sit closer to the table.
There were so many elections that involved fights. Really, it's hard to recall and separate them.
I think part of the problem at
So
home.
I was kind of half listening to you there. There were 2 fights.
Yeah, that's what I said. There was 2 fisticuffs. I think the predecessor to here, the Northwest Radio, you're both speaking live on the radio. And you proceeded to exchange blows.
I know, it
It
didn't
was
go
an
to blows
ordinary-
now, hold on. Verbal blows, but not.
I think I was actually covering that, but I was
You were.
I was in the studio across the
You
street.
ducked at the right time for the first time in your life.
It's kind of like a bad dream. It's coming back to me. I can't believe. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that.
That was 99, actually.
Wow.
It was quite funny, that one, actually.
Yeah.
So, it shows you what happens late at night. It was one of the Fianna Fáil director of elections.
Not me.
Not him. Having a go at me about showing favouritism to one of the Fine Gael candidates over the other. And you couldn't make this up. This was live radio at its best, worst, and I can still look over at the Fianna Fáil table, and Pat the Cope, Brendan, they're over. They're all over waving to the guy to come over, and eventually they come over and they just manhanded him.
Right. Sat him down.
We won't name who he is.
No.
Oh, please don't.
We haven't any time to go.
Be Cormac. This is a quiet house.
That's one thing I meant to say. For a general election with so many candidates, I have to remark, with the exception of when the two Sinn Féin candidates were elected, which is normal practice, your supporters come in then, it has been remarkably quiet all throughout. Very little Fine Gael presence, none really, I think. And Sinn Féin have been come and gone as their prerogative. They've won the seats, but it's been very low key.
I think, is that because the public have been effectively excluded from it, bar party representatives?
Or past speaking of?
I think
Possibly.
I think there was a great buzz when the crowds came in around 8, 9, 10 o'clock when they were
steamed
in good form. All support.
Good form.
John Pascoe
Or easy those days, it was, you're right.
It was,
yeah. No. Well, I don't know about good form here, but I can tell you the only person really that I think's in good form is Brendan Byrne, because he's recalling you involved in fisticuffs, and Niamh Kennedy's over there and she can't believe her ears, because it's just not the kind of thing that will go on.
John
now.
Jared and I came up with the box in political training.
Quite,
knock or duck.
Literally.
Can't you duck on one door, obviously?
So we have no move. I thought I saw a move at the top table, but all's quiet in the west in front again. I suppose the one thing that strikes me thinking about the national picture and going back to where we're at or not at, you weren't here when, and I'm pointing at Brendan Byrne, Director of Elections, when Charlie McConlogue, Fianna Fáil, was responding to my questions about I suppose Micheál Martin's insistence that they don't get involved with Sinn Féin. And his reply was much more measured than anything you said in terms of not really wishing. He didn't say no, but he certainly didn't say yes.
Well, I suppose what I would say and what Charlie would say, there are two different contexts. Charlie would be, as he is on the front bench of Fianna Fáil, constrained by the decision the front bench took, which was pre-election not to go into coalition with Sinn Féin, not to enter into negotiations with Sinn Féin, and until the front bench of the party meet again, he will be constrained in what he says. Whereas I'm the Director of Elections and the Chairman of the party, I'm answerable to the grassroots here in Donegal, and from my interaction with the grassroots, they're more open. True.
And to be fair to Charlie, he's constrained.
He is constrained because he has taken a decision by the front bench of the party on the recommendation of the leader. That, in my view, and in the view of many, many others in the party, will have to be re-looked at.
Michael, are you saying that Brent needs to pull his candidates into line here, that there's a bit of, we're having a bit of disunity in there here? He needs to crack the whip?
No, you're saying it. But I'd be inclined to agree with you that would be one interpretation.
Can't be tolerated this time of night.
And again, when Pat Cope was here, he talked about being lost in translation in terms of what he said on radio in the Gaeltacht, and he said that it was interpreted. And he didn't kind of finish the sentence, but the sense I took from him was that what he said and what was interpreted from what he said when it was translated from speaking on RNG was much stronger than what he actually said.
Well, what he clearly said was that he had no difficulty in working with Sinn Féin. He would have no difficulty with the concept of Sinn Féin being in power with Fianna Fáil, but the decision has been taken by the party leadership and the party, and that he would obey that rule.
Yeah.
The second part, where he would be obeying the rule of the party as it is currently stated, that was omitted. But he clearly did say that he would work with Sinn Féin, for he's been doing that all his political life.
Yeah. I wasn't aware that there was that kind of sense that maybe, well, that's not lost in translation. That's just not all
Not
of what he said.
translated completely,
yeah,
which is fine.
Yeah.
But the sentiment is the same. he would work with Sinn Féin, as would any of us, and as will some of us have to if we want a government.
Yeah. And your leader?
Well, look at leaders are there for a particular reason. They must lead, and now is the time for leadership.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
It means that if he is the leader of Fianna Fáil and he desires that this country have a government, he must put his own personal views and whatever animosity or fears or otherwise that he has in relation to bringing Sinn Féin into government to one side and the greater good of the country has to come forward.
In other words, get in there and talk to Sinn Féin.
Absolutely. There's no other. This is mathematics. It's like the first year in school you were taught 1 and 2, and so on. 2 plus 2 is 4. And what they have and what we have is a majority.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah. No, I admire your honesty, and you've been very straight about this all day. But and maybe it's a thing, but things aren't. Well, certainly not everybody is on the one page in Fianna Fáil, or far from it.
But look, at Fianna Fáil reflects no more than any society itself. Society is not going to be easy about Sinn Féin going into government. The grassroots in Fianna Fáil are going to be divided about Sinn Féin going into government. Sinn Féin themselves are going to be divided about going into government with Fianna Fáil. There's going to be no unity of resolve in any party or within the broader community and broader society of Ireland. It's a bold step.
Yeah.
But as I said, and this is absolute, if Sinn Féin don't go into government now, in the next 3 months, they will most certainly be in the next government in a much stronger position.
Running more candidates.
And what will it have done effectively? Nothing. Probably wasted maybe 90 or 120 days of government time and wasted another 50 million euros running an election that proves very little other than an exchange of another 8 or 9 seats.
I think the other side of this, Michael, as well, is that, and we haven't talked about, is Sinn Féin are going to find one hell of a change when they're part of a government, because all of the things that they suggested that could, should, may be done, in 6 months, 8 months, they're going to be facing the electorate when they go into government, because saying, you never delivered on A, you never delivered on B. Car insurance, like, they will go out there to a much, much more hostile electorate who say, oh, you promised to do this, you promised to do that, you didn't deliver on it, you're just like all the rest. And I think there's a culture, huge culture shock for Sinn Féin if they become part of a government with Fianna Fáil. Do you not agree, Brandon, that that's the other side of this?
The only way to remain popular in politics is never have responsibility, where you can be the hurler in the ditch and, as you say, highlight everything that's wrong.
Yeah.
And it's terrible wrong, and I feel your pain and I understand your hurt.
Yeah.
But never put yourself in a position where you actually have to do something, take a decision and lead. And Sinn Féin have benefited from that. There's no other party that have benefited to the same degree, because the Greens have been in power, Labour have been in and out of power, the PDs have been decimated because they were in power for as long as they were. Those are the realities. But this time, on this occasion, very clearly, Sinn Féin from the very outset have said, we are in the business of government. We desire to be in government. So let's take them on and say, let's do business.
Niamh, it sounds like, listening to John Gerard, that he almost wants Sinn Féin to be in government, and
he's thinking long term
and fail. You know, deal with the realities of not being able to deliver. I mean, I could interpret what he said different ways, but I probably am being a little bit unfair to him. But I just get that feeling, and.
There would have been others would have said that certainly over the last period of time when they thought that Sinn Féin were going to do really well. That, you know, maybe the thing is let them in and let them see how they get on and let them go back to the electorate after a period of time and see what the reaction will be.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, going to the electorate with a message like Sinn Féin have done, right?
Yeah.
It's quite an easy sell. It's aspirational. We'll do A, B,
Does it
C,
annoy you?
Yeah.
Does it kind of, you know,
No,
it's easy to be the hurler on the ditch.
What I'm saying, there's a world of difference in that. And going back to the election electorate in a year's time and trying to explain to someone we couldn't do it in RP because the Department of Finance said no, the Minister of Finance said there was no money for that, whatever. Joe Public doesn't understand that.
Yeah.
And that's when real politics hits. Many's a person that's gone into politics between the two eyes. I think a case in question was Dr. James Riley. James Riley, when he was before he became Minister of Health, had brilliant plans to reform, change the whole HSE, the whole health structure. And I was at several things where he talked about what he was going to do. Right? That was great. Reality hit him.
I'm going to interrupt you. We have white smoke. That's the voice of our returning officer again.
Marianas, Tariandara Juntish, Inia the Forestbar, Pierce Doherty, Eva Achriinche, Sheshin Forestbar, de Ochtmila, Kate Tracus Kuig. Casey Peter Moja Shekade Shaska Hain Umlon Voti Mila Upcade agus a Cahar Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil Moja Mila Cade Nochas Do Umlon Voti Ucht Mila Shekade Shaska Hain Harley Martin M. Fine Gael, Moja, Carricade, Tracus a Cuig, Umlon Voti, 3 Mila, Carricade, Nocha Hain. McConnellogue Charlie, Fianna Fáil, Moja, Cuigcade, Fihas a Cahar. Umlon Voti, 8 Mila, 8 Cade, Shachta Hain. McConnell, Niall, non-party, Moja, Gawcade, Fihas a 3. Umlon Voti, Uckcade, agus a 3. McGuinness, Arthur Desmond, non-party, Moja, Carrick 3. Umlon Voti, Nocas an E. McHugh, Joe, Fine Gael, Moja, Carricade, Shachtu Do. Umlon Voti, 8 Mila, agus a Noca 3. O'Donnell John, non-party, Uckcade, 8 Cuig. Umlon Voti, 5 Mila, Shekade is Fiha. Pringle Thomas, non-party, Moja, Govila, Shachtgade Noca Hocht. Umlon Voti, 8 Mila, Dogcade, Shachtu. Sweeney, Mary T. Aintu. Moja, Carricade, Carca Cuig. Umlon Voti, Dovila, 8 Fihas a Shacht. White, Michael, Green Party, Cohentus, Gloss. Moja, Carricade, Craig Shacht. Umlon Voti, Govila, Cade is a 3 Deg. Voti Nav in Ashtraha. Nod. Near one ein Irhor Sakota Amach. Sakuntas Shah. Sakade Kuntas Ella by Forestbar, Podrick McLaughlin, Le Hachrinch, Maris A. Antain Forestbar Atá agus a Cholianan an Crunélacha Seo a Lianas. Tá sé níos mó ná an differ idir an dá iarthóir a bhfuil an líon is lú vótaí acu. Conas go bhfuil mid máil sa níthe a nach. Mollim dearad a chur leis antas ag an foinse seo, agus toisiacht a rís Majin Amorach a Jehaclog. The following is the result of the second count, which consisted of the distribution of Pierce Doherty's surplus of 8,135 votes. Casey Peter, non-party, plus 661 votes. Total votes 1,804. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil, plus 1,192 votes. Total votes 8,661. Harley Martin M. Fine Gael, plus 435 votes. Total votes 3,491. McConalogue Charlie Fianna Fáil, plus 524 votes. Total votes 8,871. McConnell Niall, non-party, plus 223 votes. Total votes 803. McGuinness Arthur, non-party, plus 43 votes. Total votes 99. McHugh Joe Fine Gael, plus 472 votes. Total votes 8,093. O'Donnell John, non-party, plus 885 votes. Total votes 5,620. Pringle Thomas, non-party, plus 2,798. Total votes 8,270. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu, plus 445 votes. Total votes 2,827. White Michael Green Party, Cohenthus Gloss, plus 457. Total votes 2,113. Non-transferable papers, non-effective, 0. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. I will proceed to distribute Padraig McLaughlin's surplus of 982 votes, as it is the only available surplus and fulfills the following condition. Exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates. However, given the lateness of the hour, I propose to adjourn the count and recommence counting at 10 a.m. in the morning. Thank you. Garamagi.
And a round of applause. That's the voice of Returning Officer Geraldine O'Connor. Okay. Anybody surprised? Anything jump out there that goes against the logic of what we've been saying?
No, the only difference is the extra votes we got there as opposed to the tallies are because we didn't know the figure of non-transferable votes. And then that had an effect of increasing the effective weight of the votes that were being distributed. Yeah. So that's why when you look at Pat the Cope's figure now, he got 1,192 instead of 1,016, or Thomas Pringle, for that example, got 2,798 as opposed to 2,399. That's the added weight. Yeah. Probably 4,000 papers non-transferable, so that had to be taken out, and that increased the percentages of the remaining share. Okay. Well, the strongest performer now of those that are left with 8871 is Charlie McConalogue, and it is very, very tight.
and he's followed then, I think, if I'm correct in saying this, by Patrick Open 8661. And then we have on 8270 Thomas. And then, of course, we have our fourth Maya. Remember, we've been talking about these four all night, is Joe McHugh. So just to focus in, bear in mind people may not have access to pens and papers when they're listening to us. We have Charlie McConlogue now. There are 3 seats left, and there are 4 people in the hunt for those. At this moment in time, Fianna Fáil's Charlie McConlogue is ahead with 8871, followed very closely by his stablemate in Fianna Fáil, Patrick O'Connor at 8661. And then you drop back 400 votes to Thomas Pringle on 8270, roughly 400. And then on 8093, Joe McHugh. And again, I suppose it's like the last time I did that exercise, which doesn't take into account PR, proportional representation. It still bears out what you've been saying all evening in terms of the logic of where the transfers will go. Maybe not from McLaughlin, but thereafter. You know, I don't think McLaughlin's vote is going to have a well, is it? On anyone?
It shouldn't have the same weighted effect in favour of Thomas Pringle, because McLaughlin's vote, the majority of it is in his own, 7,000 papers, and then 4,000 in Letterkenny. So that's going to favour those that are in the northeast, which is Charlie McConlogue, which would be Aintud and John O'Donnell. And having said that, there will be a percentage of it, of course, for Pringle, but the same weight as you see here, because he, as we said, he got 29.5% of the surplus distribution of Pierce Doherty. I'd be very surprised if it was that high. It may well be 20, but you're dealing with a much lesser number of 982 papers.
Okay.
I think it's tightening up. I think if you look at the candidates to be eliminated, specifically Casey and O'Donnell, I think it's reasonable to assume that now that the 2 Fianna Fáil candidates will be the main beneficiaries of the votes that are going out there, given the circumstances. It's also very, very tight here. Pringle, if he can go up another couple of hundred, remember, we have been saying all night, okay, I know there's a few votes for an O'Donnell, for McHugh. We've been talking all night about Martin Harley's transfer to Joe McHugh, and boy, is it coming into the importance of that is growing by the minute, because Thomas is a couple of hundred votes ahead at the minute. I expect him to extend his lead. Now, I think where the sting in the tail is in this, we're talking about 1,000 transfer, for example, from Joe to Martin or someone in that. But, and there's a but here, the but is there's quite a chance that there'll be a vote for Thomas Pringle in that from the Donegal part of the vote from Martin Harley's homeland. So I think the 2 Fianna Fáil candidates at this stage are slowly but surely getting towards safety. But it's tightening even more between Thomas Pringle and Joe McHugh.
Fascinating. Okay, Brendan needs to go. We're all going now very shortly. Brendan, thank you very much. We see you in the morning.
10 a.m.
10 a.m. John Jarrett, thank you very much. And just a final word, Niamh. Maybe I'm going to wrap up after you. Again, you still hold out hope that your compatriot, shall we say, from Killybegs will retain the seat?
Well, it's all to play for now. It looks like it's going to be between himself and Joe McHugh. It's going to be down to the
which, to your credit,
Yeah.
you flagged that up at 9:20 this morning.
You did.
And I know I give you my disbelieving look. I think that you might call that, are you serious? And that was the look. I really was taken by that. But there you go. That's why you're that side of the table. Yeah, that's why you're the number cruncher, and that's why you've been doing these elections as director of elections for 16 years. Margaret,
we're all back here in the morning. And
We are indeed.
What's the
So-
plan?
so-
Another blue suit?
No, I'm not wearing blue tomorrow, definitely not.
Promise we leave you alone.
From 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, we will join our Sligo Leitrim team at the Count Centre at the Sligo Park Hotel. They resume the count there for the Sligo Leitrim constituency from 9 a.m. And then you can rejoin us here on 105 FM from 10 a.m. Tomorrow morning from our Donegal constituency count.
Okay. Sinead, it's after 12:30.
Mm-hmm.
My thanks, Declan and Shane, for
Daniel.
Daniel, sorry, making us sound reasonable. Forgive my sinus. But my thanks in particular to Niamh and to you, John Jared, and to Brendan, and indeed to the many people who come over and talk to us. And a particular special thanks to you, Margaret. We do it all again tomorrow morning from 10 a.m. And basically, the message from here, the shorthand message is that Sinn Féin have romped home with the first 2 seats. Magic figures for Pierce Doherty of 21,000 plus, a quota of 12,909. And Patrick McLaughlin, who lost the seat in 2016, coming back with a vengeance with 13,891. But really what's in the mix now is for those 4 candidates, Pat the Cope Gallagher, Charlie McConnell, both of Fianna Fáil, Joe McHugh, a sitting minister fighting for his political life here against Thomas Pringle, who has been in the tight corner many a time and won in 2016 on the 13 count by 184 votes. So he knows all about that. The logic would suggest that perhaps this time Thomas may not be successful, but there's a lot of twists and turns with proportional representation. So thank you all to the listeners and to everybody here. Safe home. Back again. We'll do this tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thanks.
Cheers.
Cheers.